Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening, especially Bane Lai, Master God Diviner, and Gli. Those three had been to the front lines before, and knew that fighting with the profound stream sect was a very dangerous affair. If one wasn't careful, one could end up dead. After all, this was a war in which whole sects faced the threat of extermination. In the fighting, no quarter was given, and one side or the other would end up dead. At the moment, Baziushun had two choices. He could head back into the conquered territory, or proceed onward to the front line to fight with the profound stream sect cultivators. What should we do now? He asked aloud. As far as he was concerned, taking risks wasn't the best thing to do. If he wasn't careful, he could lose his poor little life. Clearing his throat, he continued, if we go back. Before he could finish speaking, his heart skipped a beat as intense murderous auras sprang up from the cultivators around him. Clearly, they were itching to fight. Baziushun blinked a few times as everyone turned to look at him with strange looks on their faces, as if they couldn't believe what he had just said. If we go back into the conquered territory. Bane Lai frowned. Master God Diviner and Giali's jaws dropped. Baziushun's heart skipped another beat, and regret began to rise up inside of him. However, he plastered a proud smile onto his face and stirred his cultivation base, causing his energy to soar. Looking more steel-veined than ever, he swished his sleeve dramatically and said, if we go back into the conquered territory, how could we live with ourselves? We're cultivators, right? What are we afraid of, dying? Let's go to the front lines and fight the profound stream sect to the death. Then he laughed bravely. The murderous auras of the surrounding cultivators erupted. Starting this day, we will fly our banner on the battlefield. Laughing uproariously, he stepped out onto the plain. Bane Lai's heart trembled. Taking a deep breath, he also began to laugh heartily as he followed Baziushun. Gli and Master God Diviner didn't suspect anything at all. Based on their experiences, Blood Master Nightcrypt was a violent and ruthless individual. The other cultivators of the two sects also began to laugh vigorously, and soon, the entire group was moving across the plain toward the front lines. With everyone clustered around him, Baziushun looked completely extraordinary. However, inside, he was crying. He had no desire at all to go to the frontline battlefield. Unfortunately, he felt as if he had no other choice. His hand was being forced. Thus, he led his team across the plain, gnashing his teeth the entire way. They went along for a few days, and Baziushun's nervousness mounted. It reached the point where even the slightest stirring of a branch or blade of grass would cause his heart to leap with fear. One afternoon, a group of a few dozen beams of light suddenly appeared off in the distance. It was a squad of profound stream sect cultivators, and as soon as they noticed Baziushun, their expressions flickered. However, instead of retreating, their faces filled with a desire to do battle. Roaring in rage and hatred, they closed it at top speed. People from the spirit and bloodstream sects. Fight them to the death. Die. Among the dozens of cultivators were 8 in the Foundation establishment stage. The entire group was clearly dead set on fighting. Bazius-hun was startled, but before he could even open his mouth to say anything, more than half of the cultivators surrounding him threw out glowing spheres. Upon reaching the Profound Stream sect cultivators, the spheres exploded. The Profound Stream sect cultivators all had different reactions. Some of them suddenly looked around blankly. Some of them howled madly at the tops of their lungs. Some of them clutched at their throats. Some of them were clearly hallucinating, and started lurching about. As they were thrown into chaos, the cultivators surrounding Bazius-hun shot forward with flashing eyes and vicious grins. Booms rang out as the slaughter commenced. The entire process lasted for the time it takes half an incense stick to burn. Bazius-hun watched as his zealous followers then tidied up the battlefield, sweeping up the bags of holding and distributing their contents to the rest of the team. Bazius-hun was suddenly struck with the sensation that the group he led was as fierce as a pack of wolves or tigers. Bazius-hun took his share, and then declared, "Excellent. This is how we cultivators should be. This place is newly conquered territory. Let's clean things up here and make a name for ourselves on the Heavencraft continent." The surrounding cultivators' expressions brightened, and within moments, they were speeding away off into the distance. Half a month flew by, during which time Bazius-hun and his team encountered groups of Profound Stream sect disciples on 4 or 5 occasions. Their numbers ranged from dozens to hundreds. At first, they seemed ferocious, but after the glowing spheres were unleashed, their ranks scattered. Bazius-hun and his people met success in every encounter, and their killing ores grew stronger. By now, Bazius-hun wasn't nervous at all. He spent most of his time replenishing the glowing spheres. As they proceeded along, the fighting grew more intense. At one point, they encountered a group of nearly 300 Profound Stream sect cultivators. Although the fighting was fierce, Bazius-hun's side easily attained victory. The glowing spheres were so effective that very few cultivators could escape their effects. News spread until the spirit and bloodstream sects as a whole had heard, and even the Profound Stream sect forces knew of what was happening. However, because of the critical state of the war, they couldn't pay it much attention. Bazius-hun felt extremely relaxed. Currently, he was reclining comfortably on a huge blood sword, surrounded by shouting cultivators. The Middle Peak Blood Master has infinite magical powers. The Spirit Stream Heaven Dao expert can shake the whole world. At one point, a beam of light appeared off in the distance. It was a young man who held a stack of paper talismans in his hand. He was coughing up blood, and his face was ashen. Clearly, he was in a bad situation. Every few seconds, he would toss one of the paper talismans out to block the people that were chasing him. Those paper talismans were the only reason he was able to keep some distance between him and his pursuers. Hot on his tail was a group of about 200 enemy cultivators. At the head of that large group was another young man with bristling killing intent. He was only in mid-Foundation establishment, but his murderous aura made him seem as strong as late Foundation establishment. As soon as Bazius-hun saw him, his eyes widened. 9 Isles. Then his eyes flashed as he realized that the cultivator being chased was none other than Zuzio-shan. Chapter 295, Take Them and Have Fun. Zuzio-shan was so far away that he couldn't quite make out who was in the group up ahead of him. However, he could see the enormous blood sword, and sensed the unique blood auras of bloodstream sect cultivators. Without any hesitation, he shot toward them. When he made out Bazius-hun, he looked like he was about to weep with joy. "Bazius-hun!" he shouted. At almost the same time, 9 Isles also spotted Bazius-hun. At first his eyes widened, but then they shone with joy. "I can't believe Bazius-hun's here. I thought I would capture Zuzio-shan today, but who could have guessed that we would also run into Bazius-hun? He's dead." 9 Isles laughed loudly as he led his group of roughly 200 cultivators forward. If they had encountered some of the elite forces of the spirit and bloodstream sects, it might have been a different story. However, he could tell that Bazius-hun's group was filled with cultivators of all different levels. Other than Bane Lai, Master God Diviner, and Jia Lai, the rest of them were obviously disciples of no note in their sects. 9 Isles was completely confident in being able to wipe such a group out. Laughing loudly, he continued to chase Zuzio-shan toward Bazius-hun. Quite a few among 9 Isles' group of cultivators recognized Bazius-hun, and although they were shocked, their desire to kill him burned bright. All of them knew that this was a war of sect extermination, and they were aware that one of the main reasons why the spirit and bloodstream sects had struck an alliance was because of Bazius-hun. Zuzio-shan also realized this, and it caused him to hesitate for a moment. However, he had no other options. If he didn't join Bazius-hun, he would die. Indecision flickered in his eyes, and he cursed himself for getting into this situation. But then he realized that Bazius-hun's expression was the same as always, and that the cultivators in his group didn't seem scared at all. In fact, many of them were even looking at Nine Isles and his cultivators with contempt and derision. Huh? Zhu Xiaoshan muttered, confused. Bai Xiaoshan clasped his hands behind his back. Looking very proud of himself, he said, "Fear not, Xiaoshan. The Blood Lord is here to save you." Clearing his throat, he looked at the cultivators surrounding him, then waved his hand outward. To Zhu Xiaoshan's shock, all the cultivators on Bai Xiaoshan's team began to produce glowing spheres. "Attack!" Bai Xiaoshan roared. The cultivators of the two sects roared in response, and began to throw the glowing spheres. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of them were flying through the air like shooting stars. Nine Isles' jaw dropped, and the group behind him hesitated for a moment. Some in the group unleashed attacks to block the glowing sphere, but the spheres seemed to be impervious to magical techniques. They began to explode, sending vast quantities of smoke out to cover Nine Isles and everyone around him. The smoke instantly reduced the visibility in the area, but it didn't stop the miserable shrieks and howls from echoing out. My stomach. Heavens. I've become an immortal. Stay away, everyone. Get away from me. What is this place? Zhu Xiaoshan's expression flickered, and he cried out, "Corpse Peak Plague Smoke." Trembling visibly, he screamed and used all the power he could muster to fly away from the smoke, his face as white as a sheet of paper. He more than anyone was intimately familiar with that smoke, and his experiences had been especially memorable. The scene which had played out because of that smoke was like a nightmare that would haunt him for the rest of his life. To see it showing up again here filled his heart with terror. However, even as he fled from the smoke, the air began to clear. The 200 Profound Stream sect disciples became visible, and it was a bizarre scene. Some of them were waving their arms, some seemed drunk, some looked as ashen as death, and some were surrounded by noxious odors. Some were even hugging each other. As for Nine Isles, he hovered there trembling, surrounded by a rippling shield of light that somehow protected him from the smoke. He almost couldn't believe what he was seeing around him. What divine ability is this? Impossible. It's impossible. How could there be a magic like this? Profound fear of Bai Xiaoshan rose up in his heart. He suddenly thought back to the fallen sword abyss, and it provoked a hoarse scream. Before Bai Xiaoshan could even attack, he pulled out a jade pendant and pushed down to activate it. 7 colored lights spread out, along with cracking sounds. Teleportation power surged, wrapping Nine Isles up to teleport him away. Bai Xiaoshan's pupils constricted. He was well aware that jade pendants which could teleport Foundation establishment cultivators off of the battlefield were extremely valuable to any sect. Virtually priceless. He quickly opened his Heaven's Pandharma eye, sending a golden beam of light shooting toward the departing Nine Isles. As soon as the golden beam of light slammed into Nine Isles, he let out a blood-curdling scream. Although he was still teleported away, the control power exerted by Bai Xiaoshan's Heaven's Pandharma eye managed to grab onto his arm and rip it clean off of his shoulder. Even as Nine Isles was whisked away, Bai Xiaoshan's followers began to attack the cultivators who had remained behind. Bain Lai looked over at one of the Foundation establishment cultivators who was clutching at his stomach, a noxious odor surrounding him. "I remember you. You were one of the people who ganged up on me on the front lines." Grinning viciously, he closed in for the kill. Jia Lion Master God Diviner unleashed magical techniques with murderous intent. It was the same with all the other cultivators, and furthermore, by cooperating, they ensured that their own group sustained virtually no injuries. Bai Xiaoshan's team had become intimately familiar with combat and fighting. Before long, the miserable shrieks faded away, and the fighting was over. The only thing Bai Xiaoshan regretted was that Nine Isles had escaped. As for Zhu Xiaoshan, he was so completely shaken by what he had just seen that he forgot to breathe. Then he noticed that the cultivators of the two sects were all cooperating in the fighting. He even saw Bain Lion Master God Diviner working together to fight an enemy. How is this even possible? He gasped, rubbing his eyes to clear them. An hour later, the battlefield had been cleared of loot, and the group was on their way again. Zhu Xiaoshan joined them, flying along next to Bai Xiaoshan and offering numerous fawning words of praise. Blood Lord Night Crypt? Junior Patriarch Bai Xiaoshan? Sect Uncle Bai? What do you think about giving me some of those glowing spheres everyone used back there? Bai Xiaoshan looked very pleased with himself. He felt quite a sense of accomplishment at how his team was fighting so hard and well together. It's all a big meritorious service on my part. He sighed to himself. Looking over at Zhu Xiaoshan, he waved his sleeve and threw him a few glowing spheres. Take them and have fun. Zhu Xiaoshan gingerly took the glowing spheres, heart pounding with anticipation. He couldn't wait to run into some Profound Stream sect cultivators to use them on. He would show those Profound Stream sect cultivators how awesome the Plague Devil's poison smoke was. Time flew by. Another 2 months passed. The war had been going on for half a year already, But the deadlock still hadn't been broken. Furthermore, more and more small-scale battles were being fought throughout the Heavencraft continent. Most of those battles were between groups that numbered in the dozens or hundreds. Bazius Hun's name spread far and wide during that time. Every single battle he fought ended in victory. Eventually, his glowing poison spheres were also becoming famous. Profound Stream sect cultivators on all fronts of the battle knew of the terrifying name of the Plague Devil. Bane Lai, Master God Diviner, and Jialai also earned their own glory. As for Zuzio Shan, he joined the group a bit late, but also rose to fame. He fell in love with Bazius Hun's glowing spheres, and used them more enthusiastically than anyone else, especially the ones that induced hallucinations. As for the Profound Stream sect's patriarchs, and the other leaders holed up in their final headquarters, they also heard of the glowing spheres. However, all they could do was gnash their teeth. None of them dared to go out and fight. Not even the Profound Stream sect's prime elders and legacy echelon cultivators could shake their fear of the spirit and bloodstream sects. All of them were waiting for the final decisive battle to show their faces. Everything was reaching a boiling point. Bazius Hun's fame grew, and his group of followers grew more and more zealous as they wiped out the teams of Profound Stream sect cultivators who still lurked about. Even the patriarchs of the Spirit Stream sect and the Blood Stream sect were shocked by how things were playing out. Chapter 296, You're Alive? Dusk was falling, but it couldn't darken the excitement that surged in Bazius Hun's heart. Looking very pleased with himself, he sat cross-legged atop the blood sword, pointing out as he said, "Get 'em, boys." He felt wonderful inside and out, and powerful too. He couldn't help but think back to the events of the Fallen Sword Abyss, in which he'd led the Spirit Stream sect disciples to grab all the entrances into the sword. What a wonderful memory, he thought, sighing. But then he remembered how, after he helped all the disciples enter the sword, he ended up being caught alone outside. I shouldn't jinx myself. But then again, things are different in this situation. I have 200 fierce, powerful cultivators with me. Bazius Hun looked around at the people around him. Zuzio Shan was especially impressive, with glowing poison spheres hanging all over him, ready to be thrown out at a moment's notice. Bazius Hun couldn't help but approve. Bane Lai had changed too. Although he looked the same, he had learned to smile. As for Jialai and Master God Diviner, they were cultivators of the Bloodstream sect, and had been scary to begin with. However, as the months passed, they had become even scarier. If those four had experienced such changes, there was no need to even mention everyone else. Most of them had come to resemble Bazius Hun in many ways. Normally, they spent their time laughing and smiling, and although they feared death to some extent, when they needed to fight, they unleashed their poison smoke and fought ferociously. The mere sight of everyone around him caused Bazius Hun to sigh emotionally. Thanks to my leadership, these brothers and sisters finally realize that cultivators should cherish life. As long as you have your life, you have everything. Sighing again, he slapped his bag of holding and pulled out the little turtle to shake around like he usually did. Over the course of the preceding months, he had taken time every day to shake the turtle like a rag doll. He had even come to find that the sound of the turtle's limbs and head knocking against its shell was very pleasing to the ears. Occasionally, a fragrant aroma would waft out after a bit of knocking, which would cause massive amounts of spiritual energy to flow toward him. Because of that, Bazius Hun's cultivation improved on a daily basis. His followers also benefited from the influxes of spiritual energy. This damn turtle does have some use after all. He looked down at the turtle, at its protruding head and limbs, and its stumpy tail, and gave it another vigorous shake. That was when he realized that something seemed off about it. The knocking sounds were different from before, and the turtle's extremities all seemed to be stiffer than before. Huh? Surprised, Bazius Hun shook the turtle even harder. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, the stiffened extremities went loose once again, and the knocking sounds went back to normal. Pleased, Bazius Hun went on to finish his cultivation session. The next afternoon, he led his group flying along through the front lines region. It was a vast area, and that, coupled with his illustrious fame, made it so that they often went days without encountering any Profound Stream sect cultivators. Bazius Hun was starting to get bored. One day, he noticed Zuzio Shan and Bane Lai bragging to each other about their achievements in battle. Bazius Hun was interested in jumping into the conversation, but then he realized that they were actually looking at him furtively and intentionally ignoring him. Not very happy, he snorted and considered reducing their glowing sphere supply by 70%. At the same time, he subconsciously shook the little turtle back and forth like usually. Suddenly, he frowned. Hey, why is the sound different? Looking down at the turtle, he poked its extremities a few times with his finger and found that, yet again, they had turned stiff. Who knows how long this little turtle has been dead? Poor thing. Its limbs are even starting to stiffen up now. After some thought, He decided that he should try to help the turtle. After all, despite being dead, it had been of much assistance to his cultivation over the past half year or so. Gripping the shell tightly, he started shaking it as hard as possible. He used quite a bit of force and shook it far more quickly than he usually did. Within the space of a few breaths of time, the fragrant aroma once again appeared, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to rush over. However, Bazius-hun wasn't finished yet. He kept shaking the turtle as hard as he could, determined to get its body to loosen up again. The process lasted for the time it takes 3 incense sticks to burn. Finally, the little turtle's body once again went loose, and a smile broke out on Bazius-hun's face. If your spirit exists in the heavens somewhere, there's no need for you to thank me. I'll help you stay loose for as long as possible. I'll make sure that your fleshly body doesn't decay, not for all eternity. Before he could finish speaking, the turtle suddenly lifted its head and opened its eyes. Its pupils seemed to be spinning, and yet, it was possible to see hatred and madness in its eyes as it suddenly opened its mouth and snapped at Bazius-hun's hand. Startled, Bazius-hun immediately dropped the turtle and pulled his hand back. The turtle's bite seemed to be fueled by indescribable hatred. When its jaws closed onto the air, a snapping sound rang out that shocked all of the cultivators in the area. Bazius-hun felt like his scalp was about to explode. If the turtle had successfully bitten one of his fingers, it would surely have shattered the bones. Not even his heavenly demon body could stand up to snapping power like that. Why? You're alive? You're not dead? ? Bazius-hun edged backward, disbelief playing out on his face. He had studied that turtle for a very long time, and had never detected any life force in it at all. It had definitely been a corpse before, but as of this moment, it was alive. Bazius-hun's head was spinning, and his eyes were wide with incredulity. The turtle wobbled a bit as it flew up into the air to float in front of Bazius-hun. Its limbs were trembling, and its eyes were bloodshot. Apparently, it was working hard just not to pass out. Glaring at Bazius-hun, it howled, "You're the dead one. Your whole family's dead. Your whole sect is dead. Everybody named Bay is dead. I hate you, you jerk." The cultivators of the two sects all looked over in shock. They were familiar with that little turtle, they all remembered seeing Bazius-hun shake it around over the past few months, causing the energy of heaven and earth to rush over. But now, the little turtle was actually alive. Bazius-hun took a deep breath and was about to say something, but then he noticed what appeared to be tears welling up in the turtle's eyes. The turtle had looked charming to begin with big, round eyes. Now, it seemed to be teetering on the verge of hysteria as it screamed, "Lord Turtle woke up 5 months ago. Why did you have to go around shaking me every single day? There was one day when you shook me 1,000 times. Don't you ever get tired?" Lord Turtle almost threw up that day before he passed out again. The little turtle was shaking, and was so enraged that heat waves were rising up from his body. It looked almost like he was about to explode. Bazius-hun already felt bad, so he quickly tried to explain. I didn't do it on purpose. I thought you were dead. If you weren't dead, why didn't you say something earlier? Also, what was that fragrant aroma? Oh, you just had to bring up the fragrant aroma, didn't you? Arg. That's the spiritual energy Lord Turtle has been building up for years and years. You shook out tons of it. That was my collection. I spent tens of thousands of years building it up. Argh. I hate you. I can't live under the same sky as you. The enraged little turtle once again lunged toward Bazius-hun to try and bite him. I'm gonna bite you to death. Shocked, Bazius-hun dodged to the side, but the turtle kept chasing him, snapping at him over and over again. Zuzio-shan, Bane Lai, Jia Lai, and Master God Diviner were all completely shocked, as were the other cultivators. At first, Bazius-hun was terrified at being attacked in such a way. But then his expression flickered, and he spun in place. Murderous aura erupting, he shouted, "Enough. No, it's not enough. Damn it. Lord Turtle is gonna slap you so black and blue you'll never recover." Bazius-hun's jaw dropped. This turtle's language was definitely unique. Clearly, he wasn't about to let the matter drop. Backing up, Bazius-hun quickly said, "Wait, let me explain." The little turtle rolled its eyes contemptuously and then said, "Oh no, you stay away from me. I have germophobia." Huh? Germophobia? Bazius-hun was once again shocked, and the other onlookers were similarly stunned. But then, their expressions slowly began to turn into awe. For someone to be able to say something so profoundly insulting, but not use any obscenities, was something that none of them could ever hope to do. Chapter 297, Heaven-damned little turtle, I hate you. Why you? Despite racking his brain, Bazius-hun couldn't think of any comeback. This turtle was simply too hurtful. Virtually every word out of his mouth was an insult. That was especially true of what he had just said. To say he was germophobic and didn't want to talk to Baziush-hun was an obvious insult to Baziush-hun himself. Rage burned in Baziush-hun's eyes, and just when he was about to offer a response, the little turtle suddenly looked at him sympathetically. Shaking his head, he said, some people have to be insulted really blatantly, otherwise they don't realize they're being insulted. Make things even slightly cerebral, and it takes them forever to realize they're being taunted. Baziush-hun was on the verge of exploding. Sharp-tongued blowhard. He howled. Bastard of a turtle. Why you? However, the look of sympathy in the turtle's eyes grew even deeper. Sighing, he casually said, finished with your self-introduction? The words crushed down onto Baziush-hun with the weight of Mount Tai, like lightning on a sunny day. Trembling as if he had been struck physically, he was literally at a loss for words. All of a sudden, he realized that in terms of ability to insult people, this little turtle existed on a different plane than him. It was like the difference between heaven and earth, or the difference between mortals and cultivators. They were different worlds. Baziush-hun wasn't the only one who felt like that. The other cultivators of the two sects were all left gasping. They had never encountered someone who could speak so bitingly. Zhu Xiaoshan's eyes went wide as he stared at the little turtle. To him, it seemed almost godlike. Bainlai felt the same way. He had never before seen Baziush-hun in such a predicament. Jialai was going wild with joy, and although Master God Diviner looked shocked, inwardly, he was getting very excited. Regardless, everyone had already decided that they would avoid talking to the little turtle at all costs. Baziush-hun waved his hand, causing blood chi to explode out toward the little turtle. However, before the blood chi even reached it, the turtle suddenly shrank back into his shell. A bang rang out as the blood chi hit the shell, then faded away, leaving behind not even the tiniest scratch. However, the turtle's muffled voice could still be heard from inside the shell. Bursting with rage, yet empty inside. If you don't vent a bit, you'll end up dead. Listen up, Bay, you little whippersnapper, Lord Turtle has some advice. Why don't you go build a crystal wall for yourself? If you keep going down this path, it's not healthy. One Baziush-hun's jaw dropped. He actually had no idea what the little turtle was talking about, but he was sure that it wasn't anything good. The fact that he didn't even understand how he was being insulted got him even more mad than before. Suddenly, he thought back to how the little turtle had just talked about people not understanding how they were being insulted. I'm gonna concoct you into a pill. Baziush-hun raged. Waving his right hand, he summoned a pill furnace, grabbed the turtle, and then threw it inside. Eyes bloodshot, he pulled out a pile of earth flame stones and immediately began to try to concoct the little turtle into a pill, right there on top of the blood sword. Strange expressions could be seen on the faces of the surrounding cultivators. Considering how Baziush-hun almost seemed to have gone mad, though, none of them dared to interrupt him. Everyone edged back until they were about 300 meters away. For the following few days, Baziush-hun concocted like mad. Soon, his hair was in disarray, and he felt like he was on the verge of exploding. However, no matter what methods he used, he couldn't get the little turtle to melt. Occasionally, the little turtle would even hurl insults out from inside the furnace. You call this pill concocting? If you think this heat can melt Lord Turtle, you might as well stop dreaming. Look, whippersnapper, why don't you try again after practicing cultivation for 10,000 years or so? Hey. Not bad. Not bad at all. You realized Lord Turtle was hungry, so you threw some spirit plants in for me to eat. Keep it up, whippersnapper. I'm starting to like you. Add some heat. Come on, Lord Turtle is freezing here. Heat, man, I need heat. Baziush-hun was descending into complete madness. He felt like he was about to collapse, and had in mind to simply throw the little turtle away. However, it was a valuable treasure that he had only acquired after suffering untold hardships. He couldn't just give it up. And yet, he couldn't just allow things to go on the way they were. He continued to stew over the matter for 2 days, until he suddenly realized that the little turtle hadn't said anything for quite some time. He muttered, looking surprised. Everyone else in the area was also astonished. They had actually gotten used to the little turtle's voice recently, so the sudden silence seemed odd. Feeling a bit suspicious, Baziush-hun cooled down the earth flame and opened the pill furnace to find that it was completely empty. Well, it wasn't completely empty. There were some turtle droppings inside. However, the little turtle was nowhere to be seen. By means of some unknowable method, he had somehow disappeared into thin air. A very unsightly expression could be seen on Baziush-hun's face, especially when he looked at the turtle droppings. He really wanted to beat that turtle flat into the ground. HMMPH. Well, I'm glad he's gone. I'll just pretend I never even picked him up to begin with. His heart was filled with many mixed emotions as he gritted his teeth and put his pill furnace away. Finally, the other cultivators felt comfortable enough to get a bit closer to the blood sword. Another 5 days passed. Baziush-hun hadn't seen a single trace of the little turtle, and had dismissed his disappearance from his mind. Although he was a bit disappointed at losing it, when he thought about his maddening way of talking, he realized that overall, the fact that he had fled was a good thing. His mood gradually got better, and his spirits lifted. One afternoon, just when he was getting everyone ready to continue along through the front lines territory, a golden beam of light suddenly shot up into the air off in the distance. At the same time, the aura of Heaven's Pan River water also exploded out in all directions. Heaven and earth began to tremble, and the sky distorted. Many of the blood clouds on the battlefield were swept away, and the spirit stream sec's white sun twisted, causing the black raven inside to tremble. The bloodstream sec's reserve power, the ghastly scarecrow, also began to tremble. The same thing happened to the profound stream sec's enormous city headquarters. All patriarchs of the 3 sects who were currently in the Heavencraft continent all turned their heads at the same time to see what was happening. Baziush-hun was quite close to the golden light, and felt the vibrations even more acutely. That was especially true considering that he cultivated the Violet Chi Heaven's Pan incantation, which was built upon the foundation of absorbing Heaven's Pan River water. Because of that, he was more in tune with the Heaven's Pan River than ordinary cultivators. That's... Baziush-hun gasped. The other cultivators around him were so shocked they were trembling. And that was when all of them, Baziush-hun included, saw another beam shooting toward Baziush-hun from the expanding golden light. As the beam of light got closer, a voice suddenly echoed out, "Damn it! You trifling little creature. Last time Lord Turtle took a nap, you were a wimp, and the nap before that, your dad was also a wimp." As soon as Baziush-hun heard that voice, he was shaken to the core, and his mind began to spin. It was obviously the voice of the damned little turtle. Furthermore, it was now possible to see that within the majestic golden light was a gargantuan crocodile. It was at least 30,000 meters long, and completely golden. Its majesty was virtually impossible to describe, and it was clearly enraged, its roar echoing out louder than thunder from the heavens. It was so angry that Baziush-hun could see how bloodshot its eyes were. He gasped, his scalp tingling so hard it felt like it would explode. This was the very same crocodile he had seen back when he was in the chi condensation stage, a terrifying entity that lived within the water of the Heaven's Pan River. Before Baziush-hun could even react, the little turtle shot toward him with explosive speed. As he closed in, he sucked his extremities in, becoming a turtle shell that then disappeared into Baziush-hun's bag of holding. Baziush-hun looked up with wide eyes at the distant crocodile, which was currently staring at him angrily. Clearly, it recognized him. When it realized that Baziush-hun was the master of the little turtle, it let out a shocking roar that caused the sky to dim, and a huge wind to kick up. "Senior Gold Croc, I'm not the turtle's master. Really, I'm not." He wanted to drag the turtle out of his bag of holding, but when he looked inside, he couldn't find a single trace of him. There was no more time to think, as the terrifying crocodile was currently heading in his direction. A pair of wings popped out behind Baziush-hun as he fled at top speed. On the verge of tears, he screamed, "Heaven-damned little turtle, I hate you." The other cultivators had long since fled, and were sympathetically watching Baziush-hun from a distance. Chapter 298, Senior Gold Croc, listen to me, sir. Baziush-hun's eyes were completely bloodshot as he fled for his life. With his proto-magnetic wings and the strength of his heavenly demon body, he was capable of incredible speed. In fact, he moved so quickly that he turned into a blur, a beam of light that was almost instantly far off into the distance. "It's really not me," he howled. Unfortunately, the golden crocodile was just as fast. In the blink of an eye, it was right on top of Baziush-hun, filling the entire area with golden light. Baziush-hun felt like his scalp was about to explode, and he was trembling in fear. "Senior Gold Croc, listen to me, sir. I also hate that little turtle, alright? You and me, we're not enemies. Our enemy is that damn turtle." At that point, the golden crocodile let out a powerful roar. It sounded like thunder from the heavens, causing everything to shake violently. Baziush-hun's eardrums were on the verge of popping, and with a miserable shriek, he shot onward with increased speed. However, before he could get very far, the enraged crocodile's eyes flashed with cold light, and its mouth snapped open. That mouth seemed to become heaven and earth as it loomed over Baziush-hun, casting everything below into darkness. A powerful, fishy Omo blasted over Baziush-hun, and his eyes went wide as he slowly looked up. Then he screamed. From a distance, it was possible to see the enormous, 30,000-meter-long golden crocodile with its mouth open, and Baziush-hun right in the middle. Compared to the gargantuan crocodile, Baziush-hun was like a tiny bug. In the blink of an eye, the golden crocodile's mouth began to close as it prepared to consume Baziush-hun. Baziush-hun was screaming, his eyes completely bloodshot. In this moment of critical danger, he resorted to his mountain-shaking bash to break free, risking everything to try to get out of the crocodile's closing mouth. Baziush-hun felt like his heart was about to explode, and he really was about to start crying. A massive crashing sound echoed out behind him as the crocodile's jaws slammed shut. Deep in his bones, he hated the little turtle for setting him up and getting this crocodile to come after him. Were it not for the fact that the turtle was nowhere to be found in his bag of holding, he would definitely have pulled it out and tossed it into the crocodile's mouth. We really aren't enemies. Oh right, I've absorbed water from the Heavenspan River. Look. I have the aura of the Heavenspan River on me. Trembling, Baziush-hun unleashed the aura of the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation, hoping to convince the crocodile that they were on the same team. It was hard to say for sure, but it seemed that the aura of the Heavenspan River worked. In almost the same moment that he unleashed it, the golden crocodile's eyes flickered with a strange light, and it stopped in place. Baziush-hun took advantage of that brief pause to blast forward, putting a bit of distance between himself and the golden crocodile. By this point, he was panting for breath, but before he could do anything else, a cold light flashed in the crocodile's eyes, and it lunged forward again with gaping maw. The fishy aroma washed over Baziush-hun once more. Screaming, he decided to throw caution to the wind, and opened his third eye. With the power of the Heavenspan Dharma Eye in full force, he looked back at the golden crocodile. In that instant, his jaw dropped. Shockingly, the crocodile was actually not a crocodile. It had been formed from water from the Heavenspan River, and emanated the same fluctuations as the river. A moment later, though, the images in front of him changed again, and it transformed back into the golden crocodile. There was little time for thought. He unleashed the control power of the Heavenspan Dharma Eye against the crocodile. It was in that moment that the crocodile's mouth snapped shut a second time, barely missing Baziush-hun. However, the resulting blast of air sent Baziush-hun tumbling head over heels, face pale. Time passed. 2 hours later, the golden crocodile was still chasing Baziush-hun. It was hard to determine what exactly it was thinking. Despite how it was pursuing Baziush-hun, it didn't seem to actually want to kill him. However, every time it opened its huge mouth, cold sweat broke out on Baziush-hun's forehead. Eventually, Baziush-hun realized that the crocodile didn't seem to be trying to kill him, more just mess with him. Every time it closed its mouth, the blast of air would send him spinning off into the distance. However, despite the fact that it wasn't trying to kill him, Baziush-hun could also tell that if he didn't evade quickly enough, he really would be swallowed up. He felt very wronged. Compared to this gigantic crocodile, he was like a baby. If the giant thing wasn't careful, it could definitely end his poor little life. Stop messing around. He howled. He really was afraid that the crocodile's messing around would end up killing him. He was scowling on the verge of tears as the golden crocodile once again opened its mouth. Baziush-hun was virtually scared witless, and was just about to flee when something new happened. A long water dragon burst out from inside the crocodile's throat, charging toward Baziush-hun and then crashing into him. This wasn't ordinary water, it was Heavenspan River water. Any other person would have been killed in body and soul. But because Baziush-hun cultivated the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation, he was much more used to Heavenspan River water. In the blink of an eye, most of his clothing was dissolved. Thankfully, his bag of holding was made from high-quality materials, so it ended up only being damaged a little bit. It was still painful though. Screaming, he fled from the crocodile's mouth again, heart filled with grief and indignation. He quickly put on a new set of clothing, and yet, even as he did, another water dragon burst forth. Because of the intense pressure he was under, he was able to draw upon levels of power that had previously been hidden. That was especially true when it came to his Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation, which was constantly absorbing the Heavenspan River water as it splashed into him. Also because of the pressure, his seventh spiritual sea was beginning to crystallize. The chase didn't last for very long, only about a day or so. Because of the incredible speed involved, Baziush-hun was getting very close to the location where the three sects were preparing for the final battle. The next morning at dawn, he actually caught sight of the enormous Profound Stream sect city in the middle of the vast mountain range. He saw the army of the Spirit and Bloodstream sects, which was currently leveling attacks that shook heaven and earth. The fluctuations of magical techniques caused dazzling, multicolored light to shine out in all directions. The golden crocodile finally stopped chasing him. However, cries of astonishment could be heard as people on the battlefield caught sight of it. The patriarchs were fighting up in the sky, but even they were completely shocked by the sight of the crocodile, and then Baziush-hun. The golden crocodile hovered in midair, looking around coldly. Apparently, it didn't find anything in the area worth looking at. Casting a meaningful glance at Baziush-hun, it turned and vanished. Bazius was so excited to see the crocodile leaving that tears were streaming down his face. The past day had been an incredible torment. The way the crocodile had messed with him left him feeling almost violated. His hatred toward both the little turtle and the crocodile had sunk deep into the depths of his heart. However, it was in that moment that his eyes flickered with surprise. Looking down at himself, he was suddenly overjoyed. His undying live forever technique had made significant progress, and his violet chi heaven span incantation was becoming more refined. As for his seventh spiritual sea, it was more than half crystallized. Although he felt a bit better, the price he had paid for these benefits was something he would never want to pay again. Sighing, he looked over at the huge city and the battle playing out around it. The Profound Stream sect was fighting back against the invaders with complete madness. They had enormous puppets fighting on their side that looked like mechanical marionettes clad in green armor. Each one required multiple Profound Stream sect disciples to operate. The Spirit Stream sect's spell formation giants roared as they advanced across the battlefield. Small and large, they unleashed powerful attacks that caused the earth to quake. As for the Bloodstream sect, they used their locust-like spell formations to send huge sphere-like groups of cultivators bashing into the Profound Stream sect's green-armored puppets. They were like blood-colored mountains that erupted with blood chi and ores of death. Up above in the air were legacy echelon cultivators from both sides of the conflict, as well as prime elders. Even higher were the patriarchs, whose attacks caused the sky to shake and the world to tremble. The Profound Stream sect had a huge spell formation protecting it, as well as countless smaller spell formations to provide auxiliary support. In addition to that, there were countless flickering great swords floating in the air around the city, arranged into a large sword formation. Atop each sword sat disciples of their sect. Even two such swords together in formation would be incredibly destructive, but there were far more than that. 10 of them would be even more awe-inspiring, and when it came to a formation with hundreds, it could cut down Foundation Establishment cultivators and even cause prime elders to tremble. Chapter 299, Reform. There were some puppets higher up with golden armor, whose shocking power was comparable to the legacy echelon cultivators or the blood reapers. There weren't many such puppets, but those few that were engaged in the fighting shone like brilliant stars. There weren't just Profound Stream sect cultivators involved in the fighting. Their forces were bolstered by Pill Stream sect cultivators who had surrendered. Because of that, the Profound Stream sect was still strong. The actual battlefield was so wide it was difficult to see one end from the other. It was large enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of cultivators. In each and every place where people were fighting, deadly struggles played out. Clearly, the Profound Stream sect was at a disadvantage, and were suffering setback after setback. If it weren't for the grand spell formation protecting the city, they would long since have been defeated. What was most shocking to Bazius wasn't any of that, though. Visible within the spell formation were numerous wooden-faced Pill Stream sect cultivators, who were fueling the formations with their own cultivation bases. Most of the Pill Stream sect cultivators had essentially been enslaved by the Profound Stream sect. Originally, the goal had been to assimilate them into the sect, but the suddenness of the invasion forced the Profound Stream sect to abandon such plans. Now, the cultivators were little more than human-shaped spirit stones used to support the grand spell formation. All in all, it was a shocking scene. This was the first time that Bazius had ever seen a truly large-scale war being fought. There was no wind on the battlefield, only the stench of blood that spread out in all directions, seeped down into the ground, and even seemed to pervade the insides of the cultivators who were fighting. Rivers of blood flowed on the ground, and corpses could be seen everywhere. Some were mutilated beyond recognition, while others were intact. Either way, the blank eyes which stared out seemed to contain a longing for life that would never be fulfilled. Bazius panted at the sight of the blood and death. Although he was no stranger to killing, to see fighting on such a large scale left him completely conflicted inside. One half was screaming and urging him to flee this danger as quickly as possible. The other half caused his heart to start pounding, and his mind to fill with the desire to wade into battle and fight with complete and utter madness. He took a deep breath as the reality of the situation sank in. He knew that many of his friends were on this battlefield, and after seeing what it was like, there was no way he could flee. A tremor ran through him as a sensation of utter determination rose up inside his heart. Then, he shot forward at top speed. Few people took note that he'd stepped out into the field of battle. However, Bruiser, who was in the middle of fighting one of the Profound Stream sect's enormous battle beasts, suddenly shivered and let out a long cry. It was a cry of joy, and as it rang out, the rest of the Spirit Stream sect's battle beasts suddenly found their cultivation base and battle prowess slowly rising. Because of that, both their fighting ability and their healing ability improved. Despite being somewhat surprised by this, the battle beasts were delighted. At the same time, on the periphery of the battlefield, two chi condensation disciples, one from the Spirit Stream sect and one from the Blood Stream sect, were in the midst of despair. Over and over again, they were being pushed back across the battlefield by 4 raving and bloodthirsty Profound Stream sect disciples. The 2 Chi condensation disciples chuckled bitterly and exchanged a glance. After working together in recent days, they had struck up somewhat of a friendship. But now, death loomed over them, and there didn't seem to be any hope. I didn't like you people much at first, but if there's another life after this one, I hope that we can fight together again. Ha ha ha. It's a deal. Originally, they had been on 2 different squads, but the rest of their comrades had already died in battle. Now they stood shoulder to shoulder, laughing as they prepared to fight to the death. It was in that very moment that a figure appeared, glowing with violet-tinged, blood-colored light. Before the 4 vicious Profound Stream sect disciples could do anything, the light flashed by them, and their eyes went wide as their heads flew off of their bodies. Baziush-hun had arrived. The 2 cultivators he'd just saved stared at him in shock for a moment before crying out in surprise. Exalted Blood Master. Sect Uncle Bay. Baziush-hun turned and looked at the pair. He had seen from a distance that they had obviously become friends during the deadly fighting. Such friendships would be very important as the 2 sects merged. Baziush-hun nodded at them, then flickered back into motion, heading to another part of the battlefield. Wherever he went, no one could stand up to him. His undying live forever technique had reached the point where his fleshly body power was beyond description. At the same time, his defensive abilities were shocking. Few people could withstand a blow from him, and every fist strike he launched contained deadly power. That was especially true of his throat-crushing grasp, which took down one enemy after another. His mountain-shaking bash made it difficult to even see him on the battlefield. Even when Profound Stream sect cultivators managed to surround him, he would unleash fury like that of a wild beast. Booms rang out, and bones were crushed. Not a single enemy could keep Baziush-hun locked down. The Undying Live Forever technique is obviously a technique designed to be unleashed in battle. Baziush-hun took a deep breath and retracted all of the power of his magical techniques. He had already learned to use them only at the right moment in the fight, which enabled him to maximize their effectiveness. Using only his fleshly body power, he bashed into a Profound Stream sect Foundation establishment cultivator. Even as the blood was still raining down, he spun and sent a fist strike towards someone trying to stab him in the back. A look of profound shock appeared on the face of that cultivator in the moment before his arm exploded. Screaming, he fell back, and yet Baziush-hun's right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, sending blood-colored light shooting out of his finger to form a blood sword. Moments later, the enemy was stabbed dead. Not pausing for even a moment, Baziush-hun sped off into the distance. Relying on his speed, agility, and fleshly body power, he was like a fish in water. Everywhere he went, if there were any Blood Steam sect cultivators fighting, they would tremble as their cultivation base and battle prowess increased. As a result, their impassioned battle cries grew even louder. Eventually, he reached an area in the middle of the battlefield where cultivators from Fragrant Cloud Peak were operating an enormous spell formation giant. Another nearby giant looked particularly familiar. It was the 9th spell formation incarnation from Mount Deoseed. Originally, that spell formation had been meant for Baziush-hun to control. Without him, the giant's battle prowess had been significantly weakened, even more so than the other giants in the area. As of this moment, it was locked in combat with a black-armored puppet. There were 3 types of puppets on the battlefield: green, black, and gold. The green puppets were the ordinary type. Black puppets were more powerful, and less common. The gold ones were the rarest. As for the black puppets, they came in various sizes, and the ones that were 300 meters tall had traces of gold visible in them. In terms of battle prowess, those gold-fringed black puppets vastly surpassed the other black puppets. This particular black puppet wielded a great sword as it strode forward. Because the spell formation giant was relatively unprepared, it made it easy for the black puppet to stab the sword clear through it. The giant distorted, and the people inside of it coughed up blood. Their eyes flickered with madness, and yet there was nothing they could do except watch the sword viciously slashing at the giant. Rumbling sounds echoed out. It appeared as if the giant were on the verge of collapsing. Suddenly, a voice spoke out scornfully from within the black puppet. The Spirit Stream sect spell formation incarnations are famous everywhere under heaven, especially the 9th formation from Mount Deoseed. How disappointing to see it in action today. The puppet twisted its sword, and the spell formation giant teetered closer toward collapse. Everyone inside of it was laughing bitterly. Without Baziush-hun, they were like a dragon with no head. Many of the incarnation's abilities were rendered useless, and at the moment, it seemed they would simply have to let the formation collapse and then fight to the death. However, in that moment, a cold snort echoed out. Break formation. A sealing mark shot out and landed onto the spell formation incarnation. The people inside trembled, and then their eyes flashed with joy as they looked at the person flying toward them. It was Baziush-hun. The group inside the spell formation began to laugh loudly, simultaneously performing double-handed incantation gestures. As Bezia's Hun sealing mark fused into the giant, the incarnation suddenly began to dissolve. Rumbling could be heard as it grew dim and faded away, and the people inside immediately scattered and then shot toward Bezia's Hun. Reform! Bezia's Hun roared, his hands flashing in an incantation gesture. In the blink of an eye, they formed back up in midair, and at the same time, Bezia's Hun's hands blurred with incantation gestures, unleashing the power of the original formation. Rumbling echoed out as a new spell formation giant took form. It was much taller than any of the other giants, and was completely corporeal. It looked exactly like a primeval giant, although its facial features closely resembled Bezia's Hun's. Its eyes opened, and Bezia's Hun looked out, his gaze as piercing as a razor-sharp sword. You really want to see how powerful the 9th Mount Deoseed formation is? I'll give you a good look. Bezia's Hun's energy spiked, and he took a step forward, causing all the lands to shake. The black puppet looked at him in shock, but then its eyes gleamed with the desire to do battle. Bezia's Hun? Chapter 300, The Power of the Incarnation. The 9th formation from Mount Deoseed had been specially put together by the sect leader just for Bezia's Hun. Because he was a Heaven Dao Foundation establishment cultivator, he was the only one who could unleash the true battle prowess of the formation. That was also why, moments ago, the formation had seemed so weak. When fully powered up, it could unleash might similar to the Gold Core stage. Before Bezia's Hun had appeared on the scene, the 9th formation had only been able to approach somewhat close to the Gold Core stage. But now, the enormous giant's energy was soaring, and it was completely different from before. In the very instant that the black puppet uttered Bezia's Hun's name, the spell formation giant took a step forward, causing everything to shake as a domineering aura shot out in all directions. Unexpectedly, the giant incarnation was using the mountain shaking bash. A string of sonic booms echoed out as the giant blurred into motion. An instant later, it was right in front of the black puppet. No matter how much the puppet had been prepared for an incoming attack, it simply couldn't dodge. A massive boom echoed out in all directions. The bashing power Bezia's Hun unleashed on the black puppet was enough to shatter the heavens. Trembling, the puppet flew backward through the air amidst loud cracking sounds. Although the expression on the face of the puppet never changed, the faces of the profound stream sect cultivators inside of it completely fell as their cultivation bases were thrown into chaos. Their chi and blood instantly destabilized, and blood sprayed out of their mouths. Can't stand up to a single blow. Bezia's Hun said, his voice as cold as ice. He took another step forward, yet again utilizing incredible speed to appear right above the black puppet, where he stamped his foot down viciously. The resulting boom seemed capable of shattering the air. The black puppet couldn't fight back in the least, and was sent plummeting down toward the ground. Before it could land, Bezia's Hun flickered into motion and appeared next to it, grabbing it by the arm and swinging it around violently. The puppet was thrown back upward, only to meet Bezia's Hun again, who unleashed one punch into it after another, after another. The black puppet attempted to dodge and evade, but was completely incapable. Battered by one terrifying fist strike after another, its external shields were distorted to the point of shattering. Despicable! Howled the black puppet. How dare you attack in such a devious fashion? The profound stream sect cultivators inside the puppet could never have imagined that the giant would be so powerful after being reformed by Bezia's Hun. After failing to seize the initiative, they were completely suppressed, left totally incapable of defending themselves. As the shield twisted on the verge of breaking, the black puppet howled again. Black light surged from its surface, a destructive power that sped toward Bezia's Hun even as the shield shattered. When the black light appeared, Bezia's Hun's eyes flickered, and he backed up. However, simultaneously, he spun his left foot around in an arc to smash into the black puppet's waist. Cracking sounds rang out, and rifts snaked out across the surface of the puppet as it hurtled down toward the ground. The destructive black light sailed right past Bezia's Hun, who now hovered there looking down coldly at the black puppet. Snorting, he said, "That's all you've got? You don't even qualify to experience the full power of Mount Deoseed's 9th spell formation." The defiant roars of the profound stream sect echoed out from inside the black puppet. In the moment before it was about to slam into the ground, it twisted, slamming its right hand down to change its momentum. After barely forcing itself under control, the puppet immediately performed an incantation gesture with its left hand, converging all of the power of everyone in the puppet to summon a shadowy clone with a long sword. Without even the slightest hesitation, the clone slashed its sword at Bezia's Hun. Bezia's Hun threw his head back and roared, causing golden light to spread out from his body. In turn, that light caused the giant incarnation to also begin to shine like gold. Shockingly, it was the power of the undying gold skin. The image of a heavenly demon appeared in the same position as the giant incarnation, almost as if the two were one. Everyone in the area suddenly felt as if they weren't looking at the spell formation giant, but instead, a heavenly demon howling up into the heavens. Bazius Hun's heavenly demon incarnation clenched its fist and punched out toward the incoming shadowy clone. Cyclonic ripples spread out as the fist slammed into its target. The clone instantly exploded like a shattered mirror. The profound stream sect's magical puppets are famous everywhere under heaven, Bazius Hun said calmly. Especially the gold-tinged black versions. How disappointing to see it in action today. His words were almost exactly the same as the words uttered earlier by the cultivator in the black puppet. The arrogant cultivator who had spoken those words let out an angry roar and sent the puppet flying toward Bazius Hun, its hands flashing in an incantation gesture as it unleashed a magical technique. However, before the magical technique could even fully form, an enormous 3,000-meter-tall violet cauldron appeared over the head of the black puppet and smashed down onto it, interrupting it. Game over. Bazius Hun said, his eyes flickering. At the same time, the heavenly demon strode forward and reached out toward the puppet. The puppet's eyes flashed, and it opened its mouth, spitting out a stream of 7-colored toxic gas. Simultaneously, the puppet's body decayed significantly. As for the toxic gas, even the air was destroyed as it shot toward Bazius Hun. Time to die. The puppet said, laughing with anticipation. The group of profound stream sect cultivators inside of the puppet had been waiting for just this opportunity to spit out the toxic gas. At the same time, the puppet's hands flashed in an incantation gesture, causing countless great swords to materialize up above. More than 50 of them could be seen, and buzzing sounds emanated out as they gathered into a sword formation. Then, dazzling, lightning-like beams of light shot from it toward Bazius Hun. The sword formation and the toxic gas together were a deadly combination. Child's play. Bazius Hun said coolly. His heaven's Pandarma eye snapped open, causing exactly the same thing to happen with the heavenly demon body. A third eye appeared on the forehead of the 300-meter-tall heavenly demon. Instantly, the heavens began to tremble as the eye focused, not on the toxic gas, but on the enormous sword formation. The more than 50 great swords suddenly ground to a halt in midair. Although the pause only lasted for a moment, that was all the time Bazius Hun needed. Without the slightest hesitation, he pierced through the toxic gas to appear right in front of the black puppet. Impossible. Numerous cries of shock and disbelief echoed out from within the puppet. The toxic gas was one of the puppet's trump cards, something that could shake even a powerful gold core cultivator. The profound stream sect cultivators had been completely and utterly confident that it would destroy the giant incarnation. However, what they were truly dealing with was not so much a spell formation giant, but rather, Bazius Hun's heavenly demon. To it, a toxic gas like this counted for almost nothing. In the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint, Bazius Hun grabbed the black puppet's shoulder and ripped its arm completely off of its body. 4 shocked profound stream sect cultivators flew out from the shattered stump, and before they could even begin to flee, they were set upon by the nearby cultivators of the blood and spirit stream sects. Even as their agonized shrieks rang out, Bazius Hun's right thumb and forefinger snapped together as he unleashed the throat-crushing grasp onto the black puppet's throat. A vicious cracking sound could be heard as the puppet's entire neck shattered, and its head flew up into the air. More profound stream sect cultivators were ejected out. Despite losing an arm and a head, the black puppet wasn't completely destroyed, and the cultivators inside of it instantly sent it backward in retreat, their hearts pounding in fear because of Bazius Hun. But how could Bazius Hun let the puppet escape? He took a deep breath, causing a vortex to spring up around him. A gale force wind appeared, and his eyes flickered as his heavenly demon body once again unleashed the mountain-shaking bash. Boom. It moved so quickly it was hard to track with the naked eye. Only a blur of afterimages could be seen as it blasted completely through the black puppet. The puppet literally exploded into pieces, critically injuring the dozens of profound stream sect cultivators inside of it, and sending some to their deaths instantly. Those who survived were still coughing up blood as the cultivators of the blood stream sect and the spirit stream sect closed in on them for the kill. Bazius Hun hovered in midair, breathing heavily. Although he had put on a powerful show, he was actually trembling. And yet, despite how he didn't truly wish to fight in such a way, in critical moments like this, he had no other choice. Sighing, he was just about to proceed to another location when suddenly, a tremor ran through him as his gaze fell upon a location a few thousand meters away. Standing right there was Zumai, complete with her mask. She seemed to be in bad condition, weak, with blood dripping out from underneath her mask as she fell back over and over again across the battlefield. Surrounding her were 4 late Foundation establishment cultivators from the Profound Stream sect, all of whom surged with killing intent. Chapter 301, Extremely Enraged. I don't care how this war ends, Duzumai. You're gonna die. Duzumai is at the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment. killing her would be like ridding the earth of the next Master Limitless. Duzumai, I've been thinking about this day from the moment you killed my junior brother. Of the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators, some wanted to kill her for revenge, and some wanted to earn merit in battle. Normally speaking, they would have been worried about Patriarch Limitless showing up. But with the sects all at war, all bets were off, and they had their chance. As such, they attacked with full force, resorting to any means, fair or foul. More blood oozed down Zumai's chin, and it was laced with blackness. Clearly, she had been poisoned. More than half of the Pill Stream sect had been absorbed by the Profound Stream sect, and they used poison as a powerful weapon. Zumai chuckled bitterly, and her expression flickered with despair. Looking up, she saw her father in the middle of fighting one of the Profound Stream sect patriarchs. Clearly, he didn't have time to try to help her. The Blood Rippers and Prime Elders were all engaged in life or death struggles, and besides, the battlefield was so large that it would be impossible for them to spare her any attention. Even if they did notice her situation, they were so tangled up with Profound Stream sect cultivators that they would never be able to come save her. Besides, she didn't want to distract her father. Unfortunately, she had virtually no life-saving precious treasures left after the months of battle. To her bitterness, she could only stagger backward, blood oozing out of her mouth, her vision fading. Am I really going to die here? She thought. Gritting her teeth, she performed an incantation gesture to unleash a magical technique. As she did, the faint scar on the back of her hand was clearly visible. Intense, murderous gleams could be seen in the eyes of the 4 Profound Stream sect cultivators. As they closed in, chaotic fighting broke out, and Zumai was sent staggering backward over and over again. Clearly, she was weakening, and more wounds could be seen on her body. The shadow of death loomed. It was in that exact same moment that Baziush-hun looked over from his position 3,000 meters away. The instant he saw her, his mind trembled. Clearly, she was in mortal danger, and there was absolutely no time for him to ponder the situation. The only thing he could think of was, he had to save Zumai. However, the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators were of secondary importance in the situation. The 3,000-meter distance between himself and Zumai was filled with numerous Profound Stream sect puppets, making it impossible for him to draw upon the full potential of his speed. His only option was to smash his way through. Eyes turning bloodshot, he yelled out at the top of his voice, "Middle Peak cultivators, to me!" With that, the heavenly demon leaped up into the air, letting out a roar that echoed like thunder from heaven. Powerful blood chi erupted out of Baziush-hun, forming a pillar of blood-colored light that shot high up into the sky. Everything began to tremble, and even the patriarchs looked over in shock. The first people to feel the effects of the sudden eruption of blood chi were the cultivators from Middle Peak. That was because, in addition to being the Blood Lord, Baziush-hun was also their Blood Master. All of the Middle Peak cultivators on the battlefield trembled as their blood chi seemed to resonate with Baziush-hun's shout. Almost immediately, they were filled with the impulse to get as close to him as they could. The impulse was impossible to suppress. If they tried, it would destabilize their cultivation base. Furthermore, by not suppressing it, they found to their delight that their cultivation base power was rapidly increasing. It only took the blink of an eye for all of the Middle Peak cultivators to be flashing through the sky toward Baziush-hun. As they gathered around him, their blood chi spread out to swirl around the heavenly demon, gradually forming into the shape of an enormous blood sword. Baziush-hun took a deep breath as he burst into motion, joined by the increasing numbers of Middle Peak cultivators as he charged toward Zumai. From a distance, the hordes of Middle Peak cultivators and the sword-wielding heavenly demon looked like a sea of blood. Further off on the battlefield, Bruiser let out a piercing cry as he led a huge group of battle beasts along, causing the earth to quake and the sky to distort. There were also cultivators from the Spirit Stream sect who, when they saw what was happening, felt their blood beginning to boil. In a very short period of time, there were already thousands of cultivators surrounding Baziush-hun, slashing across the battlefield like a sharp blade. Considering the battlefield as a whole, this was a shocking development that left even the patriarchs gasping. The Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect were only in the initial stages of joining forces. Although many of the disciples had already become friends, overall, the two sects were still clearly divided, and mostly fought their own fights. The truth was that only about 50% of the full fighting potential of the two sects was being unleashed on the battlefield. That was also one of the reasons why the Profound Stream sect had been able to struggle along up to this point. The Spirit and Bloodstream sects were aware of this situation, but there was nothing they could do to change it at the moment. After all, they had only been allies for a short period of time. However, as soon as Baziush-hun appeared, he let out a long cry and sent blood chi raging up into the sky, and it completely changed the situation. Wherever he went, the Bloodstream sect's battle prowess increased, and the Spirit Stream sect's battle beasts gathered around him and fought proudly with all the power they could muster. Furthermore, The increase to the Bloodstream sect cultivators' battle prowess was not limited to any particular cultivation base. Everyone from the outer sect to the patriarchs benefited. Almost instantly, the battle prowess of the Bloodstream sect as a whole increased by about 30%. The Bloodstream sect gasped in shock, and as for the Spirit Stream sect, although they received no such boost, when they saw the elation of the Bloodstream sect cultivators, they fought even harder than they had before. When the two sides joined forces, they could unleash incredible crushing power. Bazius Hun was the center of it all, and cultivators were grouping around him rapidly, increasing the force from thousands to over 10,000. Most were from the Bloodstream sect, and the closer they got to Bazius Hun, the better and more powerful their techniques worked. On the battlefield, there were many things that could be relied upon to stay alive, but one's own strength was one of the most important. Bazius Hun was like the glue between the Blood Chi and the Bloodstream sect, and was also the force which bound the Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect together. That was now more apparent than ever before. The patriarchs of the Spirit Stream sect, the Bloodstream sect, and even the embattled Profound Stream sect were all shaken. Even the patriarchs who were still holed up inside the city were astonished. So, he's Bazius Hun? He's the one responsible for this war? Patriarch Thousand Faces said that if Bazius Hun died, the alliance between the Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect would collapse. As all eyes were turning to look at Bazius Hun as he led the surrounding 10,000 cultivators in a charge across the battlefield. All Profound Stream sect disciples who saw what was happening were left completely shaken, and without even thinking about it, began to back up. Within the space of a few breaths of time, the 3,000-meter distance leading up to Zumai was being closed. As more people arrived to join the charge, more blood chi fueled the enormous blood sword, which was almost completely formed. Zumai heard the rumbling sounds, and could sense her cultivation base recovering. She even felt her battle prowess rising, enabling her to fight back against the Profound Stream sect's Foundation Establishment cultivators. As for her four opponents, they were stunned. Although they weren't sure of the relationship between Zumai and Bazius Hun, they exchanged glances, and then gritted their teeth and called upon their ultimate trump cards. As of this point, they had to kill Zumai as quickly as possible so that they could flee from Bazius Hun. One of the cultivators performed an incantation gesture to summon a black dragon. Another of them suddenly blurred as he produced a clone. The other two pulled out powerful magical treasures, one of them a long rope, the other, a black candle. Do Zumai, prepare to die. The black dragon roared as it shot toward her, followed by the clone, which wielded a long, sharp sword. The rope twirled through the air, emitting a powerful aura, followed by the candle, the smoke of which seemed as sharp as blades. Rumbling sounds echoed out as more blood spilled from Zumai's mouth. The black dragon slammed into her, shoving her backward. As the clone closed in, she performed an incantation gesture, waving her right finger to summon a plum blossom symbol. The symbol destroyed the clone, and yet, she was sent flying backward like a kite with its string cut. Then came the rope and the candle, two deadly forces that quickly reached a position 9 meters away from her. Zumai chuckled bitterly as her vision began to fade. Time even seemed to slow down. As her thoughts began to descend into past memories, she suddenly heard an anxious, enraged roar. That roar came from none other than Bazius Hun's heavenly demon body. Seeing Zumai in such a deadly situation, he sent the heavenly demon's hand shooting out with the gigantic blood-colored greatsword. Then, the sword slashed out toward the 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators. Die. Chapter 302, Flaunting Strength on the Battlefield. The 300-meter-long sword seemed capable of slashing open the heavens. It was a dazzling arc of light that sliced through everything in its path, causing an intense screaming sound to fly across the battlefield. It almost sounded like the howling of armies of ghosts, a sound which struck down to the very soul. The 4 Profound Stream sect cultivators who had just been about to kill Zumai were completely shaken. They almost felt as if a huge hand had reached into their minds and crushed their brains into paste. They felt pain that ordinary people would never be able to withstand. It was only because of their powerful cultivation bases that they survived, and yet, blood oozed out of their eyes, ears, noses, and mouths. Looks of terror appeared in their eyes as they fell back at top speed. Without any consideration for what would happen as a result, they drew upon every drop of power their cultivation bases could provide, even drawing upon their life force. The great surge which bore down on them filled them with a threatening sensation of deadly crisis that bordered on complete catastrophe. Time seemed to slow as the blood-colored great surge descended. The first Profound Stream sect cultivator it hit screamed, throwing all of the power of his cultivation base into his defense, along with a host of defensive treasures. However, the sword destroyed his treasures with ease, shattering them without pause. A moment later, the man's head was sailing through the air. As for the rest of his body, the sword was so large that, instead of cutting him in half, it completely destroyed him, transforming him into nothing more than a mist of blood. His body, his soul, even his bag of holding and everything in it, were all completely destroyed. The second and third cultivators let out more blood-curdling screams as they too were reduced to nothing more than clouds of blood. The last of the Foundation establishment cultivators had the most powerful cultivation base, and was higher ranked than the others. Currently, his eyes were completely bloodshot, and he was trembling with madness. As the great sword closed in on him, he produced a jade slip, which glowed with flickering light as the power of teleportation appeared. All of this is lengthy in word, but happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. At the same time, Bazius Hun's blood-colored greatsword slashed down toward the man. The sight of the sword slicing through the air was so dazzling that even the blood drippers, legacy echelon cultivators, prime elders, and patriarchs of the three sects were all taken aback. They had just seen 3 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Profound Stream sect killed in body and soul, and now the last one was trying to teleport away from the very same blade which had killed his fellows. The man vanished, and the greatsword slammed into the ground beneath the spot he had just occupied. Everything shook, and cracking sounds could be heard as rifts snaked out for 300 meters in every direction. The final cultivator had vanished without a trace. Bazius Hun heaved a sigh of relief. Ignoring the man who had escaped, he turned to look at Zumai. Blood dripped down from behind her mask as she looked back at him, mixed emotions in her eyes. A moment later, she collapsed into unconsciousness. Immediately, Bloodstream sect disciples rushed over to catch her, then led her off. Bazius Hun could see that she had been seriously injured, but not mortally so. Considering how important she was in the sect, she would definitely get the best spirit medicine the Bloodstream sect had to offer. He had a million things he wanted to say to her, but he knew that they would have to wait until the war was over. However, he was still excited by one fact. This time, you're not going to get to just go into secluded meditation to hide from me. Relishing the thought, he turned and looked in the direction of the huge city. In the moment that he did so, the cultivator who had just teleported away suddenly materialized on the city wall. Fear lingered in his eyes, and he was out of breath, but his expression was vicious. Bazius Hun, I'll never forget this. He roared. You can't kill me that easily. One day when you're not expecting it, I'll be there to kill you. Only by shouting something like that could he suppress the terror he felt because of the sword he had just faced, and Bazius Hun. Taking a deep breath, he was just about to head down into the city when he realized that the other cultivators in the area were all looking at him with strange, shocked expressions. What are you? To the man's surprise, he suddenly felt a piercing pain in his forehead. He reached up and touched his face, and his hand came away wet with blood. A look of terror appeared in his eyes as a tremor ran through him. Before he could even finish speaking, his forehead began to split apart. Within the blink of an eye, his entire body collapsed onto the ground, cut in half. He had been just a bit too slow to teleport away, and the great sword really had slashed through him in the moment before he fled. Blood splashed about in all directions, causing the surrounding Profound Stream sect cultivators to shake madly with fear. As for the 10,000 cultivators surrounding Bazius Hun, after a moment of silence, they erupted into wild cheering. Junior Patriarch. Bloodlord. Their cries echoed out loud and clear. Even the cultivators off in the distance could hear them, and then they began to join in. Soon, all members of the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect on the battlefield were shouting at the tops of their lungs. The bedraggled Profound Stream sect had already been suffering setbacks. Then Bazius Hun showed up and killed 4 of their most powerful cultivators in quick succession. Almost immediately, large portions of the battlefield were affected. It was a key opportunity, and the patriarchs of the Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect immediately waved their sleeves and issued orders. Bring the final battle to the Profound Stream sect. Everyone, on the offensive. In response, the Prime Elders, Blood Drippers, and Legacy Echelon Cultivators took the lead, transforming into bright beams of light that shot forth into the fighting. Tens of thousands of cultivators down below advanced. It was like a sea of blood filled with the giants of the Spirit Stream sect, surging forward, an unstoppable force that crushed anything in its path as easily as a boulder crushing a drinking glass. The ground quaked, and intense, fierce fighting instantly broke out everywhere. The Profound Stream sect army trembled and fought back madly. Higher up in the air, the Profound Stream sect patriarchs instantly realized that the reason all of this was happening was Bazius Hun. If Bazius Hun dies, we can turn things around. We have to kill Bazius Hun. Unfortunately for the Profound Stream sect patriarchs, they couldn't do anything against the combined Spirit and Bloodstream sects. Their core formation cultivators were being locked down, and could not get anywhere close to Bazius Hun. Pay any price to take down Bazius Hun. Even sacrifice Foundation establishment disciples if we have to. As the orders went out from the patriarchs, the Profound Stream sect cultivators on the battlefield had different reactions. Some hesitated, some shrank back. However, a good portion of the Foundation establishment cultivators immediately charged toward Bazius Hun's location. There were also several black puppets which roared and began to stride toward him. Meanwhile, there were sword formations up above that the core formation cultivators of the Spirit and Bloodstream sects had mostly disregarded because of how easy they were to destroy. Now, those sword formations began to rotate and speed toward Bazius Hun. Scalp tingling, Bazius Hun sprang into motion, barely dodging dozens of great swords. Bazius Hun took a deep breath. He had known that the battlefield was a dangerous place, but now he was even more convinced of that fact. Although he had avoided the first volley of great swords, more sword formations were flickering up above, and vast numbers of Profound Stream sect cultivators were charging toward him. Eyes turning bright red, he threw his head back and roared, "Die!" He felt like he was back being chased by the Luotian clan, or even in the fallen sword abyss. A murderous aura spun around him as he launched himself toward one of the nearest black puppets. After slamming into it, he called up Violet Chi Cauldron summoning, and then the throat-crushing grasp, which shot like lightning toward the puppet's throat. A cracking sound could be heard as a tremor ran through the puppet. Its head was destroyed, and it staggered backward. However, Bazius Hun lunged forward, calling upon his fleshly body strength to grab it and hoist it over his head like a shield. In that instant, dozens of great swords screamed down from above, stabbing into the black puppet in numerous locations. The black puppet exploded, and the Profound Stream sect cultivators inside of it were all killed instantly. Panting, Bazius Hun burst into motion again, heading toward the city, followed by tens of thousands of cultivators. Enraged, he cried, "Follow me. Let's take this city down." Chapter 303, Fighting Lin Mu. For the Profound Stream sect to attack with their spell formations twice in a row was quite an insult to the Prime Elders, Blood Rippers, and Legacy Echelon cultivators of the Bloodstream sect and Spirit Stream sect. That was especially true for the Bloodstream sect. Bazius Hun's importance to them had become even more evident as the war went on. The entire sect had experienced an increase in battle prowess and cultivation base. If Bazius Hun died, the Bloodstream sect would be returned to their original state, which was something they couldn't possibly agree to. Therefore, the Prime Elders and Blood Rippers all began resorting to their trump cards to try to take out the sword formations belonging to the other powerful Profound Stream sect cultivators. The core formation cultivators from the Spirit Stream sect were doing the same thing, including Li King, who was already feeling very anxious due to the two deadly situations Bazius Hun had just faced. The killing intent in his eyes flickered, and magical images of plants and vegetation appeared around him as he attacked one of the spell formations. Because of the intense efforts of the core formation cultivators from the Spirit and Bloodstream sects, their contemporaries from the Profound Stream sect were incapable of using their sword formations to try to pin Bazius Hun down, and were slowly being pushed back across the battlefield. Bazius Hun was under less pressure, but he hadn't forgotten the danger he had just been in, and it caused his anger to burn. He knew that in war, there was no right or wrong, just life or death. But that knowledge didn't help him shake his fear of dying. "You people tried to kill me first. Bunch of bullies. Even your patriarchs attacked me? And your grand spell formation?" Roaring, he advanced across the battlefield, surrounded by tens of thousands of other cultivators. They crushed anything in their path, making it impossible for the Profound Stream sect to stand against them. Slowly but surely, the Profound Stream sect was being pushed back toward the mountains. Other frontline areas of the battle weren't experiencing such dramatic turns of events, but the Profound Stream sect was still being pushed back everywhere, and there didn't seem to be any hope for them to reverse the situation. Many of the Profound Stream sect cultivators were even starting to hesitate about whether to keep fighting. As could be imagined, the only reason they hadn't surrendered already was that their sect headquarters still stood. Were that not the case, the resolve of most such cultivators would have long since crumbled. In a situation like that, they would have been faced with two options: surrender, or be wiped out. The fact that people were hesitating to fight back was extremely telling. In fact, many of them were hoping that the war would simply end as soon as possible, and that the Spirit and Bloodstream sects would just take the sect headquarters. There were even some who, in the face of such certain defeat, chose to intentionally die in the fighting. As booms shook the battlefield, Bazius Hun looked up into the mountains at the enormous city to which the Profound Stream sect cultivators were retreating. Just when he was about to start fighting his way toward the city itself, rumbling sounds echoed out from within the city's glowing shield of light. Moments later, a large number of Profound Stream sect cultivators charged out. These were backup forces that the Profound Stream sect had prepared. The war was reaching a deadly, critical level, so there was no reason to keep such cultivators out of the fighting any longer. There were only a few tens of thousands of them, and yet they blotted out the sky as they flew toward Bazius Hun. Interspersed among the cultivators was a sizable force of black puppets. When the new force slammed into the battle lines, the boom of magical techniques could be heard, and the glow of magical items rose into the air. Bazius Hun's eyes were bloodshot as he called upon the power of his heavenly demon body to fight back against two black puppets. He used the mountain-shaking bash and the throat-crushing grasp, along with enormous violet cauldrons and deadly blood swords. He then grabbed one of the black puppet and smashed it headlong into the opposing forces. The black puppet trembled, and the profound stream sect cultivators inside of it screamed miserably. Cracking sounds rang out loud and clear. Bazius Hun completely ignored the other puppet as it peppered him with attacks. After 7 or 8 breaths worth of time passed, the black puppet he held collapsed into pieces, and he spun in place to face the other puppet. As for the heavenly demon, its eyes shone with bloodthirsty light. The puppet behind him shivered as the heavenly demon's gaze locked onto it. Then it began to fall back. Bazius Hun snorted coldly as he gave chase, opening his heavenspan Dharma eye and sending control power shooting out. However, instead of trying to control the entire black puppet, he focused on one of its legs. The leg suddenly jerked to a stop, and although the effect only lasted for a moment, that was all the time Bazius Hun needed. Flashing through the air, he used the mountain-shaking bash to shoot like lightning toward the puppet. When he bashed into it, countless agonized shrieks rang out from inside, and nearly half of the thing was destroyed. Bazius Hun also suffered some superficial wounds, but his right hand shot up nonetheless, to viciously grasp the puppet's neck. It was in that exact moment that a cold laugh reached Bazius Hun's ears. "Remember me, Bazius Hun? I'm Lin Mu." As the words echoed out, a violet puppet flew out from the city. It was clearly different from the black puppets. Countless faces were inlaid into the surface of the puppet, vivid and lifelike. Although their eyes were closed, their expressions were those of pain and suffering. The puppet wasn't very large, only about 150 meters tall. It was being operated by 9 people, and the person who had just spoken was a young man with black hair. He was handsome, but a bizarre birthmark on his face left it looking like a yin-yang symbol. At the moment, he was staring at Bazius Hun with an icy look. Bazius Hun's eyes flickered as he looked at the young man. He recognized him almost immediately. It was the same young man who had appeared in a vortex after Fang Lin from the Pill Stream sect had been killed, back in the Fallen Sword Abyss. Back then, Bazius Hun had wondered who he was. It was only after going to the Bloodstream sect that news about the fighting between the Profound Stream sect and Pill Stream sect spread, and that person rose to prominence. He was none other than the consummate chosen of the Pill Stream sect, Lin Mu. He had betrayed the Pill Stream sect and joined the Profound Stream sect, becoming an apprentice to one of the patriarchs there. As such, he had a complicated status in the sect. Some people even said that he had always been a disciple of the Profound Stream sect, and that he'd been sent to the Pill Stream sect as a spy. Whether or not that was true didn't matter. What mattered was that at the moment, he fought for the Profound Stream sect. Even as Lin Mu's eyes locked with Bazius Hun's, the violet puppet shot through the air at top speed. As it closed in on Bazius Hun, his eyes glittered, and his right hand snapped out in a grasping motion toward the black puppet's neck. He poured cultivation base power into the puppet, exterminating everyone who was inside of it, and then ripped its head off and hurled it toward the incoming violet puppet. The black puppet's head whistled through the air toward Lin Mu's violet puppet. As it neared, a brilliant light shone off of the violet puppet, instantly turning the flying head into nothing more than ash. Bazius Hun was shocked. Lin Mu actually seemed to be a bit more powerful than Nine Isles. However, there was no time to think about the matter at the moment. Without any hesitation, he opened his heavenspan Dharma eye. Instantly, he could see 9 shields surrounding the puppet, each one a different color. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, violet, black, white. The shields were already beginning to fall apart, and yet, they ensured that his heavenspan Dharma eye couldn't affect the violet puppet at all. In fact, the collapse of the shield sent pain stabbing back into Bazius Hun's third eye. "I was waiting for you to do that," Lin Mu said from within the shield. As the puppet closed in, it performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing a bright crimson light to appear between its hands that resembled a sun. Scorching heat rippled out as the puppet lifted the sun above its hand and then threw it toward Bazius Hun. "Yanks on art!" Lin Mu howled. The sun grew larger as it flew through the air, until it was fully 300 meters in diameter, and radiated matchless power. Bazius Hun's eyes widened. Lin Mu seemed very, very strong, and Bazius Hun could already tell that if he made the slightest mistake, he would end up dead. It felt as if he were truly fighting an equal, something he hadn't experienced fighting anybody since he reached Heavendale Foundation establishment, not even any of the other chosen. As he faced this powerful adversary, his left hand flashed in an incantation gesture, and his right hand slapped his bag of holding, causing a large number of medicinal plants to fly out. As the plants swirled through the air, his incantation gesture sped up, and his eyes shone with a strange light. Magic plant. Arsenal. In coordination with his words, the plants began to grow larger, and transform into various types of weapons. Soon, they had created something like a net, hundreds of meters wide, which shot toward the incoming crimson sun. Destroy that thing. Bazius Hun howled. Instantly, the enormous weapon-filled net made of plants and vegetation wrapped around the sun, simultaneously emanating incredible destructive power. Lin Mu's expression flickered. Snorting coldly, he performed another incantation gesture. Yin Moon Tribulation. Behind him on the left, a moon appeared, which rapidly grew until it was several hundred meters tall, and radiated such intense coldness that it made it seem as if winter were coming. Then, the moon shot toward Bazius Hun. The intense fight between Bazius Hun and Lin Mu was already causing widespread shock, especially among chosen such as Song Ke and Ghost Fang. Never could they have imagined that someone in their own generation could actually stand toe-to-toe with Bazius Hun. Shangguan Danyu's eyes were especially bloodshot, and his heart surged with defiance. Chapter 304, Powerful Fleshly Body. As Lin Mu sent the violet puppet's left hand waving through the air, the moon shot out like tribulation, radiating frigid coldness. Snowflakes even began to flutter in the air as it sped toward Bazius Hun. The violet puppet had unleashed a sun with its right hand and a moon with its left. Now it hovered there in the air like a god, radiating intense energy. Although the sun had been bound up by Bazius Hun's magic plant arsenal, the moon bearing down on the other side radiated a killing aura that caused everyone who felt it to tremble. Time to die, Bazius Hun. Lin Mu shouted hoarsely. Bazius Hun's eyes widened at the extraordinary display of power. Although he could sense the danger he was in, it also drove him to a state of maddened rage. You'll be the one to die. He roared. His right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, causing the Undying Live Forever technique to erupt with power. Blood chi surged out of him, and in the blink of an eye, it became a huge blood-colored gray sword, which he grasped and then swung toward the incoming moon. By calling upon the violet chi Heavenspan incantation, he was able to summon a drop of Heavenspan river water from within his spiritual seas, which he fused into some blood chi, causing a fist-sized blood sphere to shoot out and join the blood sword. The blood sphere caused the cultivators who saw it to feel completely shaken. Sensations of profound danger even rose up in their hearts. Is that the aura of Heavenspan river water? Even as astonished cries rang out, Bazius Hun's blood-colored greatsword caused rumbling sounds to echo out as it slammed into Lin Mu's moon. Everything began to shake violently, and a huge wind blasted out in all directions. At the same time, the blood sphere continued on toward Lin Mu. The dazzling light shining from the sphere could be seen by people far away on the battlefield. Even the Prime Elders and Legacy Echelon cultivators were watching with wide eyes. Even though they were currently in the core formation stage, back when they had been in Foundation Establishment, they couldn't have competed with Bazius Hun or Lin Mu. The fight going on was completely and utterly shocking. Although Bazius Hun and Lin Mu were relying on a spell formation and a puppet respectively, what they were doing proved that they were far beyond ordinary. They were clearly at the ultimate peak of Foundation Establishment. A huge shockwave spread out. Bazius Hun's heavenly demon body twisted and distorted, and he fell back by several paces. Lin Mu's violet puppet emitted cracking sounds, and fissures could be seen on its surface as it, too, fell back. Both of them were breathing heavily. As for Lin Mu, he also felt as if he were facing a powerful adversary. Eyes shining brightly, he threw his head back and laughed maniacally. So, it turns out you're even stronger than Nine Isles. What a pity, though, Bazius Hun. You're going to die here anyway. The violet puppet leaped high into the air, raising its arms high as if to touch the heavens. Then, a strange light appeared in its eyes as its right and left hands touched right in front of its forehead. At the same time, the puppet's voice thundered, "Sun and moon shine together." Almost immediately, both the sun and the moon reappeared within the violet puppet's hands. They superimposed, and it was like fire and water mixing. An intense tearing force shone out, becoming bright beams of light that caused everything to rumble and shake. In the blink of an eye, everything within 300 meters was enveloped with light. First, it was freezing, then burning hot, and then those forces combined, creating a bizarre power capable of melting anything and everything. All cultivators within that area, even the cultivators from the Profound Stream sect, began to scream in blood-curdling fashion as they were wiped out of existence. Bazius Hun's heavenly demon body was already showing signs of instability. Within the bright, shining light, it was like a snowball facing a raging fire, and instantly began to melt. Based on Bazius Hun's calculations, it would only take a few breaths of time for both the heavenly demon body and the spell formation giant to be transformed into ash. In that critical moment, Bezius Hun's eyes became completely bloodshot. The fact that dozens of fellow disciples had just been killed made him feel like his heart was being torn apart. Without any hesitation, he slapped his bag of holding, producing more than 100 glowing spheres. Those glowing spheres had been created by drawing upon the cyclical powers of gravity and repulsion, and then infused with vast amounts of toxic gas. Bezius Hun immediately flung the spheres as hard as he could in the direction of the violet puppet. They became beams of light that shot toward Lin Mu at incredible speed, completely impervious to the effects of the bright light shining down in the area. None of them even showed a single sign of melting as they shot toward the puppet. Then booms began to ring out as the glowing spheres exploded, sending large amounts of gas into the interior of the violet puppet. All of this takes quite some time to describe, but happened extremely quickly. Bezius Hun let out a howl as the light from the sun and the moon caused the heavenly demon body to melt completely, revealing the half-destroyed spell formation giant beneath it. Just when the giant was about to vanish, Bezius Hun called upon the last bits of power remaining and yelled, "Break formation!" Instantly, the spell formation incarnation shattered, ejecting the spirit stream sect disciples out in all directions. Bezius Hun himself leapt high up into the air, his undying live forever technique erupting with power. He had golden skin, and fleshly body defenses provided by the heavenly demon body. Drawing upon his shocking speed, he quickly escaped from the destructive perimeter of light. Meanwhile, the violet puppet was beginning to tremble, and screams were starting to echo out from inside, as well as cackling laughter. After shaking for a moment, the puppet exploded, and an entire group of mad and profound stream sect disciples poured out. Among them was Lin Mu, his face pale as he shouted, "Bezius Hun!" Lin Mu's hair was completely disheveled as he hovered there in midair. Moments ago, he had been completely convinced that his techniques would either kill Bezius Hun or destroy his spell formation, leaving him completely vulnerable to the power of the violet puppet. Never could he have imagined that everything would backfire. Just when the spell formation had been on the verge of melting completely, his own violet puppet was suddenly infected by a damnable toxic gas, and rendered completely useless. Now, the two evenly matched opponents were bereft of any spell formations or puppets. When their eyes met across the battlefield, Bezius Hun could see the killing intent in Lin Mu's eyes, and Lin Mu could see the madness flickering in Bezius Hun's. Inside, Lin Mu was trembling. He knew that Bezius Hun's fleshly body power was beyond ordinary, and that his own superiority came in the form of magical techniques. Just as he was considering fleeing, Bezius Hun shot forward, a murderous oi raging around him as he unleashed the mountain-shaking bash. He began as nothing more than a blur of afterimages, causing rumbling sounds to echo out as he closed in on Lin Mu, his hand clenched into a fist. The time for magical techniques is over. Let's see whose fleshly body is stronger. Lin Mu wanted to evade, but quickly realized that he was slower than Bezius Hun. He couldn't match up at all with someone who had cultivated the undying live forever technique. Bezius Hun was like a wild animal pouncing on prey. Lin Mu quickly bit his tongue and spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood formed a blood-colored buckler, which shot out to meet Bezius Hun's fist strike. Although the blood buckler wasn't destroyed by the punch, it was sent spinning backward, where it slammed into Lin Mu's chest, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Shocked, he began to back up. "Think you can just run away?" Bezius Hun said, chasing after him. Lifting his right leg up, he kicked Lin Mu hard in the shoulder. Lin Mu gritted his teeth as he was shoved backward, blood soaking through his clothes. He felt humiliated, and yet, there was nothing he could do. In terms of cultivation base, he didn't fear Bezius Hun, nor was there any disparity between them when it came to magical techniques. But as for fleshly body power, he simply had no way of competing with Bezius Hun. He had no violet puppet, and wasn't strong enough to fight back physically. Damn it. Cultivators like us practice divine abilities. We search for great deos, and work hard to live forever. Why you're just cultivating your physical body. The only way to live forever is to not die. Bezius Hun replied confidently. So of course I cultivate an undying body. Lin Mu was unable to offer a response. Another blow hit him, and he coughed up more blood as he was knocked across the battlefield. Killing intent swirled in Bezius Hun's eyes as he bore down again on Lin Mu, within whose eyes flickered an unyielding gleam, and even madness. Lin Mu waved his arms, causing a pilfurnace to fly out from his sleeve and shoot toward Bezius Hun. Bezius Hun snorted coldly and didn't even pause for a moment. In fact, he slammed directly into the pilfurnace. It was a powerful magical treasure, and yet, could do nothing to Bezius Hun. It was instantly sent flying off to the side as he arced through the air toward Lin Mu, looking like a blade of death. Chapter 305, Cutting down Lin Mu. To be faced with such a deadly crisis caused Lin Mu's hair to stand on end. He waved his right hand, causing a command medallion to fly out. Drawing deeply upon himself, he spat some blood out onto the medallion. Instantly, 7-colored light emerged from the medallion, shooting high up into the sky. Sword formations, protect me. Even as the words left his mouth, Bazius Hun appeared directly in front of him, right hand speeding forth in attack. However, before his blow could land, Bazius Hun's expression flickered. Although the vast majority of the sword formations up above were being pinned down by the core formation cultivators from the spirit and bloodstream sects, there were still a dozen or so that suddenly shot toward Bazius Hun, as fast as lightning. Lin Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Continuing to speed backward, he produced 8 magical bucklers, as well as a jade slip, which he crushed. Instantly, the power of teleportation surged out around him. Bazius Hun's eyes flashed with brilliant light. Another teleportation jade slip. I know the Profound Stream sect is adept at equipment forging, but I think you've gone a bit overboard with the teleportation stuff. Although, did you really think that a dozen measly sword formations could slow me down? Instead of evading the sword formations, he sped forward. Rumbling sounds could be heard as 4-colored light shone out to protect him, as well as a violet lamp. The dozen or so great swords were blocked, and Bazius Hun began to close in on Lin Mu. Lin Mu's expression flickered, but before he could even react, Bazius Hun used the mountain-shaking bash. At the same time, wings sprouted out behind him, propelling him at explosive speed. Almost instantly, the distance between him and Lin Mu was closed, and he encountered the first of the bucklers. A huge boom filled the air, along with numerous cracking sounds. More than half of the defensive bucklers were shattered, and although that slowed Bazius Hun down a bit, killing intent still flickered in his eyes. Next, he extended his right hand, and golden light shone out from his thumb and index finger. It was the throat-crushing grasp. A gravitational force also appeared, causing the retreating Lin Mu to suddenly lurch to a stop. That was when Bazius Hun smashed through the last of the bucklers, to appear directly in front of Lin Mu. Die. He howled. Lin Mu was already starting to blur away because of the power of teleportation. Face twisting with madness, he shrieked and extended his right hand, which began to glow with a black light, along with the fluctuations of self-detonation. He was detonating, not his body, but his right hand. Even as Bazius Hun closed in, Lin Mu's right hand exploded. As the force of the blow began to spread, Bazius Hun stopped in place, and his throat-crushing grasp latched down on nothing but air. As for Lin Mu, his right arm had been destroyed from the shoulder on down. It had been wiped away, not just from his fleshly body, but from his soul. His expression was twisted with madness, and he was soaked in blood. By this point, he was 90% faded away, and based on the teleportation power swirling around him, Bazius Hun could tell that there was something different about this teleportation. It was not like the teleportation he had seen Nine Isles use, or the teleportation of the Foundation establishment cultivator he had fought earlier. Apparently, this teleportation was leading to somewhere much further away. Heart thumping, he decided to try to probe for information. Voice cold, he said, even if you escape to that city, you'll still die in the war. Lin Mu threw his head back and laughed uproariously. You don't really think I'm going back to the Profound Stream sect, do you? Don't try to trick me into revealing any information, Bazius Hun. You won't be killing me in this war. I might have failed here, and lost my arm in the process, but next time we meet, I'll be prepared for all your tricks. Then I'll make you pay for what you've done, principal and interest. As Lin Mu continued to fade, and the power of teleportation grew stronger, Bazius Hun looked at him and chuckled. Do you really think there'll be a next time? He said coolly, his eyes shining mysteriously. When Lin Mu saw the look in Bazius Hun's eyes, his heart suddenly began to pound. That was a nice trick, controlling those sword formations. But guess what? I still have more tricks up my sleeve. Grand Lich, kill him. Bazius Hun's undying live forever technique surged to life as he called upon the incredible power of the drop of undying blood he had used to connect himself to one of the most powerful entities in the bloodstream sect. Then, he pointed at Lin Mu. Instantly, the Grand Lich, which was currently battling one of the enemy patriarchs, suddenly shivered. Its right hand, which had just been in the middle of unleashing a deadly attack, suddenly vanished, and when it reappeared, it was right behind Lin Mu. Lin Mu let out an incredulous, miserable shriek as the hand pierced into the teleportation light and stabbed right into him, closing in around his heart. Rumble. Teleportation power erupted, and Lin Mu vanished. A moment later, he was gone. However, there in midair, gripped in the Grand Lich's hand, was a wriggling human heart. It was bright red, but that color rapidly turned to gray. At the same time, an archaic aura spread out in all directions. Then the heart turned into ash. Bazius Hun's pupils constricted. However, there was no time to ponder the matter now, not in the middle of battle. Just when Bazius Hun was about to lead another charge toward the city, he heard cheering off in the distance. Looking over, He saw a group of about 200 cultivators flying through the air at top speed, throwing out glowing spheres left and right. As the toxic smoke in the spheres spread out, the group would then charge in and unleash carnage. Zhu Xiaoshan was in the group, and he was shouting battle cries at the top of his lungs. Also present were Bane Lai, Ji Lai and Master God Diviner. That group of four led the rest of the cultivators along as they fought toward Baiziashun. This was the first time Baiziashun had noticed them, but they had spotted him some time ago. Although they had scattered during the incident with the giant crocodile, the sight of Baiziashun fighting spurred them into action. After grouping back together, they began to make their way across the field of battle to reunite with Baiziashun. Although Bane Lai would never admit it, he actually missed the months of battling alongside Baiziashun. When their eyes met, he snorted coldly, but at the same time, he started fighting even harder than before. Then, Zhu Xiaoshan looked over at Baiziashun and shouted, "Baiziashun, we're here." Immediately following his call, 200 voices rang out. The Middle Peak Blood Master has infinite magical powers. The Spirit Stream Heaven Dao expert can shake the whole world. Strange expressions appeared on the faces of the surrounding cultivators from all three sects. Baiziashun was almost moved to tears. Swishing his sleeve, he called out, "Come, brothers. Let's go storm this city." The orders issued by the patriarchs moments ago had pushed the front line closer and closer to the city. The Profound Stream sect's morale was crumbling, and they were in full retreat. Finally, one of the Profound Stream sect patriarchs cried out, "Back to the city. Defend it with our lives." Immediately, the Profound Stream sect cultivators outside the city all retreated at top speed. From outer and inner sect disciples to the core formation and foundation establishment experts, every single one of them took to flight. As for the cultivators from the Spirit and Blood Stream sects, they shot after them in pursuit. Even the patriarchs of the Profound Stream sect retreated, taking heavy injuries in the process. No counterattacks were made. The entire sect fled back into the Grand Spell formation. Everyone inside the city felt as if a huge weight were crushing down onto them. Outside, the cultivators of the Spirit and Blood Stream sects were filled with pride, and the desire to do battle. Without any hesitation, they launched a major offensive against the spell formation shield. Light flashed in the sky, and thunder crackled. Sword formations flew through the air. Spirit Stream sector chariots attacked like roaring dragons. Enormous javelins were launched. The spell formation shield that was the last line of defense for the Profound Stream sect began to ripple and distort. However, it did not fall. The army on the ground charged forward, unleashing powerful attacks into the mountains. There was even fighting on the other side of the mountains, and although the scale there wasn't as grand as the main offensive, it was still brutal. Shockingly, the scattered remnants of the Pill Stream sect were helping the Spirit and Blood Stream sects lay siege to the Profound Stream sect. Their numbers were small, only a few tens of thousands. However, their hatred for the Profound Stream sect vastly exceeded anything that the Spirit and Blood Stream sects felt. Much of that was because, in addition to the actual cultivators from the Profound Stream sect, there were also former Pill Stream sect turncoats defending the city. The fighting was fierce, and the reek of blood filled the area. Among the army of the Pill Stream sect that assaulted the Profound Stream sect from the rear was a young woman. She wore a white, gauzy veil, and was quite voluptuous. She radiated a bewitching power, and through her veil, it was possible to see that she was spectacularly beautiful. That young woman had risen to prominence in this very war. She was Chen Manyao. In addition to her poison skills, she was also a skilled strategist. Furthermore, some people said that her good looks made her the #1 beauty in all of the lower reaches of the cultivation world. Lin Mu, Nine Isles, and virtually all other male cultivators were completely infatuated with her. Even the patriarchs of the Profound Stream sect were shaken by her beauty, and desired to take her as a concubine to use as a cultivation vessel. However, she had a strong personality, and would rather die than submit to such an arrangement. Currently, her eyes shone with profound light as she led the charge among the remnants of the Pill Stream sect, sending out orders one after another. The charge of the Pill Stream sect cultivators, combined with the assault of the Spirit and Blood Stream sects, ensured that the Profound Stream sect suffered nothing but defeat after defeat. "The Profound Stream sect still hasn't used the power of their precious treasure," she said softly. "Once they do, their defeat will be certain." Next to her were two patriarchs, whose eyes glittered as they nodded in response. Suddenly, one of them looked up. They just used it. Chapter 306, The Slash of the Heaven Horn. In the Profound Stream Mountains, the spell formation protecting the city was gradually being worn down. Every time it was damaged, it would repair itself, but was clearly teetering on the verge of complete destruction. The newly returned Profound Stream sect cultivators, as well as the Pill Stream sect cultivators who had surrendered and were now bound by restrictive spells, were constantly feeding spiritual power into the formation to keep it operational. Despite that, Most of the Profound Stream sect cultivators had sunk into reticent silence, wrapped up in numerous thoughts. Although they were still capable of fighting, and were confident in being able to drag the war out a bit longer, they were all wrapped up in uncertainty regarding the future. If they did drag things out, what good would it do? In the front, they faced the combined forces of the Spirit and Bloodstream sects, and from the rear, they were being attacked by the remnants of the Pillstream sect. The Profound Stream sect cultivators knew that, in truth, there was no hope for them. The only thing that kept them going now was either loyalty to their sect, or fear of what would happen if they were defeated. The patriarchs of the Profound Stream sect were all seriously injured. It was with great bitterness that they realized that their opponents would never give up in the fight. Even if we made a huge sacrifice to somehow kill Baziush-Hun, we still wouldn't be able to recover. They can't wipe us out like this. The Spirit and Bloodstream sects might be working together for now, but that won't last forever. We just need to hold out for a little bit longer. Either their alliance will fall apart, or the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect will lose patience, and forbid them from trying to take on the Sky River Court. The hope for all that rests in killing Baziush-Hun. The patriarchs of the Profound Stream sect were not all in unison. Because of how the war had played out, they had different ideas about what exactly should be done. One of the patriarchs was an old man with a ruddy face and flowing red hair. Suddenly, he gave a cold harumph and said, "What's the point of arguing about things now? Even if we surrender in the end, we can hurt the Spirit and Bloodstream sects in the process, and even break their alliance. The vital intelligence that Thousand Faces sent to us before he died is something we can't let go to waste." No one dared to speak up in opposition to him. This old man was the most powerful patriarch in the current generation of the Profound Stream sect, Patriarch Crimson Soul. Cold light flickered in Patriarch Crimson Soul's eyes, and before anyone could say anything else, he pointed outside of the city and said, "Release the precious treasure. Prepare the heaven bow." In response, the lands outside the city began to quake, and crevices opened up. Wider and wider they grew, until they were fully 300 meters wide. The land almost looked like ocean water, undulated wildly, much to the shock of the countless cultivators of the Spirit and Bloodstream sects, who scrambled to get to safety. Then, a shocking roar issued forth from beneath the ground. The roar was so astonishing that everyone who heard it couldn't prevent shock from filling their faces, and they even staggered backward. Some began to bleed out of their eyes, ears, noses, and mouths. A few people who were closest to the origin of the roar simply couldn't withstand the sound, and their heads exploded. Because of that roar, brightly colored light flashed in heaven and earth. Even the gold core cultivators and the patriarchs were astonished, and looked over in the direction of what sounded like explosive thunder from the heavens. The lands collapsed, sending dirt and rocks exploding up into the air. An area of land hundreds of meters wide completely caved in, and everyone nearby staggered in place as another roar echoed out. Roar. Then, something burst out from under the surface. It was an enormous black star beetle, with a carapace that resembled powerful armor, and long antennae with sharp pincers at the ends. It also emanated a shocking black glow. As soon as it appeared, the black-armored star beetle charged into the battle lines, causing numerous Spirit and Bloodstream sect cultivators to scream as they were crushed. Shockingly, this bug had battle prowess equivalent to a nascent soul patriarch. In fact, in some ways, it was even more powerful than that. Furthermore, black mist roiled off of its body that dissolved everything it touched. Baziush-Hun was shocked by the sight of the enormous black beetle. He had seen all sorts of gigantic wild beasts, but this was his first time seeing a bug this large. Cries of shock rang out from the gold core cultivators among the Spirit and Bloodstream sects as they recognized what it was. A black-armored star beetle. One of the Profound Stream sect's two precious treasures. They've finally unleashed their black-armored star beetle. The Spirit Stream sect's founding patriarch snorted coldly and performed an incantation gesture with his right hand. Waving his finger toward the sky, he said, "I summon the Spirit Stream sects. Heaven Horn Sword." Suddenly, the sky began to tremble, and a screaming sound echoed out. It sounded, not like the screaming of a person, but rather, the screaming caused by something ripping through the air at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, dazzling silver light shone out from above as a black sword appeared. It looked like an ordinary sword, except that it was slightly curved. It had been forged from the shed horn of an ink dragon, and despite its relatively humble appearance, it was anything but ordinary. Visible on its surface were 10 shocking silver designs. That indicated that this sword had benefited from a tenfold spirit enhancement. Even a piece of scrap iron that had received a tenfold spirit enhancement would be called a rare and powerful weapon. But the Heaven Horn Sword was much more than that. With a spirit enhancement the likes of which it had received, it could be considered something above a precious treasure. It was halfway to being a spirit treasure. When it came to magical devices, they were usually referred to in terms of 3 levels: magical treasures, precious treasures, and spirit treasures. In terms of quality, each level was broken up using the descriptions of mortal, earth, and heaven. For example, only heaven-tier precious treasures would be the kind that could protect an entire sect. In terms of spirit treasures, even the most inferior type, the mortal tier, would still be enough to be used as a reserve power for an entire sect. Furthermore, they would never be unleashed lightly. Only if the sect faced imminent destruction would they be called upon. The Heavenhorn Sword's arrival caused a great commotion among all of the Spirit Stream sect cultivators on the battlefield. They immediately began to cheer loudly. "That's our sect's Heavenhorn Sword. Ha ha ha. When the Heavenhorn Sword appears, it can slash forests and destroy moons. The Heavenhorn Sword is so powerful it can shake mountains and dry up rivers. It has a tenfold spirit enhancement. Nothing can compare to that." As their cries rolled out, it wasn't just the Profound Stream sect cultivators whose faces darkened. Even the Bloodstream sect disciples had unsightly expressions on their faces. They weren't exactly happy to see the Spirit Stream sect stealing the spotlight. Among the patriarchs of the Bloodstream sect, only light snorts could be heard. Even they were shocked by the sight of the Heavenhorn Sword and its 10 shocking silver designs. They had done much research into the precious treasures of the Spirit Stream sect, but had never been able to uncover what incredible luck the sect had encountered to be able to perform a tenfold spirit enhancement without destroying the sword in the process. The Archpatriarch sighed. "That's probably the only item in all of the eastern lower reaches that has a tenfold spirit enhancement." Baziush-hun looked up excitedly at the Heavenhorn Sword, and especially at the 10 silver designs on it. Those designs instantly reminded him of his turtle walk. Although he didn't use the walk all the time, he knew that it was his most important secret. To this day, he still dreamed about using it to produce a magical item with 100-fold spirit enhancement. He couldn't help but get excited about how shocked everyone would be if he succeeded at that. "I'm definitely going to do that one day." Even as Baziush-hun's heart stirred with excitement, Bruiser was on another part of the battlefield. He had just been prepared to make another offensive charge when a tremor ran through him, and he looked up, not at the Heavenhorn Sword, but at the black beetle. Within his eyes gleamed a flicker of desire, and he had to suppress the urge to try to eat the beetle immediately. After all, he was aware of the vast difference in power between the two of them. After looking up in thought for a moment, he began to creep across the battlefield toward the black beetle. Meanwhile, the Heavenhorn Sword descended in flickering light, like a black lightning bolt filled with silver. It sliced through the power of beetle's roar like a hot knife through butter, a dazzling arc of light, a waterfall hundreds of meters tall, a silver rainbow. Trembling, the black-armored star beetle looked up, and then roared as though it knew it was facing a powerful opponent. Black mist erupted from its body, forming into an even larger figure. It was fully 3,000 meters tall, and although it wasn't fully solid, it was rapidly taking shape. The energy that erupted off of it left everyone gasping. Roaring, the black-armored star beetle shot directly toward the Heavenhorn Sword. Rumbling sounds shook the whole world. The blinding light shining off of the Heavenhorn Sword became the most dazzling thing on the battlefield. However, the Heavenhorn Sword simply tapped the beetle. When it did, the silver lines on its surface pulsed, and the black-armored star beetle let out a blood-curdling scream. The outer layer of its body collapsed, and its true form was revealed. The expression on its face was one of terror, and it was about to flee, but to the utter shock of everyone observing, it was sliced into 2 pieces. Blood exploded out from the 2 pieces of the corpse, revealing that the beetle itself was something like a puppet, within the middle of which was a bizarre, black crystal. What delivered the killing blow wasn't the sword itself, it was the power of the tenfold spirit enhancement designs. Chapter 307, Target. Baziush-hun. So, this is the terrifying level of a tenfold spirit enhancement. The patriarchs of the Profound Stream sect almost couldn't believe their eyes, and were completely shaken. If people like them had such a reaction, then there was no need to even mention the Profound Stream sect's gold core cultivators, whose scalps were tingling in astonishment. Even the Bloodstream sect cultivators felt their minds reeling. As for the patriarchs, they had known in the past that the Heavenhorn Sword was something to take very seriously, but to see with their own eyes how domineering it was forced them to admit that they had underestimated the signature sword of the Spirit Stream sect. It seems the legends of the tenfold spirit enhancement were true, the Bloodstream sect Archpatriarch said. A tenfold spirit enhancement will produce shocking transformations. In fact, it's just short of being a true spirit treasure. After joining forces with the Spirit Stream sect, it was becoming increasingly clear to the Bloodstream sect that they were adept at concealing their true strength. Although they still didn't quite match up to the Bloodstream sect, if war had truly broken out, even if the Bloodstream sect won in the end, they would have been forced to pay a severe price. In fact, they would most likely have lost any qualification to enter the middle reaches. Furthermore, before they would even have had a chance to do that, the Profound Stream sect would have come for them, and the current situation would likely have been reversed. Everyone had been watching the clash between the Heaven Horn Sword and the black-armored Star Beetle. That was especially true of the people on the city walls. Actually, there was a stirring of spiritual energy originating from those walls that was locked down on the area around the black-armored Star Beetle. As the Heaven Horn Sword rose back up into the air, the two halves of the black-armored Star Beetle toppled down to either side, and the battlefield went completely silent. But then, all of the Spirit Stream Sect cultivators broke out into thunderous cheering. In sharp contrast, the Profound Stream Sect cultivators were forced to watch their sect's precious treasure, the black-armored Star Beetle, be cut in half. As its black blood oozed out in all directions, the shaken Profound Stream Sect cultivators slowly bowed their heads. Many of them looked more thoughtful than ever. It was then that people started to realize that within the corpse of the black-armored Star Beetle, there was a very strange-looking crystal. Soon, more and more people were staring at it. However, even more attracted to the crystal were the numerous battle beasts, who were staring at it wide-eyed. A Beast King crystal. The Bloodstream Sect's Archpatriarch said. But then his eyes flickered, and his face fell. Wait, no, it's a fake. However, even as the words left his mouth, a tiny figure leapt out in front of everyone. It was Bruiser, who had shrunk down to the size of a hand, and was flying toward the corpse of the black-armored Star Beetle with shocking speed. His eyes shone with longing, almost madness, and he was moving so quickly that he was nothing more than a colorful blur. Bezius Hun's jaw dropped, and suddenly, he was stricken with the realization that something about the situation seemed off. Before he could react though, a droning sound filled the air, and it was coming from the city walls of the Profound Stream Sect. The sound instantly grew in volume until it was ear-splitting, and caused all hearts to tremble. Next, a black arrow became visible. In the blink of an eye, it shot forth from the city, flying at unbelievable speed toward the direction of the black-armored Star Beetle. Its target was none other than Bruiser. A tremor ran through Bruiser, a sudden, intense sensation of deadly crisis. He let out a howl as he tried to flee, or perhaps fight back. And yet all such efforts were useless. The arrow was only half a moment away from stabbing into his forehead. Bezius Hun instantly devolved into madness. Shouting out in a hoarse voice, he flew out into the air and opened his heaven-span Dharma eye. All the control power of his third eye erupted, almost like an invisible hand which wrapped around the arrow in an attempt to halt its momentum. Bezius Hun shot toward the beetle corpse with all the power he could muster, blood oozing out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. As a result of all of his efforts, the arrow suddenly lurched to a halt. In that moment, Bruiser shivered, and then leapt to the side. Just as Bezius Hun was breathing a sigh of relief, the arrow swiveled in place. Instead of aiming at Bruiser, or even at Bezius Hun, it was now pointing directly toward the black crystal. It moved with speed just as incredible as before, and the sudden acceleration instantly shattered Bezius Hun's control power. All of this takes quite some time to describe, but happened with exceeding quickness. Few people on the battlefield were capable of even reacting. However, one of them was the Bloodstream Sect's Archpatriarch, whose scalp was tingling so hard it felt like it might explode. "Night Crypt, get back!" he shouted. The target issue. The other patriarchs' faces fell as they realized what was happening, and although they wanted to do something to save Bezius Hun, there was no time. Although the previous situations he had encountered on the battlefield seemed dangerous, the truth was that the patriarchs had always been close by, and could have intervened if the situation got out of hand. But now, things were developing too quickly, and the Profound Stream Sect had seized an opportunity with vicious determination. Bezius Hun had flown out of his own accord because of the danger Bruiser had been in. Because of that, the ability of the patriarchs of the Spirit and Bloodstream Sects to protect him had suddenly faltered. Although few other people might have noticed the opportunity which had developed, how could Patriarch Crimson Soul of the Profound Stream Sect not notice? This was a situation that he had personally manipulated. Bezius Hun's pupils constricted, but he didn't have any time to ponder his next action. A sensation of mortal crisis filled him, and he was left with few ways to defend himself. Shouting, he grabbed Bruiser, and then a black light shone out as the turtle walk appeared. Simultaneously, Bezius Hun curled up into the smallest ball possible inside of the walk. Just as he did that, the arrow struck the black crystal that was inside the corpse of the beetle. Instantly, a huge boom shook the area, and a black shockwave spread out for 90 meters in every direction. Everywhere the shockwave passed, it obliterated any living thing it touched, even the grass. Everything was wiped away. The cultivators it hit didn't even have a chance to scream. The corpse of the black-armored star beetle was completely eradicated, and a huge crater was hewn out of the ground. Soon the boundless black light faded away, revealing the only thing to have been left behind, a black walk on the edge of the crater, sitting there motionless. As everyone peered over to look, the walk trembled, and then slowly lifted up to reveal Bezius Hun's face. He appeared to be so terrified that he was shaking. The sensation of having just escaped with his life left tears running down his cheeks. Profound Stream Sect, he shrieked, things aren't finished between us. Why you? You people actually tried to ambush me again? Fear still throbbed in his heart. Despite having been saved by the turtle walk, he was still convinced that he was about to die. However, when used by Baziush-hun, the spirit enhancement walk was extremely powerful. Without it, his poor little life would have been lost. His heart was pounding, and the residual fear that flowed through him caused his knees to wobble. Crawling out from underneath the walk, and cradling Bruiser in his arms, he said, "Bruiser, you almost got your dad killed, did you know that?" Bruiser looked like he was about to cry. He knew that he had slipped up. Seeing Bruiser's reaction, Baziush-hun couldn't bear to criticize him any further. Then, flames of rage began to rise up in his eyes as he looked over at the city walls, and the old man standing atop them with a huge bow in his hands. "You just wait for Lord Bay, you old fart," he shouted at the top of his lungs. I want that bow of yours. I can't believe he's not dead," Patriarch Crimson Soul said, lowering the enormous green bow. The bow itself emanated a profoundly ancient Heaven Dao aura. It was none other than the Profound Stream Sect's second precious treasure, the Heaven Bow. The arrow from moments ago had been loosed by that very bow. The Profound Stream Sect had long since come to realize that it would be impossible for any of them to directly kill Baziush-hun, not even the Gold Core cultivators. One of the enemy patriarchs would definitely step in to save him. The Spirit and Bloodstream sects were simply too protective of Baziush-hun. The entire time, Patriarch Crimson Soul had never been able to find a chance to kill Baziush-hun, and had eventually come up with a plan from moments ago, to sacrifice the black-armored star beetle, and then use a crystal infused with the aura of a Beast King to attract Bruiser. If Baziush-hun didn't make a move to save Bruiser, then the plan would have been for naught. However, as long as Baziush-hun appeared, then he could detonate the black crystal and destroy everything in the area, including Baziush-hun. If Baziush-hun died, it would be a fatal blow to the Spirit and Bloodstream sects, and would have made a split between the two even more likely. Even if the Profound Stream sect eventually surrendered, they would have a chance to rise up again in the future. However, after everything was said and done, Baziush-hun didn't end up dead. A very unsightly expression could be seen on Patriarch Crimson Soul's face, and his heart was filled with bitter sullenness. When the Spirit and Bloodstream sect patriarchs realized that Baziush-hun had survived, they breathed sighs of relief. Li King was shaking. Moments ago, he had been struck mute with fear. It was the same with all of Baziush-hun's other friends on the battlefield. As the fury of the two sects burned hotter than ever, they attacked. The Heavenhorn sword slashed into the spell formation, and the other precious treasures of the Spirit and Bloodstream sects were unleashed. A huge blood-colored tree appeared, as well as a blood mirror. Numerous powerful objects sent heaven-rending, earth-crushing power toward the Profound Stream sect. Chapter 308, Yin-Yang Raven's powerful tremors ran across the surface of the spell formation shield. When the Heavenhorn sword struck it, dazzling silver light shot out, and the shield distorted visibly. The entire spell formation teetered, and although it didn't collapse, it clearly experienced a significant drainage of spiritual power. At the same time, the patriarchs of the Spirit and Bloodstream sects, as well as the Gold Core cultivators, were joined by large numbers of Foundation establishment experts to unleash powerful attacks. The enraged Baziush-hun also charged forth, continuously unleashing his blood chi to keep the Bloodstream sect cultivators at their peak. Bruiser was at his side, equally furious. Howling, he released his Beast King aura, causing countless battle beasts to go mad as they attacked the spell formation. Gargoyles, refined corpses, blood swords and violet cauldrons could be seen everywhere. Then the Spirit Stream sect's 9th mountain peak appeared, causing everything to shake violently. The mountains themselves began to crack and crumble. Blood clouds spread out, instantly staining the mountains and the city red. On the other side of the mountain range, the remnants of the Pillstream sect were attacking with full force, battering the rear portion of the spell formation to the point of destruction. From the look of it, the spell formation couldn't hold on for much longer, and in fact, the only way to prevent it from collapsing was to reduce its range. The Bloodstream sect's archpatriarch had a very grim look on his face. The deadly crisis that had just befallen Baziush-hun left him feeling both anxious and furious. Profound Stream sect. I'm not interested in waiting around for you to unleash your true reserve powers. Let's see if you still dare to hold back under the force of the Bloodstream sect's reserve powers. The Archpatriarch was the Bloodstream sect's only cultivator in the great circle of the nascent soul. His fury was something that could only be stood up to by the Spirit Stream sect's founding Patriarch and Patriarch Crimson Soul of the Profound Stream sect. Those three were all in the great circle, and thus, vastly more powerful than any of the other nascent soul cultivators. The Archpatriarch performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and then pointed his finger up into the sky. Voice resounding like heavenly thunder, he shouted, "Bloodstream Knight Effigy." As the words left his mouth, the sky began to vibrate, and a red bolt of lightning suddenly appeared. As it streaked through the sky, it slashed open a huge rift, within which appeared a bizarre scarecrow with glowing red eyes. Cruel cackling echoed out from the mouth of the wicked-looking scarecrow. In one hand it held a patch of human skin, and in the other, a steel-yard balance. As soon as it appeared, intense and shocking pressure roiled out to fill heaven and earth. That pressure alone caused the spell formation to begin to tremble on the verge of collapse. The Bloodstream sect cultivators gasped, and then their eyes shone with strange light. This was none other than the true reserve power of the Bloodstream sect. The reserve powers were the foundation of any sect. Countless red lightning bolts crashed in the sky above as the scarecrow suddenly vanished. When it reappeared, it was right outside of the spell formation shield, where it lifted its right hand up. As it did, the steel yard balance grew immeasurably large, and then, within the weighing tray, an image appeared. Upon closer examination, that image proved to be the entire mountain range that the Profound Stream Sect city was built into. Then, the steel yard balance began to move, as though it were weighing the importance of the mountain range and the city. The ground quaked and the mountains trembled. The city began to sway back and forth. Cracks appeared in the spell formation shield, almost as though heaven and earth were weighing the city. Once the weighing process was over, the mountain range and the city would be reduced to ashes. Bazius took a deep breath. To see the bizarre image of the scarecrow, and the quaking mountains and city, made him realize that reserve powers of this level were something that not even patriarchs could deal with. I wonder what the true reserve power of the Spirit Stream sect is like? He thought, his mind reeling. The patriarchs of the Profound Stream sect had very serious expressions on their faces. Patriarch Crimson Soul's eyes flickered, and then he suddenly extended his right hand and slammed it down onto the ground. The resulting boom caused everything to tremble. Countless rocks and rubble suddenly leapt up into the air as an altar rose up from a square inches the middle of the city. Exalted celestial incense. Patriarch Crimson Soul roared. At the same time, a thumb-sized chunk of black incense appeared on the surface of the altar. It radiated an incredibly ancient air, as though it had existed for countless years. Furthermore, it had obviously been lit on many occasions in the past. Now, only a small bit remained. As soon as it appeared, it began to burn, sending delicate streams of green smoke out through the spell formation, where they began to form into an image. Instantly, the scarecrow's red eyes began to glow even more brightly than before. It only took a brief moment for the image of green smoke to coalesce into the form of a cultivator. He appeared to be a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe and Taoist headgear. He bore the demeanor of a transcendent being, and seemed graceful in a way that surpassed the mortal world. From the aura and energy that exploded out from him, he almost seemed to be fused with heaven and earth. Instantly, the blood clouds in the sky began to churn, and the ninth mountain peak began to tremble. Then the middle-aged cultivator waved his finger, and everything began to distort. The steelyard balance in the hand of the scarecrow exploded violently, making it impossible to continue the weighing process. Everyone was completely and utterly astounded. The eyes of the Spirit Stream sect's founding patriarch gleamed with bright light. He knew that the Profound Stream sect's reserve power was extraordinary, and now that he was able to witness it with his own eyes, he thought back to some of the stories he'd heard, and instantly realized the truth. The power of the Deva realm. Bazius' heart was shaken. He looked at the man made from smoke, and could feel the terrifying pressure radiating off of him. A moment later, he realized that just looking at him filled his eyes with pain, and caused his mind to reel. To him, it seemed as this man had replaced the heavens, and was he himself heavenly might. The scarecrow's eyes began to glow with increasingly intense redness. Letting loose a powerful shriek, it took the patch of human skin it held in its left hand and then swung it around to cover its own body. In the blink of an eye, the scarecrow transformed into a child, which opened its mouth in terrifying fashion as it lunged at the middle-aged man. The conflict between these two ultimate reserve powers was causing everything under the sky to shake violently. Lights flashed in the sky, and a huge wind kicked up, accompanied by thunderous booms. The founding patriarch of the Spirit Stream sect didn't hesitate at all to also perform an incantation gesture, then wave his hand upward. Spirit Stream Yang Raven. The founding patriarch's words were accompanied by cacophonous rumbling sounds. It was as if two hands were ripping open the heavens to reveal a bright, clear sky beyond. There, the shocking image of a white sun could be seen. Within the white sun was a black raven. The raven's eyes opened, and they emitted blinding light. Then it cawed in deafening fashion. Even as ripples flowed out from the raven, it took a deep breath, completely absorbing the white sun. Then it became a streak of light like a shooting star that headed in the direction of the spell formation shield. Pill Stream Sect, "Produce your reserve power!" shouted Patriarch Crimson Soul, his expression vicious. Instantly, one of the sealed Pillstream sect cultivators in the city, a former patriarch of the Pillstream sect, gritted his teeth and then waved his hand. Rumbling filled all creation as the sky once again opened up in the exact same position where the white sun had appeared. However, this time, what appeared was something completely different, a black sun. The instant the black sun appeared, it cast darkness everywhere below. Most strangely of all, within the black sun was a bird that looked almost exactly the same as the Spirit Stream sect's raven. However, this raven was actually white. All cultivators who could see what was happening were gasping in shock. Many of them had eyes as wide as saucers. The fact that the reserve powers of the Spirit Stream sect and the Pillstream sect were so similar made it obvious that the two sects were connected somehow. Bezish Hun's eyes went wide as he watched the white raven open its mouth and suck in the black sun. Then, eyes gleaming as if with hatred for an archenemy, it shot toward the Spirit Stream sect's black raven. When the two collided, a massive boom shook everything in the area. The Bloodstream sect's archpatriarch suddenly thought back to a rumor he'd heard. Yin-yang ravens. Supposedly, when the Spirit Stream sect made its foray into the lower reaches 10,000 years ago, they had possessed no reserve power. Later, they had joined forces with the Pillstream sect, which was when they suddenly came to have a spirit treasure. Either way, this battle is almost over, thought the Archpatriarch. There's no way the Profound Stream sect has a third reserve treasure. The Bloodstream sect's Archpatriarch exchanged a glance with the Spirit Stream sect's founding patriarch, and they nodded to each other. The truth was that they could have made a massive attack like this earlier on. However, they had drawn things out to give the Spirit and Bloodstream sects a chance to fight together. At the same time, they were able to chip away at the morale of the Profound Stream sect. After all, their goal was not to wipe out the Profound Stream sect, but rather, to absorb it. Now that the Profound Stream sect had revealed their reserve power, there was no suspense at all left in the war. The Spirit Stream sect's founding patriarch waved his sleeve, and then spoke in a voice as cold as ice, "Profound Stream sect, do you surrender?" Chapter 309, The Profound Stream sect surrenders. Profound Stream sect, do you surrender? The words of the Bloodstream sect's archpatriarch echoed out in all directions. Simultaneously, orders were passed down to the disciples. The giants powered by the outer sect disciples of the Spirit Stream sect roared as they battered the spell formation, joined by the enormous blood spheres composed of outer sect disciples from the Bloodstream sect. A huge boom rippled out from this first major attack. The cultivators inside the Profound Stream sect's city were having a difficult time continuing to power the spell formation, and were left trembling. And that was only from an attack by the outer sect disciples. The sheer numbers involved left the Profound Stream sect cultivators' cultivation bases in chaos. At the same time, the outer sect disciples shouted in unison, "Profound Stream sect, do you surrender?" Their voices were like thunder that rattled the hearts and minds of the Profound Stream sect cultivators. Before they could even begin to do some breathing exercises to recover, a wave of refined corpses, gargoyles, war chariots and battle beasts charged forth in a second major attack. That attack was even more intense than the previous attack, and released even greater pressure than the previous one. The Profound Stream sect cultivators felt as if their cultivation bases were about to be torn to pieces. Even the patriarchs were included. Everyone was well aware that the attacks leveled by the two sects would only continue to get stronger. Before they even had time to react, and almost concurrent with the second attack, the inner sect disciples of the two sects launched a third attack. The spell formation incarnations of the Spirit Stream sect and the locust-like magic of the Bloodstream sect formed together into something like a sharp sword which slashed toward the spell formation. "Profound Stream sect, do you surrender?" Their cry caused the entire city to shake. The spell formation shield distorted, and the Profound Stream sect cultivators shook violently. Their cultivation bases couldn't take much more. This third attack was even more powerful than the others, and many of the pale-faced cultivators inside the formation were even beginning to wither up. There was no chance for any of them to rest or recuperate for even a moment. Things weren't over yet. Next came the chosen and peak lords from the 7 mountain peaks of the south and north banks of the Spirit Stream sect, in the form of enormous spell formation giants. At their side were their contemporaries from the 4 mountain peaks of the Bloodstream sect. A fourth powerful attack. This attack was completely different from the first 3. It was like stabbing a dagger into the heart of a dying person. The spell formation trembled, and the cultivators supporting it from within all began to cough up blood. Yet again, there was no other choice for them but to allow the spell formation to shrink. Next came the spell formation giants from Mount Deoseed, including Bezish Huns. Joining them were the Blood Masters and Elders from the Bloodstream sect. Terrifying roars echoed out as they unleashed the 5th major attack. That attack unleashed power even greater than all of the previous attacks put together. Bezius Hun joined in the thunderous battle cry as the spell formation distorted, and then shrank down again. Mountains in the area crumbled, and the city seemed in grave danger of simply collapsing. More blood spilled out of the mouths of the cultivators powering the spell formation, whose chi passageways were already significantly injured. Some of them were so withered that they had to be replaced. As that happened, the thunderous shout of the spirit and bloodstream sects reached their ears. Profound Stream Sect, do you surrender? The Profound Stream Sect cultivators' hearts were pounding in their chests, but before they could pull themselves back together, a sixth major attack headed their way. That attack came from the well over 100 prime elders from both sects. They held nothing back as they unleashed the most powerful attack yet onto the spell formation. The spell formation rumbled as cracks spread out. It shrank down again, exposing the outer areas of the city. More cultivators inside coughed up blood, and many of them lapsed into unconsciousness. The main emotion in the minds of most cultivators in the city was despair. And yet, another attack was already incoming. The cultivation bases of the Bloodrippers and Legacy Echelon cultivators erupted. Trump cards were unleashed without hesitation. Visually, the seventh major attack looked like shooting stars slamming into the spell formation shield. Boom! The damage to the spell formation spread out even further. The walls of the city began to fall, revealing the exhausted, bitter Profound Stream Sect cultivators inside. Some of the cultivators who had been powering the spell formation were instantly destroyed in body and soul. The area covered by the spell formation shrank yet again, leaving many cultivators outside of its protection. Some of those cultivators had once been members of the Pillstream sect. They could only sit there silently with gritted teeth. They had no desire to be considered part of the Profound Stream sect anymore. Then, the eighth major attack closed in. 6 patriarchs of the Bloodstream sect and 4 from the Spirit Stream sect joined together for the eighth attack. They were like 10 gods, and the mere sound of them unleashing their battle prowess was like thunder from the heavens. Profound Stream Sect, do you surrender? The air shattered, and the ground quaked violently. As the attacks of 10 patriarchs slammed into the spell formation, the patriarchs of the Profound Stream Sect roared and held nothing back to resist. Booms rang out constantly. More than half of the city was destroyed now, and all of the patriarchs of the Profound Stream Sect were left coughing up blood. Their faces were ashen, and their bodies withered. They looked older than before, and even Patriarch Crimson Soul was staggering backward, blood spraying out of his mouth. It was in that moment that the remnants of the Pillstream sect unleashed their own powerful attack. A huge pill furnace smashed into the spell formation shield, and the tens of thousands of cultivators behind it attacked with suicidal abandon. Another powerful shout filled the air. Profound Stream Sect, do you surrender? One of the cultivators within the Pillstream sect was a young woman with a gauzy white veil. Her facial features were obscured, but her eyes were visible, and they were spectacularly beautiful. Virtually all of the cultivators in the Pillstream sect were obsessed with her. Within that sea of people, she was like a pearl on a beach, resplendent and beautiful. Booms echoed out as the spell formation trembled. When the pill furnace slammed into it, a huge gap ripped open. Patriarch Crimson Soul spread his arms wide, and the power of a great circle nascent soul cultivation base exploded out as he joined the scattered remnants of the Profound Stream sect cultivators who were powering the spell formation. However, that was when Bezius Hun noticed something up in the air above the spell formation. His eyes went wide when he realized that he was looking at a very familiar monkey. The old monkey was holding an enormous staff raised overhead. Eyes flickering with an archaic light, as well as a dignity that could shake heaven and earth, he smashed the staff downward. Profound Stream Sect, do you surrender? Roared an ancient-sounding voice. The spell formation shook violently, and finally, exploded. A shockwave blasted out in all directions. Patriarch Crimson Soul coughed up an enormous mouthful of blood. The other cultivators of the Profound Stream sect were all soaked in blood from various wounds. At the same time, something shot into the city, something that moved so quickly it was impossible for anyone to see it clearly at first. Only when it landed on the altar in the middle of the city was it possible to tell that it was a rabbit. The rabbit's eyes glittered with a mysterious light as it snatched the incense off of the altar and extinguished it. When that happened, the middle-aged man fighting the scarecrow suddenly vanished. Then the scarecrow looked down, radiating the terrifying energy that only the deepest reserve powers of a sect could. That energy locked down onto the wounded patriarchs of the Profound Stream sect, making it impossible for them to even move. Everything happened almost too quickly to process. The monkey appeared, broke open the spell formation, then the rabbit extinguished the incense, and finally the scarecrow sent energy crushing down. It all happened within the space of a few breaths of time. Bezius Hun's eyes were wide as he stared at the rabbit on the altar. Suddenly, he got a very bad feeling. That was when Bezius Hun suddenly realized that numerous cultivators from the two sects were all vying with each other to enter the city. That was even true of the scattered remnants of the Pillstream sect on the other side, led by the young woman in the white veil. Bazius Hun slapped his thigh. Battle merit. Whoever gets into the city first will get a big reward. Suddenly inspired, he roared and shot off at top speed. Bruiser seemed to understand exactly what he was thinking, and gave him a push-off. Bazius Hun flew forward, wings flapping, blasting across the battlefield like a meteor. He immediately passed everyone else, and then quickly stepped onto the shattered city wall. Profound Stream Sect, are you going to surrender? The echo of his shout caused Patriarch Crimson Soul's heart to fill with bitterness. He looked around at the Profound Stream Sect cultivators, and then over at Bazius Hun. He knew that after surrendering, he would have to come up with a method of resolving the differences between the two of them. Even as his eyes flickered, the other patriarchs clasped hands and bowed to Bazius Hun. We surrender. Everything went quiet for a moment, and then cheering erupted from the Spirit and Bloodstream sects. The Profound Stream Sect cultivators sighed, and Bazius Hun's eyebrows shot up and down in excitement. Sticking his chin up, he waved his sleeve and proudly said, with the snap of a finger, Bazius Hun reduced the Profound Stream before he could finish speaking. A little turtle head popped out of his bag of holding and looked up at him. The turtle sighed. It's been a long time since I've heard someone blow their own horn so loudly. Chapter 310, Duzumai offers greetings, Bloodmaster. Bazius Hun's jaw dropped. For years now, his moments of sleeve-flicking monologue had always been one of great pride. Never before had anyone interrupted him. Eyes wide, he stared down at the green little turtle head sticking out of his bag of holding. Damn it, you're still in my bag of holding? Just as he reached his hand over to grab the turtle rolled its eyes, stuck its head back inside, and vanished. Bazius Hun was fuming with rage. The little turtle was really a disaster for him. Whenever he thought about how it had provoked that enormous golden crocodile, his head started to ache. However, despite his simmering rage, he couldn't find the turtle no matter how he looked. Gritting his teeth, he decided to start using a new bag of holding. After switching the contents, he hurled the old one outside of the city. If you're so awesome, he said angrily, let's see you pop your head out of this one. As soon as the words left his mouth, the little turtle's head popped out of the new bag of holding and looked contemptuously at Bazius Hun. Considering you just gave Lord Turtle a new house, I'll play along. Go ahead and bow down in worship. Bazius Hun felt like he was about to start crying. After a long moment, he sighed and resigned himself to the fact that he couldn't do anything about the little turtle. With that, he looked around dejectedly at the other cultivators of the Spirit and Bloodstream sects as they poured into the city and started taking the Profound Stream sect cultivators into custody. As for the monkey and the rabbit, Bazius Hun looked around for quite a while, but couldn't find any clues as to where they'd gone off to. Even Bruiser had disappeared now that the city had fallen. I was the one who made that monkey and that rabbit. He thought sadly. It was really a strange situation, and suddenly he couldn't help but think back to all of the other little animals from back in the Spirit Stream sect. Soon, the remnants of the Pill Stream sect were pouring in from the other side. Mixed emotions could be seen as they looked at their compatriots who had given into the Profound Stream sect. At the same time, they complied with the instructions of the Spirit and Bloodstream sects as their own sect was absorbed into the alliance. The patriarchs of the Profound Stream sect, especially Patriarch Crimson Soul, were not magically sealed. Instead, the Arch-Patriarch and the Founding Patriarch calmly accepted their surrender. When it came to the lower-ranking cultivators, the Spirit and Bloodstream sects had their ways of ensuring that they were taken in by the alliance. Bazius Hun didn't need to help with anything. He simply watched as the excited and enthusiastic cultivators of the Spirit and Bloodstream sects cheered and went about their work. Now that the war was over, it was possible to say that the eastern lower reaches of the cultivation world had truly been united. All that was needed now was a bit of time for the lower reaches to build up strength, and then they could march to challenge the Sky River Court. Bazius Hun had been the center of all attention during the fighting, and now, he was like a sun shining down on the Spirit and Bloodstream sects. Everyone looked at him with passion and respect. As for the female disciples, strange gleams could be seen in their eyes, which made Bazius Hun feel wonderful. He quickly set aside the matter of the little turtle, and simply savored the moment. Assuming the pose of an important person from the senior generation, he began to stroll through the city. Whenever he encountered cultivators he knew, he would smile and nod. As he passed, an endless stream of greetings, Junior Patriarch could be heard eventually. Bazius Hun was displeased to discover that he actually wasn't the only person to have become extremely famous during the war. There was another person from the Pill Stream sect who everyone was talking about. She was none other than the beautiful chosen Chen Man Yao. Although she had a powerful cultivation base, and was skilled in both strategy and tactics, what most people noticed was her spectacular beauty. Because of the semi-transparent veil she wore, it was impossible to tell the true extent of her good looks, but even still, countless people would stare at her with beating hearts. At one point, Bazius Hun looked over, annoyed, to see a whole group of disciples clustered around her. Suddenly, she looked up at him, her eyes cold and icy. The look she was giving him left him feeling even more annoyed than before. Her cultivation base isn't as profound as mine, and her position isn't as high as mine either. Her techniques don't measure up, and her background can't compare. What's so amazing about her? After some thought, he was also convinced that she wasn't as good-looking as he was either. He widened his eyes into a glare, and she looked away. Laughing and chatting, she led the group of cultivators away. Bazius-hun snorted coldly. By this time, evening was falling, and he began to ask around about his friends, such as Zubeke, Big Fatty Zhang, Huyanfei, and Third Fatty Hai. He learned that some had been injured, or even collapsed from exhaustion, but none had perished. Breathing a sigh of relief, he offered sincere thanks to all of the other disciples who had been with his friends in the various spell formations. Bazius-hun could be a diplomatic person when necessary, and was well aware that the likely reason why all of his best friends had survived the war was because people had been watching out for them for his sake. The other disciples from the various spell formations were very moved by his expression of thanks, and their respect for him grew. Eventually he found some prime elders of the two sects who were sighing over how brutal the fighting had been. When Bazius-hun appeared, they smiled and began to chat. After some pleasantries, he asked about where Zumai had been taken. One of the Bloodstream sect's prime elders winked knowingly and said, Zumai was seriously injured during the fighting. Although she'll recover, she needs to spend some time in secluded meditation. Since she's an important disciple of the Bloodstream sect, she'll definitely be in the eastern section of the city, where the least damage was sustained. Head over there, you should be able to find her. Having determined Zumai's location, Bazius-hun cleared his throat and continued to engage in some idle chatter before taking his leave and heading toward the eastern section of the city. Along the way, he looked around at the Spirit and Bloodstream sects taking control of the remnants of the city, and felt very pleased. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that his decision back in the Luotian Mountains had been the correct one. It was already possible to see that the disciples of the Spirit and Bloodstream sects were starting to get comfortable with each other. Bazius-hun was very pleased. Eventually, he passed through the center of the city, where the Profound Stream sect's treasure store was located. Although the sky was dark, there were still quite a number of cultivators there, busily clearing out the treasures. Suddenly, Bazius-hun's expression flickered. I remember hearing that the Holy Pill Wall fragment back in the Bloodstream sect had been robbed from the Pillstream sect. Presumably, the other half remained with the Pillstream sect. Since the Pillstream sect was conquered by the Profound Stream sect, I wonder if that wall fragment is in the Profound Stream sect's treasure storehouse. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bazius-hun hurried over to find the disciple in charge of clearing out the treasure storehouse. If any other person had asked about the matter, they would have been rebuffed immediately. But Bazius-hun was different. The disciple in charge only hesitated for a moment before nodding and helping Bazius-hun search for the wall fragment. He even escorted him into the storehouse itself and handed over the wall fragment personally. The only stipulation was that records had to be kept that Bazius-hun had taken the wall fragment. Bazius-hun didn't mind that at all. Excitedly accepting the wall fragment, he began to study it. Of course, he didn't enter into a trance, but only made a cursory examination. Almost immediately, he could tell that this wall fragment would help him to advance by leaps and bounds with his skill in the Tao of medicine. I wonder if I could eventually try to concoct the river-defying pill? Shaking his head, he put the wall fragment away, bowed deeply to the disciple in charge, and then continued on his way to the eastern section of the city. By the time he arrived, the moon was climbing high into the sky. This area of the city hadn't received nearly as much damage as the other parts, and was also much quieter. Only the occasional cultivator could be seen, most of them on guard duty. Any of them who spotted Bazius-hun would immediately clasp hands in greeting. After asking around, Bazius-hun determined where Zumai was staying. His heart had already begun beating a bit faster. Without any hesitation, he headed in that direction, and soon found himself in front of a type of residence referred to as a spirit abode. It wasn't very large, but was surrounded by flickering spell formations. Some of them were Bloodstream sect formations that absorbed blood chi from the area, which would allow the cultivator inside the spirit abode to heal more quickly. Stopping in front of the door, Bazius-hun took a deep breath. There were many things he wanted to ask Du Lingfei, and yet suddenly, he felt himself hesitating. After a moment of thought, he chuckled calmly. Regardless of anything, he thought, she's my boo. Before, we were enemies, but now the two sects have become one. With those thoughts on his mind, he stepped forward and reached his hand in the direction of the door. Soft rumblings could be heard as he sent power toward the spirit abode. He was just about to say something when the door swung open. There appeared Zumai, her mask on as usual. After looking at him for a moment, she softly said, Du Zumai offers greetings, Blood Master. Chapter 311, That Scar. The moon cast shafts of white light down onto the earth below, creating a scene of both biting coldness and gentle softness. Overall, it was breathtakingly beautiful. Zumai looked very striking as she stood there in front of the door to the spirit abode. She wore a voluminous robe, but the curves of her body were still visible beneath the fabric. She looked very beautiful. Her voice was soft, but at the same time, slightly raspy in a way that almost made Bazius-hun's ears itch. Last time, it didn't matter what Bazius-hun said when he tried to get her to come out of her immortal's cave, she had remained inside. To see her suddenly appear right out in the open caused him to smile. Last time you refused to see me. This time, there's nowhere for you to escape to. The familiar way in which he spoke to her, not even bothering to address her, caused her to look deeply at him, a strange light gleaming in her eyes. Although she wore a mask, making it impossible to see her facial features, there was something about her that seemed very weak. Many thanks for your kindness in saving my life, Blood Master. When you came to my immortal's cave last time, I was injured, and had just lost the struggle to become Blood Master. I felt blank inside, and didn't feel up to facing you. Please forgive me. With that, she clasped hands and bowed deeply. As she did, her sleeve slipped down, revealing a scar on her hand that had clearly been there for some time. As she bent over, some of her curves became even more prominent than before, and Bazius-hun couldn't help but take a look. Bazius-hun cleared his throat and said, "Why are you being so polite, boo? Take off that mask so I can see you." Excitement building in his heart, he took a step toward the door. Zumai's eyes widened. Never could she have imagined that Bazius-hun would say something like that, nor that he would start walking toward her. Without even thinking about it, she stepped backward. Suddenly, her knees went weak, and she staggered a bit. Eyes flashing with anger, she said, "Blood Master, please behave yourself. You showed great kindness by saving me, but that doesn't give you the right to dishonor me. I'm Zumai, not some boo." "Cut the crap," Bazius-hun said, feeling less than pleased. He took another step forward, unleashing the power of his cultivation base to flash forward with incredible speed. In the briefest of instants, he was right in front of Zumai. At any other time, Zumai's cultivation base would have been strong enough to resist him. But she was still recovering from a grievous injury, and wasn't a match for him in any way. In the blink of an eye, he reached out, grabbed her mask, and pulled it off. As her mask was plucked off of her face, black hair spilled down her shoulders like a waterfall. Bazius-hun threw the mask off to the side, and her face was revealed, ashen, with starkly cold beauty. She was clearly angry, but was so weak that her anger didn't burn as hot as it might have. Although she wasn't soul-shakingly beautiful, her classic good looks were enough to put her on the same level as Song Jun. However, this person was not Du Lingfei. Zumai backed away further. Her face was pale, and her hair was disheveled. She was even trembling. Eyes flaring with coldness, she pointed at Bazius-hun and said, "What do you think you're doing, Night Crypt?" Because of her overall weakness, the coldness in her eyes seemed more like humiliation. When Bazius-hun saw her face, his expression flickered wildly, and a murderous aura sprang up around him. His eyes were instantly shot with blood. "If you're not my boo," he said, "then who are you?" His mind was spinning with shock and anxiety. Zumai's expression became even more icily angry than before. She almost couldn't believe the way Bazius-hun was acting. She had emerged to thank him for saving her life. But unexpectedly, he had ripped off her mask, and then started talking like a madman. Backing up again, a fierce look appeared in her eyes. "Have you gone crazy, Night Crypt? I'll say it again. I'm not your boo. I'm Zumai. You're not Zumai." Bazius-hun's heart and mind were in chaos, and he felt like he was going insane. As he stared at Zumai's face, he thought back to what had occurred inside the Blood Ancestor. The last time that mask had fallen off her face, a very different face had been revealed. "What do you mean I'm not Zumai? What are you talking about?" Zumai continued to edge away nervously. She suddenly got the feeling that this version of Bazius-hun was very, very dangerous, like a bolt of lightning just waiting to strike. "Who are you?" Bazius-hun shouted at the retreating Zumai. "Why are you pretending to be Zumai? Where's the real Zumai?" He needed answers. He couldn't accept a situation in which he walked away without an explanation. Flying forward, he reached out and, to Zumai's horror, attempted to grab her arm. However, it was in that moment that a light cough suddenly filled the spirit abode. To Bazius-hun, that light cough felt like thunder rumbling in his ears. He staggered in place, and Zumai managed to duck out of reach of the hand he had been reaching out toward her. She quickly performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing the flickering image of a plum blossom to appear in front of her. She was now radiating a prickly killing intent, her mind seething with rage toward Bazius-hun. Bezius Hun shook his head violently, but the rumbling sound inside of him didn't stop. Face pale, he stopped in place and looked at the middle-aged man who was walking out of the room behind Zumai. He had stern features, and looked as dangerous as an unsheathed sword. Shocking pressure rolled into the room with him, making it impossible for Bezius Hun to even take a step. Patriarch Limitless. Bezius Hun said, his pupils constricting. At any other moment, he would have been trembling in fear to face the pressure of a nascent soul patriarch, but at the moment he didn't care. Patriarch Limitless had a very serious look on his face as he walked forward and patted Zumai on the shoulder. Zumai didn't seem pleased, but didn't dare to defy her father, and reined in her killing aura. "Father," she said by way of greeting. Settling her chi and blood, she dissipated the blood-colored plum blossom. "Patriarch Limitless, look at your daughter," Bezius Hun said, glaring at him. "She's not Zumai." Clearly, he was so enraged that, despite the pressure weighing down on him, he wasn't willing to back down. Patriarch Limitless looked coldly at Bezius Hun and said nothing. However, the longer he went without talking, the more pressure roiled out. Bezius Hun began to tremble, until finally, he let out a roar, causing streams of blood chi to erupt out. That was blood chi from the blood ancestor, and when it fused with Bezius Hun, his energy grew even more powerful. It rose up higher and higher, until he was on a similar level as Patriarch Limitless. Zumai's heart trembled as she looked at Bezius Hun, and then her father. There was a strange light in her father's eyes that she recognized. When that light appeared, it meant that the person he was looking at was very important. "I only have one daughter, and this is her." Patriarch Limitless swished his sleeve, causing his own energy to dissipate. In response to Patriarch Limitless's words, Bezius Hun's face drained of blood. However, he still wasn't willing to give in, and said, "I saw Zumai's face in the heart cavity, and she didn't look like that." "Take a close look at my daughter's face," Patriarch Limitless said. Although he spoke calmly, it was in a voice that could clearly tolerate no arguments. It was like heavenly thunder pounding in Bezius Hun's mind. Heart quivering, Bezius Hun took a deep breath and looked closely at Zumai. Then he looked back at Patriarch Limitless. Finally, he took a few steps back, a look of confusion building up on his face. The facial features of Patriarch Limitless and Zumai were very similar. Most likely, even mortals would be able to notice the similarities, much less cultivators, who had much keener senses. Obviously, this was a father and a daughter. The look on Bezius Hun's face grew even more blank. He thought back to what Du Lingfei looked like, and then compared it to Patriarch Limitless, and realized that the two of them didn't look anything alike. "Then who did I see back in the heart cavity?" He staggered backward again, almost as if he had been struck physically. The confusion in his eyes grew more intense. He simply couldn't believe how everything was playing out. He suddenly started wondering if he was remembering things wrong. If the woman in front of him really was Zumai, then how could he have seen Du Lingfei in the heart cavity? Who exactly was Du Lingfei? Bezius Hun bitterly recalled everything which had occurred in the trial by fire for Blood Master. Gradually, he began to tremble as he thought back to the events which had played out in the Blood Wasteland. In the moment before the teleportation, he remembered seeing a wound on Zumai's hand, and also remembered that blood had been dripping down from behind her mask. Clearly, she had been wounded. However, once they reached the tunnel beyond, Zumai's wound had disappeared, and there was no blood on her face. In fact, all of her injuries had been healed. Back then, he had assumed that she had used some special technique to heal herself, and hadn't paid much attention to the situation. But now, he realized that there was something very strange about the whole thing. Heart pounding, he looked up at Zumai's hand, and then, began to shake. Right there on her hand was a scar, plainly visible for anyone to see. The sight of that scar caused incredible waves of shock to batter Bezius Hun's heart. At that point, Patriarch Limitless's face turned somber, and he slowly said, "So, it seems you saw the mysterious person in question." Chapter 312, No one can handle that responsibility except for me. Bezius Hun understood. That scar explained everything. The person he had encountered in that tunnel in the Blood Master trial by fire had not been Zumai. "Mir doesn't remember anything that happened after she entered the tunnel today," Patriarch Limitless said slowly, his expression serious. "That includes everything involving you becoming the Blood Master. She only remembers waking up outside of the Blood Ancestor." After realizing she had no memories of the events in the tunnel, her heart was filled with confusion and panic. She immediately came to report everything to me, and even I was shocked. I used all the power at my disposal to investigate the matter, but couldn't come up with any explanation. If you know the person in question, tell me who it is." Bezius Hun opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, didn't reveal Du Lingfei's name. He suddenly realized that, considering he didn't know who she really was, he also didn't know if her name was even really Du Lingfei. Everything about her was a big mystery. As he sank further into silence, he also realized that all the clues he had pieced together so far were useless. Finally, he shook his head and clasped hands formally to Patriarch Limitless and Zumai. Then he turned and left. Zumai sighed. Obviously, Baziashun had some sort of connection to whoever it was that had replaced her in the tunnel. She could also see that Baziashun had been struck with deep sadness. Patriarch Limitless watched Baziashun leave, and did nothing to stop him. Baziashun had a very special position, and if there was something he didn't want to talk about, Patriarch Limitless couldn't force him to do so. Baziashun walked down the street for some distance, then randomly selected an empty spirit abode to enter. Once inside, he looked up at the moonlit sky and thought back to everything he remembered about Du Lingfei. Then he reviewed what he had learned from Patriarch Limitless and his daughter. After a while, he sighed. Du Lingfei, just who exactly are you? A month went by, during which time the Spirit and Bloodstream sects slowly absorbed the Profound and Pillstream sects. The enormous city became their new sect headquarters. As for the cultivators of the Spirit and Bloodstream sects, the time they had spent fighting together left many of them with close friendships. Although the two sects were not yet fully united, there was much less friction than before. Occasional conflicts would break out, but overall, things were getting very calm. Everyone seemed to be keeping themselves under control. After all, the war wasn't over yet. Although there were no opponents to fight in the lower reaches, everyone knew their true goal was the middle reaches. Only by becoming a middle reaches sect could the war truly be considered over. That shared goal was like glue binding the Spirit and Bloodstream sects together. As for the Patriarchs and the Gold Core cultivators, they knew more than anyone that if the two sects worked together, they could be like a powerful weapon. However, any disunity could lead to mutual destruction. Because of those realities, and because of Baziashun, the two sects alliance continued to grow firm and strong. After reaching an agreement with the Spirit and Bloodstream sects, Patriarch Crimson Soul and the rest of the Profound Stream sect did their best to join in the efforts. They wanted to be a part of the future Middle Reaches sect, and to have a chance to continue to pass down their traditions. The Profound Stream sect cultivators were very sincere in their desire to cooperate. They had been well and truly beaten, and now that a new sect was being founded by the Spirit and Bloodstream sects, they wanted to be a part of it. They also wanted to go to the Middle Reaches and have access to the abundant resources there. Because of that, they didn't refuse any of the demands made of them, and worked hard in every aspect that was required. It was the same with the Pillstream sect. As for those who had betrayed their sect in the past, mercy and understanding were shown, and they were allowed to return to their previous positions. Those two sects had previously been bitter enemies, but now, in this new sect, they had no choice but to be subservient to the Spirit and Bloodstream sects. If they wanted to have a say in the future affairs of the sect, they had to maintain good relations with the other sects, including the Profound Stream sect. That was the only way to ensure that they got their share of the resources to be had in the Middle Reaches. Baziashun didn't pay much attention to the goings-on between the sects. He knew that the patriarchs would handle affairs in the best way. Having little else to do, he went into secluded meditation. After burying the matter of Du Lingfei in his heart, he emerged refreshed. Just when he was about to go find Big Fatty Zhang and his other friends, the founding patriarch of the Spirit Stream sect sent him a dharmic decree, calling him to the Grand Hall in the middle of the city. Baziashun wasn't interested in attending any meetings, but he didn't really have any choice. Sighing, he headed in the direction of the Grand Hall. Along the way, any disciples who caught sight of him would clasp hands and bow, expressions of respect and awe on their faces. Baziashun's heart immediately swelled with pleasure. As he walked along, he would wave and call out greetings. Your hard work is much appreciated, sect nieces and nephews. Keep up the good work. Well done. You have my support, all of you. Slowly but surely, his sour mood faded. Eventually, he reached the Grand Hall, and the disciples on guard duty clasped hands and cried, Greetings, Junior Patriarch. Baziashun's heart soared into the heavens. Assuming the posture of someone of the senior generation, he clasped his hands behind his back and said, Keep working as hard as you are, and one of these days, you might become Junior Patriarchs too. With that, he chuckled and strode into the Grand Hall. As soon as he entered, he sucked in a deep breath. The pressure within the hall was so immense that the air was rippling. Right there up ahead of him was an entire group of patriarchs. Patriarch Ironwood and the Song Clan Patriarch had not came to join the main force. Without them present, that left 4 patriarchs from the Spirit Stream sect and 6 from the Bloodstream sect. 4 patriarchs were present to represent the Profound Stream sect, including Crimson Soul. Finally, there were 3 patriarchs from the Pillstream sect. In total, there were 17 nascent soul Taoist masters, whose soul fluctuations completely filled the enormous hall. As soon as Baziashun entered, the eyes of all 17 individuals focused on him. Different expressions could be seen in those gazes. The patriarchs from the Spirit Stream sect and the Blood Stream sect were calm. The Profound Stream sect patriarchs had conflicted expressions, especially Patriarch Crimson Soul, whose heart trembled with a certain sense of powerlessness. As for the three nascent soul patriarchs from the Pill Stream sect, their eyes shone with strange gleams of interest. It all made sense, of course. The entire situation in the cultivation world of the lower reaches had been changed because of Bazish-hun. To see so many nascent soul experts staring at him caused Bazish-hun to shiver. Suddenly, he was struck with the fear that the patriarchs might have decided to dispose of him now that his usefulness was over, or that they wished to settle accounts based on his past mistakes. His face turned pale, and his eyes widened. Looking around nervously, he became more convinced that he was right. Good morning, patriarchs," he said cautiously. With the exception of the Spirit Stream sect patriarchs, all of the other nascent soul experts gaped in surprise. However, none of them spoke. Instead, their gazes grew more profound as they stared at him, making it impossible to tell what they were thinking. The Spirit Stream sect's founding patriarch looked at Bazish-hun and said, "Bazish-hun, there's something you must." The looks on the faces of the patriarchs' faces caused Bazish-hun's heart to tremble. As soon as the founding patriarch started speaking, he was convinced that he was going to say something bad. It would definitely be some sort of dangerous mission or assignment. Bazish-hun's face fell, and his heart began to beat rapidly. He suddenly realized that he couldn't allow the founding patriarch to finish that sentence. If he did, it would be very hard to refuse the request. Before he could finish speaking, Bazish-hun clutched at his chest and screamed, then coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. Staggering backward, his face turned a sickly pale color, and he gasped, "Patriarchs, I was seriously injured in the fighting, which opened up previously healed wounds. I need to go into secluded meditation to recover. Alright, I won't disturb you any longer. Bye now." With that, he hurried toward the door. Before he could take more than a few steps, the founding patriarch glared at him and said, "Stop right there." Bazish-hun stopped in place, looking like he might cry at any moment. Coughing up another mouthful of blood, he looked piteously over his shoulder at the founding patriarch. "Patriarch, I really am injured. It's bad. Really bad. Besides, I've gotten too famous recently. If I go out on my own, tons of people are going to be after my head. Why don't you give the mission to someone else? I really can't be going out into battle." The founding patriarch looked like he was being struck by a sudden headache, and was unsure of whether to laugh or cry. The other patriarchs of the Spirit Stream sect were all smiling wryly. They had heard of Bazish-hun's personality, but this was their first time seeing it firsthand, and they were struck speechless. The patriarchs from the Blood Stream sect were even more astonished. Patriarch Limitless almost couldn't believe what he was seeing, and the Archpatriarch was shocked. It was hardly necessary to mention the Profound Stream sect or the Pill Stream sect. Patriarch Crimson Soul's eyes were wide as saucers, and his expression was one of complete incredulity, as if he had just seen a ghost. He almost couldn't believe that the Bazish-hun he had seen on the battlefield was the same person as the one standing in front of him. He even started to wonder if was hallucinating, or if Bazish-hun had somehow been replaced. The three patriarchs from the Pill Stream sect were completely taken aback. The words Bazish-hun had just spoken were echoing in their minds, and they had a hard time reconciling that this was the person who had brought about such momentous changes to the eastern lower reaches. "We don't want you to go out on another mission," said the founding patriarch, shaking his head. Bazish-hun blinked, then asked for confirmation a few times. "I already said, we don't want you to go out on a mission. Just as you suggested before all of this started, we are discussing the founding of the new sect. We need a name for it, and we're wondering if you had any suggestions." "Oh?" Bazish-hun said. Nervous, he began to blabber, "A sect name, huh? What about the Undying sect? Or the Live Forever sect? No, those won't do. We're going to the middle reaches of the river, right? We need something with the word river in it. How about the River Defying sect? Or we could go with the Turtle River sect. Hey, that's a good name. Turtle River sect. There's some deep meaning in that one. Wait. Let me think some more. What about the bastards of We'll go with River Defying sect?" The founding patriarch interrupted, worried about where Bazish-hun would go next, and that he might say even more unseemly sect names. "There's another matter to discuss. During the ceremonies, we need to officially name the junior patriarch of the sect. In addition to the name of the sect itself, we also wanted to ask your opinion on who to pick. Officially name the junior patriarch?" Bazish-hun's eyes widened, and finally, his heart eased up with the realization that they really hadn't called him here to give him a dangerous mission. Breathing a sigh of relief, his expression turned from nervousness to solemnity. The blood disappeared from his lips, and the paleness of his expression turned into dignity. Suddenly, he looked like a mountain peak, standing there tall, reticent, and heroic. Veins of steel pulsing and eyes flashing like lightning, he said, "No one can handle that responsibility except for me." Chapter 313, The Founding of the River-Defying Sect. The sudden change in Bazius Hun's demeanor caused more eyes to widen among the patriarchs who sat in the Grand Hall. That was especially true of Patriarch Crimson Soul of the Profound Stream Sect, who couldn't help but rub his eyes a bit, and then look back at Bazius Hun in confusion. It was the same with the Pill Stream Sect, and even the Blood Stream Sect patriarchs were shocked. The patriarchs from the Spirit Stream Sect were smiling wryly in embarrassment. The founding patriarch glared at Bazius Hun for a moment, then rubbed his forehead. Sounding a bit displeased, he said, "It might be good for you to think about it for a while, don't you think?" "Patriarch, I don't think anyone else but me is suitable to become the junior patriarch of the River-Defying Sect. What's there to think about?" "I agree." Bazius Hun stood there, looking off into the distance, fairly radiating energy. His hair swirled around him, and his eyes seemed to shine like the stars. He seemed like something beyond the chosen, almost like a deity. The Bloodstream Sect's Archpatriarch cleared his throat and said, "You're already completely famous. Why don't you give some of the other disciples a chance?" Bazius Hun flicked his sleeve and gazed up into the air, looking completely stern and awe-inspiring. It was as if his righteousness could shake everything in heaven and earth. "Patriarchs, the reason I'm so famous is because I take my responsibilities seriously. That's an important quality. I, Bazius Hun, am a person who loves my sect. How could I force other disciples to sacrifice themselves to handle my responsibilities? I could never treat them so unfairly. That's not how Bazius Hun operates. Not ever. Fate has selected me for this role, and if the sect picks me, then I won't frown even if I have to go through hell or high water." "But you've been wounded," Patriarch Crimson Soul suddenly said, "and as a junior patriarch, you would likely encounter even more situations in which you could end up wounded." Bazius Hun's eyes widened, and for the first time, he actually took a moment to think. After a moment of indecision, he gritted his teeth and then chuckled casually. "As cultivators, which of us haven't shed some blood? I, Bazius Hun, have a dream. I dream that for the rest of my life, the day will never come that I am forced to shed even a single tear for my sect. Even if I have to shed a lifetime of blood, I will make that dream become a reality. And that is because I am the junior patriarch of the River-Defying Sect." Although Bazius Hun was smiling, it was a smile of utmost sincerity and solemnity. It contained his hopes for the sect, and his determination to stride into the future. As he spoke, his energy surged, and everyone in the Grand Hall was shaken inwardly. Were it not for the fact that all of the patriarchs had witnessed Bazius Hun's performance from earlier, they would all be convinced that he was the epitome of righteousness and loyalty. The hall fell into silence. Strange expressions could be seen on the faces of the patriarchs. A long moment passed, and finally the founding patriarch of the Spirit Stream Sect chuckled. "Very well then. In a month, we'll hold the ceremony. The River-Defying Sect shall be founded in the eastern lower reaches of the cultivation world. Furthermore, we will send a petition to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect in the upper reaches, asking for permission to replace the Sky River Court." Laughing loudly, Bazius Hun said, "I've been waiting for this war for a long time." After conferring a bit more with the patriarchs, he turned and left, heart swelling with pride. Upon leaving the hall, his spirits did not fall. Everywhere he went, people looked over, at first in shock, and then with expressions of fervor and respect. Upon arriving back at the spirit abode, he sighed comfortably, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Those old fogies scared the daylights out of me. I thought they were going to give me a dangerous mission or something. Why didn't they bring up the junior patriarch thing earlier?" Feeling very pleased with himself, he shook his head and settled down cross-legged. "As a junior patriarch, I'm definitely going to be completely and utterly famous. Ha ha ha. Soon I'm going to need to change the rallying cry. I can't use the Middle Peak Blood Master has infinite magical powers, the Spirit Stream Heaven Dao expert can shake the whole world anymore. It'll have to be the River-Defying Junior Patriarch is unparalleled under heaven." Such thoughts got him even more excited than before. In terms of safety, Humphrey, being the Junior Patriarch is definitely the safest of all. They're not going to be sending me out on missions, that's for sure. And I'll definitely have lots of other disciples to guard me whenever I leave the sect. Bazius Hun felt wonderful, and could hardly wait for the ceremony the following month. The official founding of the River-Defying Sect became the hottest topic of conversation among the disciples of the four sects. Furthermore, word spread until the entire eastern lower reaches was abuzz. All of the smaller sects, as well as countless cultivator clans and numerous rogue cultivators, were all completely shaken. To them, even a single one of the four great sects was a vast and important organization, but now, all of the four great sects had joined into one. A powerful organization like that hadn't ever appeared in the history of the eastern lower reaches. Before long, word spread to the cultivator clans and smaller sects in the Delta region. However, there was even more news that started to circulate, news that got everyone shaking with madness and astonishment. The goal of the river-defying sect wasn't just to join together into one large sect. They wanted to fight their way into the middle reaches and take over the Sky River Court as the dominant sect there. That news virtually drove people crazy. After all, if the river-defying sect succeeded, then it would mean that 4 slots would open up for new sects in the lower reaches. The river-defying sect's thirst to become a middle reaches sect only continued to grow stronger. Likewise, the thirst of the Delta sects and cultivator clans to establish their place in the lower reaches was just as strong. And thus, disputes arose, as well as secret treaties. The entire eastern lower reaches of the cultivation world was shaken. As the commotion grew, everyone was focused on the grand ceremony to come. The river-defying sect did not establish an official sect headquarters. As for the city in the mountains, it was only a temporary base. According to the river-defying sect, the only suitable headquarters was currently occupied by the Sky River Court. Despite being only a temporary headquarters, it didn't take long for the more than 1 million cultivators of the 4 clans to renovate the entire city. They even expanded it, making it look more glorious than before. The reserve powers of all 4 sects were present, marked by enormous vortexes up in the sky, which emanated shocking pressure at all times. As the ceremony approached, the sects and clans of the lower reaches used any and all means necessary to arrange for emissaries from their various organizations to hurry toward the city. As for those who weren't powerful enough to send people such a long distance in such a short time, they were simply out of luck. Of course, the eastern lower reaches was a huge place, and most sects had connections to other cultivator clans, as well as forces in the Delta regions. Because of that, a vast number of people converged on the city to attend the ceremony, so much so that the city itself couldn't contain them, forcing them to set up camp in the surrounding area. More people arrived every day. Soon, the time for the ceremony arrived. On that day, the cultivators of the river-defying sect decorated the entire city. They all wore new Taoist robes, and looked completely spectacular. The vortex above rumbled with power, and the 17 patriarchs hovered in the air like 17 gods. Beneath them were more than 100 legacy echelon cultivators in the gold core stage, who were precious gems in the sect, and the hope for future glory. Further down were the hundreds of prime elders, who shone like glittering stars. Then were the even larger numbers of foundation establishment cultivators, whose energy caused brightly colored lights to flash in heaven and earth. The people outside the city who had come to observe the ceremony were completely shocked, and couldn't help but cry out in shock. Suddenly, an archaic voice echoed out in all directions, a voice that boomed like thunder and caused the hearts of all cultivators who heard it to tremble on the verge of exploding. Let heaven and earth bear witness. Let an oath be sworn to time itself. This day is the day the river-defying sect is founded. We, the Spirit Stream sect, henceforth abandon the name of our sect, and join the river-defying sect. We, the Bloodstream sect, henceforth abandon the name of our sect, and join the river-defying sect. We, the Profound Stream sect. We, the Pillstream sect. The voices of the patriarchs of the 4 sects began to ring out, one after another. Their voices filled the entire world with intense rumbling sounds. As their oaths echoed out, it proved that in the eastern lower reaches, a sect was rising up the likes of which had never been seen before. Baziushan's heart pounded with excitement as he hovered in midair, looking up at the ceremony going on. It was then that the strange sign suddenly appeared in the sky. Golden light flooded out, flickering, scintillating, as if a bolt of golden lightning had appeared. Then, a huge vortex appeared higher up in the sky, a vortex fully 30,000 meters wide. It was as if the sky itself were collapsing. Intense pressure weighed down that affected even the patriarchs, the gold core cultivators, and the river-defying sect's reserve powers. This energy made them seem like fireflies looking up at the bright moon. The pressure didn't just affect the river-defying sect. The entire city began to tremble, and the cultivators who had come to observe the ceremony started to shake. They felt as if heavenly might were crushing down on them, and they dropped to their knees, trembling, to kowtow. Not a sound could be heard in all creation. The river-defying sect's patriarchs were all trembling as they struggled to raise their heads. In the huge vortex up above, an enormous eye slowly opened. It was several thousand meters wide, and as it looked down, everyone who saw it was shaken. It was as if the entire world were a bottle, and someone outside of the bottle were looking into it through the bottleneck. Baziushan's heart was pounding in shock, he could hardly believe what he was seeing. The eye slowly took in the sights below, and then a powerful voice erupted out from the vortex to fill heaven and earth. River-defying sect, hear the decree of the starry sky Tao polarity sect. Chapter 314, I live for the sect. The patriarchs of the river-defying sect exchanged enthusiastic glances. Then the Archpatriarch of the Bloodstream Division clasped hands and bowed deeply. "We will comply with any decree." The ancient voice then continued, "The Starry Sky Tao Polarity Sect approves your petition to go to war, and permits you to destroy the Sky River Court and take over its position." Each word spoken by the voice boomed like thunder, echoing out in all directions. When the last words were spoken, a golden beam of light shot toward the Archpatriarch, coming to a stop in front of him in the form of a jade slip. Simultaneously, the vortex vanished. It was as if a giant figure from before had never been there. After a brief moment of silence, the Archpatriarch lifted the golden jade slip high above his head. As he did, all of the cultivators of the river-defying sect, as well as all of the other cultivators who had come to observe the ceremony, broke out into uproarious cheering. "Victory belongs to the river-defying sect! Victory belongs to the river-defying sect! Victory belongs to the river-defying sect!" The cacophony of their cheers echoed out to fill the entire world around them. The cultivators of the river-defying sect were extremely excited, especially those from the Spirit Stream Division and the Bloodstream Division. Of course, their enthusiasm quickly rubbed off on the disciples of the Profound and Pillstream Divisions. Soon, all eyes were filled with confidence and anticipation. After all, the best way for new allies to get used to each other was to fight side by side in war. Under the bloody grindstone that was war, the four sects would truly become one, would truly transform, and would truly achieve glory. Even as everyone was cheering at the tops of their lungs, the Archpatriarch's gaze swept across the crowd and came to rest on Baziush-hun. Then he spoke out in a voice that instantly suppressed all other noise, becoming the only thing people heard. "Baziush-hun, step forward for the official conferring ceremony." Baziush-hun shivered. The atmosphere already had his blood boiling, so he took a deep breath to calm himself, then strode out in front of the 17 nascent soul patriarchs. Disciple Baziush-hun offers greetings, patriarchs. As he clasped hands and bowed, his expression was somber, and a murderous aura slowly began to build up around him. He seemed as firm and unyielding as iron, like a celestial warrior who had seen hundreds of battles, a person possessing unmatchable energy. His features were somehow chiseled and grim, and deep in his eyes, stars, moons, and other heavenly bodies swirled about. The power of his blood chi flowed out, creating a blood-colored suit of armor around him, complete with a blood-colored cape. As of this moment, Baziush-hun did not seem timid or cowardly, nor even the least bit naughty or mischievous. He stood as straight and tall as a mountain peak, and seemed as profound and deep as the ocean. Everyone watching the scene was shaken, especially the cultivators who were just seeing him for the first time. They gasped, and looks of profound respect appeared in their eyes. They had all heard of Baziush-hun, and knew that he was the person responsible for all the momentous changes in the eastern lower reaches of the cultivation world. Now that they could see him for the first time in person, he looked exactly like the cool, collected chosen that they had imagined. The same thing was going through all of their minds. He was obviously a person who lived up to his reputation. So that's Baziush-hun? He's the ultimate chosen. I've only heard some stories about this Baziush-hun. Some people say that he's wise, intelligent, and courageous, a natural-born prodigy, a star who shines with boundless light. However, I've also heard more than a few people say that he's a greedy coward, completely despicable and shameless. People like him are bound to be the subject of plenty of jealousy. Now that I think about it, I also heard some bad stories about him. But those stories are probably just made up. The people who knew him best were the cultivators from the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect. Many of those cultivators were looking at him with wide eyes, almost as if they didn't even recognize him. Big Fatty John gasped, and Hu Yunfei shook his head with a smile. Zhu Bekai and many of Baziush-hun's other friends were all simply sighing at how skilled he had become at striking the right bows at the right time. Baziush-hun felt very proud of himself, and was completely filled with anticipation at the glorious scene which would play out when he officially became the junior patriarch. However, none of those emotions showed on his face. His expression was somber, and his veins of steel were pulsing. He stood there coolly, looking just like he had when he was night crypt. People immediately began to cheer. All the while, strange expressions could be seen on the faces of the 17 patriarchs. However, inwardly, they were relieved. Many of them had been worried that Baziush-hun might act the way he had when he'd met with them earlier, and ruin the ceremony. Baziush-hun, as a junior patriarch of the river-defying sect, you must shoulder a weighty responsibility. Henceforth, you are a core element of our sect. Your life, your honor, and everything else about you are all inextricably linked with the sect. The glory of the sect is also your glory. The shame of the sect is also your shame. Likewise, your glory and shame will belong to the sect. No matter where you go, no matter how much time passes, your home, your roots, and your everything are the sect. If the day ever comes that the sect falls, it will be your responsibility to restore it. If the day ever comes that the sect basks in unheard of the glory, it will be your responsibility to defend it. You must ensure that the river-defying sect never becomes divided, and never loses its heart and soul. Bazius-hun, are you prepared to shoulder such responsibility? Your answer please. The Archpatriarch's expression was unprecedentedly calm as he spoke in a voice as explosive as thunder, a voice which caused all hearts to tremble. Bazius-hun shivered, and suddenly, all of his pride and complacency vanished. His desire to bask in glory faded away, and he stood there quietly, looking, in rare fashion, truly solemn and respectful. He suddenly realized that the position of Junior Patriarch wasn't just about glory and fame. It was a serious responsibility. For the rest of his life, he would never able to separate himself from or part ways with the river-defying sect. It would be his home, and also, the most precious thing in his life. Bazius-hun suddenly found himself in a bit of a reverie. He thought back to Mount Hood in the Eastwood Mountains. He thought about his relatives in the village he had grown up in. He thought about how he had held his parents' hands as they passed away. He thought about all the times he'd lit that stick of incense. He thought about everything he'd done in the Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect. Without even thinking about it, he looked over at Li Qingyu among the legacy echelon cultivators. Li Qingyu's heart was filled with pride that the same Bazius-hun he had brought to the sect was now grown up. To see Bazius-hun where he was now, and to see him looking over at him, caused Li Qingyu's face to fill with a smile of deep gratification. When Bazius-hun saw Li Qingyu's smile, he took a deep breath, and an expression of determination filled his face. Looking back at the Bloodstream Division's Archpatriarch, he clasped hands formally. Yes. I'm prepared. He spoke the words slowly, because they were words of utmost importance. After speaking them, the gazes fixed upon him didn't make him feel grand and impressive. Instead, he felt as if a very heavy responsibility had just come to rest on his shoulders. The Archpatriarch gave Bazius-hun a profound look. Because of his age and his cultivation base, he could see that Bazius-hun had spoken from the bottom of his heart, with complete sincerity. The Archpatriarch nodded, and then looked over at the founding Patriarch of the Spirit Stream Division. Both patriarchs could see the looks of determination in each other's eyes. Without any hesitation, the Archpatriarch said, on this day, Bazius-hun is conferred with the title of Junior Patriarch of the River-Defying Sect. Trembling, the cultivators of the River-Defying Sect clasped hands and bowed to Bazius-hun. Greetings, Junior Patriarch. It wasn't just the outer and inner sect disciples who bowed. The Foundation Establishment cultivators and the Gold Core experts also joined in. The Junior Patriarch of the sect occupied a position second only to the patriarchs themselves. It was even higher than the legacy echelon. Song Ke and the other chosen all had no choice other than to bow their heads. Shangguan Danyu's hands were clenched tightly, and bitterness gripped his heart, but he had no other options available. Then, a thunderous rumbling filled the air as the countless other cultivators in the audience also offered formal greetings. Greetings, Junior Patriarch of the River-Defying Sect. The deafening sound flowed out to fill heaven and earth, causing everything to tremble. Bazius-hun looked around, his heart surging. From the look on his face, he had many things he wished to say, and yet, wasn't sure how to express them. A moment passed, and his thoughts slowly coalesced into a single sentence. Although he didn't speak it out loud, it settled down onto his heart, like an indelible mark that would be there for the rest of his life. I live for the sect. He only spoke the words in his heart, but from the expression on his face, the river-defying sect's nascent soul patriarchs could tell what he was thinking. As they looked back at him, their eyes were filled with reminiscence, encouragement, and deep sighs. Meanwhile, on the roof of a certain spirit abode within the city, a monkey could be seen, sitting there, looking up at the goings-on with a faint smile on his face. The sect isn't going to let you down, kid. The monkey murmured. Sitting next to the monkey was a rabbit, who was also staring up into the sky. Chapter 315, Secrets of Two Sects. The grand ceremony to commemorate the founding of the river-defying sect was now over. However, the events which had just occurred became a daily topic of conversation among the countless people who inhabited the eastern lower reaches of the cultivation world. Whether it was the dharmic decree of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, or the fact that Bazius-hun had been conferred the title of Junior Patriarch, it all left an indelible impression upon the minds of the people regarding the power of the river-defying sect. Soon, the bustle in the temporary headquarters began to die down as the cultivators of the river-defying sect departed. The Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect's response to the river-defying sect's request indicated that a new war was on the horizon. The four divisions of the river-defying sect took that war very seriously, and for many people in those sects, it was the culmination of their life's work. They would be fighting to establish a new sect headquarters, to rise from the lower reaches into the middle reaches. It was a war of utmost importance. There were many preparations to be made, and all of the various patriarchs agreed that they needed to go all out, to hold nothing back. The Pill Stream Division and the Profound Stream Division returned to their former territories to prepare everything for departure, including their reserve powers. According to the agreement that had been reached by the Patriarchs, they would head to the Bloodstream Division in 2 months' time. From there, they would set out onto the Heavenspan River, and head upstream toward the Sky River Court. As the divisions left their temporary headquarters, Baziush-hun had various sect matters to attend to due to his status as the junior patriarch. On one particular evening, the founding patriarch of the Spirit Stream Division had a long discussion with him. The discussion was held in a grand hall, along with Patriarch Ironwood and the other nascent soul patriarchs. Also present were Zhenyu Ondong and Li Qingyu. Before beginning to speak, the founding patriarch waved his hand, sealing the entire area so that their words would remain private. Even more surprising to Baziush-hun was that the other patriarchs all lent their power to the sealing. Clearly, they were being very cautious. In a final display of caution, the founding patriarch produced a feng shui compass, which, upon activation, sent black and white light streaming out to form yet another sealing layer. Baziush-hun could sense terrifying pressure coming from that feng shui compass. Although it looked ordinary, and even a bit worn, he could tell that it contained a level of power similar to the reserve powers of the sects. However, the compass was so dilapidated that it apparently only had the strength left to seal down an area, and nothing more. When the sealing was done, the founding patriarch sighed and looked over at Baziush-hun, a very serious expression on his face. This immortal executing compass was passed down by the ancestors. With it here, not even a Deva realm expert would be able to eavesdrop on us, at least not without expending significant effort. Baziush-hun, the information I'm about to tell you must be kept completely confidential. If word spread, it could lead to a complete and utter disaster. Baziush-hun was already starting to get anxious, and was actually wondering if it would be better to not hear this information. After all, it meant that in the future, the mere slip of the tongue on his part could result in him losing his poor little life. Even as he hesitated over the matter, the founding patriarch continued. We didn't originally intend to reveal these matters to you, but since you are now the junior patriarch of the river-defying sect, there are some things that can't be kept secret. If certain events played out in the future, and you weren't aware of the truth, it could cause problems for you. Baziush-hun could only focus, take a deep breath, and look intently at the founding patriarch. Our Spirit Stream Division's origins do not lie in the Eastern cultivation world. Not even paying attention to Baziush-hun's reaction, the founding patriarch looked up, a gleam of reminiscence flickering in his eyes. We come from the Northern cultivation world, from a river source sect that was called the Frigid School. What? Baziush-hun said, immediately shaken. Never could he have imagined that the founding patriarch would have something like this to say. To find out such information about the origins of the Spirit Stream sect came completely out of the blue, leaving Baziush-hun a bit taken aback. Furthermore, when the founding patriarch mentioned the Frigid School, it instantly caused him to think about the Frigid School medicine manual. Long ago, the Frigid School was the dominant sect at the mouth of the river in the north. It was just as prominent as the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. However, because of an unexpected rebellion, the Frigid School collapsed and was supplanted. The survivors had no other choice but to swallow their humiliation and flee for their lives. Eventually, they came to the Eastern cultivation world, where they set down new roots. Only 2 survivors actually made it here. One of them was my master, and the other was the true spirit of the Frigid School. My master secretly helped the Spirit Stream sect become one of the 4 major sects in the lower reaches. As for that true spirit, she is the true reserve power within the Spirit Stream Division. The other patriarchs in the hall maintained silence. As for Zhenyu Ondong and Li Qingyu, both of them had looks of solemnity and shock. Apparently, this was also their first time hearing this information. However, the true spirit was gravely injured, and could do little more than sleep in the form of a frigid corpse. In all the years that have passed, she has never awakened. The only method to awaken her is to use something called the river-defying pill. With that medicinal pill, the true spirit can be temporarily awakened to resolve virtually any crisis. The truth is that back when we were about to go to war with the Bloodstream sect, our final hope rested in the true spirit. Unfortunately, we only have one river-defying pill, and can use it only in the absolutely direst of circumstances. As the founding patriarch spoke, his words seemed to contain a profound level of ancientness. Baziush-hun's heart was already reeling from the waves of shock that pounded against it. He could hardly even breathe steadily. Over the years, we have tried every possible method to concoct another river-defying pill. Unfortunately, all such efforts have failed. After we get back to the headquarters, I need you to go offer formal greetings to the true spirit, and also, think of a way to concoct a river-defying pill, before we get to the middle reaches. If you can, then the Spirit Stream Division will be able to provide crucial assistance to the river-defying sect as a whole. Anticipation shone in the eyes of the founding patriarch as he looked at Baziush-hun. As for Bazius Hun, he took a deep breath, his mind was spinning, and he almost couldn't believe what he was hearing. After a moment, he thought back to the formula for the river-defying pill. His research into the pill had led him to the conclusion that it was very, very strange. It was only now that he realized that it was specifically intended to help a true spirit. The river-defying pill and the frigid school medicine manual, he murmured. The founding patriarch nodded. A senior member of the sect gave those 2 items to you. It was that monkey, wasn't it? Bazius Hun asked suddenly. After a moment of hesitation, the founding patriarch nodded. Suddenly, numerous puzzle pieces clicked into place in Bazius Hun's mind. The matter at hand was a weighty one, and he needed more time to digest all the information. After leaving the hall, he returned to his spirit abode, still marveling in disbelief at everything he'd heard. Settling down, he pulled out the frigid school medicine manual, as well as the formula for the river-defying pill, which he began to study closely. River-defying pill. He murmured softly. He was suddenly extremely curious about the true spirit the patriarch had mentioned, and very much wanted to see what she looked like. The following day, the last of the Profound and Pillstream divisions left. As for the Bloodstream division cultivators, they were still making preparations for departure. They had something very important to do back in the former location of their sect. Before leaving, the Archpatriarch came to find Bazius Hun, who was still ruminating over the information about the origin of the Spirit Stream division. As Bazius Hun would soon find out, the information the Archpatriarch had to share was just as shocking as the information he had learned from the Spirit Stream division. The Archpatriarch quickly set up a spell formation seal, then looked over at Bazius Hun, his expression very serious as he said, Bazius Hun, do you know where our blood ancestor came from? Huh? Where the blood ancestor came from? Bazius Hun was taken aback, and couldn't help but wonder why these 2 sects had so many secrets. Both of them had impressive backgrounds, the truth of which left him reeling. He was almost in a daze as he looked at the Archpatriarch. The Archpatriarch sighed disappointedly. Oh, so you don't know? I'd assumed you would have learned something when you accepted the legacy. All Bazius Hun could do was smile wryly in response. Well, the truth is that none of us know the true origins of the blood ancestor, so let's not worry about that for now. The Bloodstream sect researched the blood ancestor for many years. Eventually, that research led to our theory regarding the legacy of the Blood Lord. Now we know that we were correct. All of those years of research paid off. However, there was more to the theory. Based on all of the research, we are fairly certain that the body of the blood ancestor can still move. Bazius Hun's eyes were getting wider and wider. Never could he have imagined that the body of the blood ancestor could be controlled and moved. Then he thought back to how he had temporarily felt himself take over the body of the blood ancestor back when he had received the legacy, and he began to pant. The body of the blood ancestor is enormous, and exists mostly beneath the surface of the Heavenspan River. You are aware of the grand spell formation set up on the 5 mountain peaks that are the 5 fingers of the blood ancestor, correct? The true function of that spell formation is to allow the Bloodstream division to control the body of the blood ancestor. Bazius Hun immediately thought back to when Patriarch Limitless and Zumai had tapped into the spell formation on Middle Peak to influence the blood chi in the area. After becoming a blood master, Bazius Hun had been able to directly sense the spell formation. It almost seemed like a set of clothing that existed on the surface of the blood ancestor. By this point, he was starting to understand what the Bloodstream division was planning to do. Succeeding at such a task will be extremely difficult, and the Bloodstream sect prepared years to do just that. We have even set up spell formations inside of the blood ancestor's body. However, up till now, we have been missing a core element. We need someone who can take all of the blood chi from all of the cultivators of the Bloodstream division and focus it together. That is the power that can be used to control the body of the blood ancestor. According to our research and speculations, only the Blood Lord can do such a thing. My hope is that you will return to our headquarters, enter the body of the blood ancestor with us, and take control of it. Then we will head up the river and launch our assault on the Sky River Court. With the help of the blood ancestor, the river-defying sect's chances of successfully defeating the Sky River Court will be greatly increased. The Archpatriarch's eyes were glowing with a profound light. After all, this was everything he had worked toward throughout his entire life. After a long moment of silence, Bazius Hun nodded. He was also filled with anticipation at the thought of controlling the body of the blood ancestor. The Archpatriarch smiled, then made arrangements for exactly when to take Bazius Hun inside the blood ancestor. Afterward, he left with the rest of the Bloodstream division to go back and make the necessary preparations. A few days later, the Spirit Stream division forces began to depart. Bazius Hun joined them as they left the city, and it was only then that he was certain that no one else was going to come reveal more secrets to him. So many secrets, he thought, sighing. He was a bit proud of himself. Obviously, he was the type of person who people trusted enough to share secrets with. Chapter 316, The True Spirit's Eyes Open. Now that the 4 divisions had made their departure, the city was mostly empty, occupied only by a small garrison of cultivators that had been left behind. The forces of the Spirit Stream Division were the last to leave, mostly because of the vast number of people they had to transport. Furthermore, they weren't in Spirit Stream Division territory anymore, so moving the 9th mountain peak involved a huge effort. In fact, it would take several teleportations to get it all the way back to the sect headquarters on the Eastwood continent. Of course, Bazish-hun didn't have to get involved with the actual movement of the army, nor did the patriarchs have to waste energy on it. Zheng Yuandong was the sect leader, and it was in times like this that his authority was in full swing. Some prime elders and even a patriarch stayed behind with the main force to escort them, but the founding patriarch took Bazish-hun and the other legacy echelon cultivators away ahead of them. To use the teleportation powers of the 9th mountain peak required a significant wastage of power. However, as long as too many people weren't on the mountain, the sect could pay the price. It didn't take long before the line of teleportation was rising up into the sky. Countless cultivators looked up into the sky with respectful adoration at Bazish-hun and the other legacy echelon cultivators. Sighing, Bazish-hun looked down at the earth far below. He wished he could take Big Fatty Zhang with him, as well as Hu Yunfei and his other friends. Eva Zhuzinki. However, he didn't bother annoying the patriarchs with such a request. After all, with each additional person to be teleported, even more resources would have to be wasted. "It's not that I don't want to help you out, brothers and sisters," he murmured, waving at his friends down below. "I just can't." Even as Shangguan looked on with gritted teeth, and Ghost Fang gazed up somewhat blankly, Bazish-hun vanished. Rumbling sounds echoed out, and Bazish-hun's vision swam. The power of teleportation gripped his mind for a while, and when things became clear, he found himself in midair above Mount Daoseed in the middle of the Spirit Stream Division. The discomfort that came from teleportation didn't affect Gold Core cultivators, and as for Bazish-hun, he had a powerful fleshly body and a Heaven Dao Foundation establishment cultivation base. Although his face went a bit pale, and his cultivation base trembled unstably for a moment, after taking a few deep breaths, he felt fine. That caused the surrounding legacy echelon cultivators to look twice at him. That was especially true of Li Qingwu, who seemed particularly pleased. It was on more than one occasion that, when in private with Zhu Mixian, he had brought up how proud he was of Bazish-hun. "Come with me, Zish-hun," said the founding patriarch, his expression serious as he strode forward. As for the other legacy echelon cultivators, they went back to the sect with the other patriarchs to begin making various important preparations. One of the reasons they had been teleported across continents to return was their status in the sect, but another reason was that they had an important task ahead of them. They needed to create a fleet of ships, enormous vessels that could carry the divisions up the Heavenspan River. They would create a small fleet of Heavenspan battleships. To make the trip to the middle reaches overland would be virtually impossible, and also incredibly dangerous. There were even some areas of the land that would be virtually impassable. The resources involved in making such a trip were difficult to imagine, and such wastage would put them in a bad position in the fighting to come. Therefore, after much discussion, the more than 10 patriarchs of the river-defying sect reached their decision. They would travel up the river. Obviously, any ship that could go against the current in the Heavenspan River would be something completely beyond ordinary. The materials used to construct it would have to be meticulously selected. Obviously, neither the Pill Stream Division nor the Profound Stream Division was in a position to make such a vessel. Therefore, this vitally important task had come to rest on the shoulders of the Spirit Stream Division. Although the Profound and Pill Stream Divisions had provided many of the materials necessary to make the ships, they still lacked material to make the keels. The best thing to use for the keels would be the spine of some gigantic beast, and after much discussion, the Spirit Stream Division made a decision on what to use. What was now necessary was for the legacy echelon cultivators and the patriarchs to procure that beast's spine, and then craft the battleships as quickly as possible. Then, they would have their Heavenspan battleships, which would be able to carry the more than 1 million cultivators of the 4 great sects. Everyone immediately got to work without taking even a moment to rest. As for Bazish-hun, he followed the founding patriarch toward the restricted area behind Mount Daoseed. "Zish-hun, your task is to do your best to concoct the river-defying pill. First, I'll take you to where the true spirit rests in slumber. Perhaps that will be of some assistance to you in your concocting work." Bazish-hun couldn't help but be nervous at the founding patriarch's serious tone. However, he was very curious about this most profound of the sect's reserve powers. At the same time, his heart was filled with respect. "True spirit," he murmured to himself. He followed the founding patriarch into the restricted area, and after having taken only a few steps, everything around him started to turn blurry, almost as if it were an illusion. Bazish-hun's heart skipped a beat, and he hurried along nervously behind the founding patriarch. For some reason, he had the feeling that they were now somewhere deep underground, even beneath the Heavenspan River itself. Soon, things became clear, and Baziush-hun saw an enormous karst cave up ahead. 4 cave entrances could be seen leading into the cave, with Baziush-hun and the founding patriarch standing in one of them. Down below, golden water could be seen. The glow of spell formations lit the entire area, which Baziush-hun quickly realized were connected to both the mountain peaks of the south and north banks, but also to the Heavenspan River itself. Furthermore, the spell formation seemed to be siphoning water from the river. It wasn't an offensive spell formation, it was solely defensive. Baziush-hun couldn't help but gasp at the sight of it. After looking around, his gaze came to rest in the middle of the karst cave, where he saw a coffin. The coffin had no lid, and from his current vantage point, he could see that inside of it rested the corpse of a baby girl. Despite being a corpse, the girl seemed to contain signs of life, as well as a profoundly ancient air. Baziush-hun's mind instantly began to spin, as though something were sucking away at his consciousness. Suddenly, he felt as if he could see a supremely elegant woman walking toward him. He felt like his soul and his body were suddenly beyond his own control. He forgot everything, even life and death. Even as he gazed blankly out at nothing, shivering, the founding patriarch whispered, "This is the true spirit of the frigid school." Baziush-hun's mind began to recover, and he took a few steps back. His face was ashen, and his body was covered with cold sweat. The fear which he had felt moments ago continued to grip his heart. The founding patriarch reached out and placed his right hand on Baziush-hun's shoulder. "Your cultivation base is too low, so you can't look at her for too long. However, with my assistance, you should be able to last for about 10 breaths of time. Hopefully that will be of some assistance in your concocting of the river-defying pill." With that, he sent boundless cultivation base power into Baziush-hun, causing him to shiver as he once again looked over at the corpse of the baby girl. This time, his mind didn't feel so much like it was being sucked away. He looked at the corpse as closely as possible, trying to commit every detail to memory. Soon, the 10 breaths of time were almost up. After a brief moment of hesitation, Baziush-hun decided that simply looking with his naked eye wouldn't provide much help to him in concocting the river-defying pill. Gritting his teeth, he opened his Heavenspan Dharma eye. The instant his third eye opened, what he saw was no longer the corpse of the baby girl. Instead, it was a supremely elegant woman lying there. Her eyes were closed, and she was completely unmoving. She was surrounded by writhing black mist that resembled countless maggots, which constantly attempted to chew their way into her body. Clearly, it was the spell formation and the water of the Heavenspan River that slowed their progress. Inside of the woman's chest was a cauldron that emanated deep blue light. Apparently, the black mist maggots were terrified of the cauldron, and the light which shone out of it, they avoided it at all costs. Unfortunately, the glow of the cauldron was very faint, as though it only contained the slightest scrap of power left within it. Then, to Baziush-hun's great surprise, something happened that he almost suspected was an illusion. The woman's eyes opened, revealing complete and utter blackness as she looked at Baziush-hun. The river-defying pill draws life from the Heavenspan River water. Converge the energy of heaven and earth to stir the might of the frigid cauldron and suppress the power of the 9 devils. Baziush-hun shivered and impulsively cried out. She opened her eyes and said before he could finish speaking, the founding patriarch's face turned ashen, and blood began to ooze out of his mouth. Even still, a look of delight filled his face and he looked over at Baziush-hun. "You saw the true spirit open her eyes?" she spoke. Baziush-hun nodded incredulously. The founding patriarch excitedly clasped hands and bowed to the baby girl, then led Baziush-hun away, peppering him with questions the entire time. Even after stepping back onto Mount Deoseed, his eyes still flashed with excitement. The fact that the true spirit opened her eyes indicates that she also believes you have the potential to concoct the river-defying pill. Come. I'll take you to look at the one river-defying pill we have in the sect. After studying it, you can try to concoct your own. He clasped Baziush-hun by the arm, and the two of them vanished. When they reappeared, they were outside an immortal's cave on the 9th mountain peak, a place heavily sealed by numerous spell formations. The founding patriarch immediately waved his hand, causing a box to fly out of the cave. When the box landed in front of Baziush-hun, the lid opened, revealing a violet medicinal pill. It seemed completely ancient, as though it had been concocted countless years in the past. As soon as it appeared, strange colors flashed, and a huge wind kicked up. Baziush-hun could immediately sense an indescribable life force power within the pill. River-defying pill. Chapter 317, I'm the Little Turtle. The life force was so incredible that grass and plants sprouted up beneath Baziush-hun's feet. It spread out rapidly, until everything within 300 meters was a world of lush vegetation, complete with blooming flowers. The power of the life force only continued to explode out, But before too much time could pass, the founding patriarch waved his sleeve, sealing the river-defying pill back into the little wooden box. As soon as the lid of the box closed, the life force vanished. The plants and vegetation in the area rapidly withered up, and within the space of a few breaths of time, they had vanished, almost as if they had never existed to begin with. Bazish-hun looked around with wide eyes. He had never seen any medicinal pill like this one. The power of the life force he had just felt was almost unbelievable, and was also terrifying to the extreme. The river-defying pill can't be brought out into the open for too long. Every moment that this box is opened, some of the medicinal strength fades away. The founding patriarch obviously didn't want to waste even the slightest bit of the pill that wasn't necessary, and as he looked over at Bazish-hun, a look of pain could be seen in his eyes. This medicinal pill is a 10 breaths river-defying pill. According to the legends, if the pill is created perfectly, the result will be an eternal river-defying pill, which would permanently awaken the true spirit. Bazish-hun, whatever you need to concoct the river-defying pill, just say it. The sect will support you in any way possible. Bazish-hun didn't say anything at first. He thought back to the moment he had looked at the true spirit, and also the terrifying power of the medicinal pill from moments ago. He didn't feel confident at all in being able to succeed, and had to force himself to nod in agreement. Then, he made his way off slowly. After returning to his immortal's cave on Mount Deoseed, he sat down cross-legged to think. On the one hand, the river-defying pill was very important to the sect, and on the other hand, the mere sight of the terrifying power of the pill was very enticing. How do you make a pill with such terrifying life force power? Furthermore, I didn't get the sense that there were any plants and vegetation in that pill. Apparently, it really doesn't use plant ingredients. He had attempted to concoct the river-defying pill in the past, and knew that it involved absorbing Heavenspan river water and then using one's own body as the pill furnace. But if there are no plant ingredients, only Heavenspan river water, how can you produce such intense life force power? Frowning, he sat there and continued to ponder the situation. The next day, he looked very tired. However, he took out the formula for the river-defying pill to study it a bit further, as well as the frigid school medicine manual. After some time, he gritted his teeth and put them away, then produced the holy pill wall fragment he'd acquired in the Profound Stream Sect City. I really don't think my current skill in the Tao of medicine is high enough to concoct the river-defying pill, he thought, sighing. With that, he peered at the holy pill wall fragment, doing the best he could to try to gain further enlightenment of the Tao of medicine which was contained inside. Soon, his gaze began to empty as he sank into his pursuit of enlightenment. Time passed. Before long, half a month had gone by. During that time, Bazish-hun remained in seclusion, seeking enlightenment. As for the legacy echelon cultivators and the patriarch, they were busy working on the Heavenspan battleships. Slowly but surely, the cultivators from the army were returning to their headquarters. Patriarch Ironwood came back, and so did Husiomai. The Spirit Stream Division once again began to bustle with activity. Everyone was involved in the preparations for the campaign to the Middle Reaches, and the Sky River Court. One day, a tremor ran through Bazish-hun, and the blankness in his eyes faded away. Now, they were glowing brightly. He immediately opened the frigid school medicine manual, and sure enough, it looked different than before. There were many areas he couldn't understand before, places that looked like a blur. But now, he understood the deeper meaning. His eyes began to shine even brighter. A few days later, he put the frigid school medicine manual away, and then closed his eyes for a long moment. After some time passed, his eyes opened again. I need Heavenspan river water, he murmured. With that, he pulled out a jade slip to send a message to the sect leadership. The patriarchs had appeared to be completely engrossed in working on the Heavenspan battleships, but they had been secretly looking over at Bazish-hun the entire time. As soon as they heard that he needed Heavenspan river water, Patriarch Ironwood personally went to deliver a bucketful to him. Bazish-hun looked at the Heavenspan river water with rising anticipation. Waving his right finger, he caused a drop to fly up in front of him, whereupon he opened his mouth and sucked it in. Instantly, the Heavenspan river water entered him, and caused intense rumbling sounds to echo out throughout his body. Use my body as the pill furnace, merge life force into the Heavenspan river water, cause the life force to flourish, transform it into a spirit medicine. Eyes closed, he continued to manipulate the Heavenspan river water inside of his body, attempting to fuse it with his own life force. The following day, rumbling sounds filled the Immortal's cave. Bazish-hun's hair was in complete disarray, and his Immortal's cave was filled with a completely noxious odor. However, he wasn't ready to give up yet. Taking out another drop of Heavenspan river water, he decided to try again. Before long, another half a month had gone by. During that time, rumbling sounds echoed out constantly from Bazish-hun's Immortal's cave, along with a noxious stench that soon filled all of Mount Deoseed. However, No one complained. The founding patriarch had long since personally spread word that Bazius-hun was working on a very important medicinal pill for the sect, not enough life force. Just not enough. After spending half a month without any sleep or rest, Bazius-hun was looking a bit gaunt. His hair was completely disheveled, and his eyes were bright red. He looked like he was going crazy. He had used more than half of the bucket of Heavenspan River water, and had failed every time. The main reason for that was that he lacked enough life force. After some calculations, he realized that his own life force wasn't enough to fill 1 out of 100,000 th of the required amount of life force to finish a single river-defying pill. I think that even if the other cultivators in the sect sacrificed life force to help, it would take 100,000 Foundation Establishment cultivators to make even a 10 breaths river-defying pill. Either 100,000 Foundation Establishment cultivators or 100,000 Gold Core cultivators. Maybe 1,000 patriarchs. How is this pill even possible to concoct? He shook his head. Although it was theoretically possible to make such a pill, it just didn't seem realistic. The Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect probably couldn't succeed, let alone the Spirit Stream division of the river-defying sect. Maybe I've been going about it the wrong way, he thought, frowning. However, no amount of thought provided any additional ideas. Finally, he had no choice but to find the founding patriarch and declare sadly that he was giving up. Although the founding patriarch sighed inwardly in disappointment, he felt bad at how exhausted Bazius-hun looked. He also knew that the river-defying pill was something that could not be concocted casually. After all, one generation after another in the Spirit Stream sect had failed to produce one. It doesn't matter, he said consolingly. You can't force success in this matter, Bazius-hun. In 3 days, myself and the other patriarchs will take the legacy echelon cultivators into the chasm on the north bank. Why don't you come along? Within the chasm is an arcane pocket realm that we discovered in the past. Years ago, I saw the skeleton of a Deva beast there, although I was unable to take it away at the time. There are many places inside that no one has ever explored. Although there are certain to be some dangers, there will also be opportunities to seize destiny. Who knows, perhaps you might be able to come across some good fortune before the war begins. Bazius-hun nodded tiredly. It was quite a blow to him to have failed, so it was with great disappointment that he trudged back to his immortal's cave. There, he sat down to meditate and ponder everything he had done with the river-defying pill. Huziomai was back, but she could tell that it wasn't a good time to disturb Bazius-hun, so she stayed away. Big Fatty Zhang and his other friends did the same. 3 days went by quickly, and Bazius-hun slowly recovered. Soon, his cultivation base was back at the peak, and his disappointment at failing to concoct the river-defying pill had temporarily vanished. That was when the jade slip in his bag of holding began to vibrate, and he opened his eyes. When he took out the jade slip, the words of the founding patriarch echoed into his ear, summoning him to the meeting place in the Beast Conservatory. I did my best, he murmured, and can't concoct the river-defying pill at the moment. Taking a deep breath, he looked around at the sect he knew so well, then shot forward in a beam of light toward the north bank. Along the way, the Spirit Stream Division cultivators who spotted him had very respectful looks on their faces as they bowed in greeting. Such reception brightened Bazius-hun's mood, and he subconsciously clasped his hands behind his back and assumed the posture of someone of the senior generation. Smiling, he nodded back at those who greeted him. He was especially happy to see so many of the exuberant and youthful female disciples blushing when they looked at him out of the corners of their eyes. Soon, his mood was fully restored. Clearing his throat, he stopped trying to look like someone from the senior generation and tried to seem a bit more dashing and energetic. Smiling broadly, he flew through the air in dramatic fashion, reveling in the excited cries which echoed out behind him. Ha ha ha. It turns out that I really am quite a dashing fellow. I guess it's just my fault. I'm simply too attractive. Feeling more wonderful than ever, he continued to fly along until he happened to spot Shuzinki. When their eyes met, Bazius-hun smiled, and she frowned and made to pass him by. Bazius-hun narrowed his eyes. From what he could tell, there had been some misunderstandings between himself and Shuzinki, so it was with great solemnity that he suddenly said, Sect niece Zinki, please wait a moment. Shuzinki stopped and looked over at him calmly. Do you have orders for me, Junior Patriarch? Clasping his hands behind his back, he tried to look as melancholy as possible as he stuck his chin up into the air. There's something I've been wanted to tell you for quite some time now, but I never found the right opportunity. Today, I'm going to boldly tell you the truth. And that is that I'm a little turtle. With that, he pondered what to say after Shuzinki expressed her shock. Oh, I know, Shuzinki said, her expression the same as ever. With that, she flew off in a beam of light. Huh? Bazius-hun said, jaw-dropping as he looked at Shuzinki making her way off into the distance. Her reaction had been completely and utterly calm, which was not at all what he had been expecting. Before he could react, raucous laughter exploded out from his bag of holding. "You're the little turtle? Ha ha ha. Oh, I get it. Well, since you love Lord Turtle so much, I won't insult you as much in the future." Chapter 318, Everyone in Your Family is a Tadpole. Bazius Hun smacked his bag of holding in frustration. The little turtle had become quite the headache for him, but there was nothing he could do about the situation. Sighing, he watched Zhou's Inky leaving, then slowly shook his head and turned to head in the direction of the Beast Conservatory on the north bank. It was impossible to say where exactly Bruiser was. When Bazius Hun arrived on the north bank, the only thing that met him was a distant howl. Even Bruiser was ignoring him. Bazius Hun felt more depressed than ever. "The child has grown up," he said with a sigh, "and now he just ignores his father." With that, he headed into the Beast Conservatory. The Beast Conservatory was like a second home to Bazius Hun. As soon as he arrived, the battle beasts looked over and let out happy roars of greeting. "Come on, be a good boy, Blackie. Don't bully poor Daisy. What are you doing, Mr. Black Bear? Fighting again? What did I tell you last time? Alright, you're in timeout for the next 2 hours." Bazius Hun greeted the battle beasts as he went along, and soon he had a whole group clustered around him as he headed toward the chasm where the heaven-horning dragon lived. The patriarchs were already gathering at the edge of the chasm, as well as the legacy echelon cultivators. All of them had very serious expressions on their faces. When Bazius Hun was reminded that his cultivation base was the weakest of the group, he waved the battle beasts away. Then he sidled up to the edge of the chasm and looked inside. Deep down, he was just able to make out a shadowy form that was the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon. Soon, everyone had gathered, and the founding patriarch looked over the group and said, "Many years ago, I saw the skeleton of a Deva-level beast inside the chasm. However, no amount of effort on my part was enough to bring it back with me. Now, we are on the verge of marching to war, and are in the middle of constructing the Heavenspan battleships. The spine of that beast would be perfect to use as ship keels. We 5 patriarchs will do our best to retrieve the remains of the beast. As for the rest of you, feel free to join us, or to explore the depths of the chasm. Perhaps you can find some good fortune therein. The Pocket Realm inside the chasm is a land of treasures, and contains things from the ancient era. There are many places that even I haven't visited. There are places of destiny, and places of danger. Remember not to stray too far. If anything untoward happens, crush this jade slip of retreat to be returned to us immediately." With that, he waved his sleeve, sending jade slips flying out to everyone present. Bazius Hun took the jade slip and examined it. He could immediately sense the teleportation power of the 9th mountain peak on it, and felt a bit more at ease. After all, this pocket realm was part of the Spirit Stream sect, and was covered by numerous sect spell formations. As such, it should be a relatively safe place. After all the explanations were made, the founding patriarch looked down into the chasm, his eyes shining brightly. "Heavenhorn, open the arcane pocket realm." The Heavenhorn Ink Dragon gave a thunderous roar in response, and then raised its head. Eyes shining with mysterious light, it shot downward into the chasm. Intense rumbling sounds spread out through the ground. All of the battle beasts in the Beast Conservatory went silent, and the rest of the beasts throughout the north bank began to tremble. Bruiser had been in the middle of pacing in circles around a female battle beast that resembled a Kylan, when suddenly, he shivered and looked up. At the same time, an enormous vortex appeared at the very bottom of the chasm. A wild wind belched out from within it, causing everyone's clothing to whip about wildly. Black mist erupted up, filling the area with a sensation of profound ancientness. Even at their current distance from the vortex, it was obvious that another world existed on the other side. They could just barely see numerous lushly vegetated mountains, as well as an enormous dragon-like creature with leathery wings flying about in the air. As soon as the vortex appeared, the creature looked over and then began to fly in their direction. However, the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon was even bigger than the winged dragon. It stuck its head out of the vortex, and then a crunching sound could be heard, along with an agonized shriek, as the winged dragon was gobbled up. The Ink Dragon's enormous frame slid through the vortex to appear within the arcane pocket realm, where it let out a roar that could shake heaven and earth. Instantly, the entire world went quiet. The confidence shown by the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon showed that it was familiar with the arcane pocket realm. That made sense considering that it had originally come from that place. Even as Bazius Hun gasped, the founding patriarch spoke once more. "Heavenhorn will stand guard. The entrance will remain open for a month, after which time you must return." With that, the founding patriarch and the other 4 patriarchs flickered into motion, turning into 5 beams of light that shot into the vortex and then disappeared over the horizon. The legacy echelon cultivators were all proud people, and although they had a measure of respect for Bazius Hun, he was still only in the foundation establishment stage, while they were all in the gold core stage. After nodding curtly to Baziush-hun, they all shot toward the vortex. Ziush-hun, don't go very far in, Li King said. If anything bad happens, crush that jade slip immediately. With that, he offered a few more warnings. By this point, the other legacy echelon cultivators were getting impatient, so he flew down to meet them. They were planning to go to a place that would be too dangerous for Foundation establishment cultivators, making it inappropriate to bring Baziush-hun along. Besides, opportunities for good fortune like this were not easy to come by. Baziush-hun watched Li King making his way off into the distance, and then stood at the edge of the chasm, looking down hesitantly as he tried to decide whether or not to go in. Come, child, the Heaven-Horn Ink Dragon said, smiling. It's quite safe in here. Just stay within 500 kilometers of the entrance, and I can protect you personally. Baziush-hun coughed dryly as he thought the matter over again. Finally, he decided that since this place was a pocket realm belonging to the sect, and he also had a teleportation jade slip, it couldn't be too dangerous. He was also curious to see what the pocket realm looked like. Finally, he flew out into the air and then shot down toward the vortex. A moment later, he was in another world. The first thing he noticed was the wild wind that screamed through the entire world. It was different from the wind on the outside, stronger, seemingly mad as it attempted to freeze everything it touched. He took a deep breath and looked up at the sky, where an enormous vortex could be seen, beyond which was the Spirit Stream sect. The Heaven-Horn Ink Dragon was swirling through the air near the vortex. It looked down at him and smiled. Don't worry. I know this place well. Other than a few terrifying entities that you shouldn't provoke, everything else in here should be safe. Besides, those terrifying entities are all sleeping. Fear not. Here, take some of my aura to protect you as you go along. Laughing, the Heaven-Horn Ink Dragon spat out a stream of black mist, which coalesced into the form of a dragon scale that floated down toward Baziush-hun. Elated, Baziush-hun grabbed the scale, and then clasped hands and bowed to the Heaven-Horn Ink Dragon. Many thanks, Senior. With that, he flew further into the world, reminding himself not to go further than 500 kilometers away from the entrance. The cold wind buffeted him as he flew along. Down below, the lands were covered with green vegetation, as well as seemingly endless rolling mountains that seemed rife with secrets and mystery. As far as Baziush-hun was concerned, this place seemed like a completely wild and savage land. The sky was dark. There were no clouds, and no sun, but it wasn't completely black. After flying along for some time, Baziush-hun finally spotted the horizon, where the sun lurked and cast a bit of light out into the world. Strange odors reached his nose, something like the aroma of animals and their droppings. Although it was faint, it immediately got him feeling a bit nervous. There were no signs of human life, but the auras of countless wild beasts could be detected. After having traveled only about 50 kilometers away from the entrance, he could sense that there were eyes looking up at him from the jungle below, eyes belonging to vicious and terrifying creatures. However, he had the Heaven-Horn Ink Dragon scale, which cast fear into the hearts of such creatures. Even those who seemed comparable to the Gold Core stage weren't willing to get near him. At one point, he spotted a leopard-like beast which suddenly grew to 300 meters in length before gobbling down an ox-like creature that was several dozen meters long. It even swallowed the creature's bones. Then it shrank back down to its original size, looked coldly at Baziush-hun, and disappeared into the jungle. This place is so dangerous, he thought, shivering. Looking over his shoulder, he spotted the vortex up in the sky behind him, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he proceeded on for another 50 kilometers or so. Eventually, he sat down on a boulder at the top of a mountain, looking around at the majestic terrain rolling out in all directions. So boring, he said, picking up a pebble. This place isn't fun at all. With that, he tossed the pebble down into the forest. A moment later, the vegetation rustled, and then several two-headed bird-like creatures appeared. They were about half as big as an average human, and let out deafening cries as they glared at Baziush-hun, who shivered in response. The birds soared around in the air for a bit before diving back down into the jungle. Forget this. I'm going back. None of these beasts are friendly at all. Swallowing, he turned to head back in the direction of the Heaven-Horn Ink Dragon. However, in the same moment that he flew up into the air, an enraged roar echoed out from one of the distant mountain peaks. It was only a single roar, but it caused the entire world to shake. Countless mountain peaks trembled, and numerous beasts cried out in anguish, not daring to even lift their heads. Baziush-hun felt like his scalp was about to explode. His mind was reeling, and his ears twinged with pain as looked over at a familiar figure flying toward him from off in the distance. Aren't you just a little tadpole? What's so special about you? How dare you threaten me? Last time Lord Turtle awoke, I saw your dad. You're a tadpole and so was he. Everyone in your whole family is a tadpole. Chapter 319, swallowed up. The figure flying toward him looked very familiar. The beam of light it created as it shot through the air was dazzling, and its voice echoed about in grand fashion. It was none other than the little turtle. Bazius-Hun's jaw dropped, and his hair began to stand on end. He felt like his mind was being struck by 100,000 bolts of lightning, with accompanying thunder pounding into his ears. He immediately let out a shout of alarm. "When did you get out of my bag of hold?" Before he could finish speaking, he saw what was happening behind the little turtle. The mountain peak was exploding into a cascade of rocks and rubble. The ground trembled, and numerous birds and beasts fled in terror as a gargantuan toad emerged from under the surface of the earth. The toad was huge, more than 30,000 meters long. As it flew up into the air, it blotted out the sun, and cast an enormous shadow down onto the ground. At the same time, an aura of indescribable madness and brutality echoed out. The toad's eyes were crimson with fury as it glared down at the flea-sized little turtle. Then it let out a howl that caused the grounds to shake violently and the sky to distort. Ooh! The air was torn to shreds as a sonic boom rolled out in all directions. As the little turtle barreled along, it also seemed enraged, and let loose a torrent of abuse. "What are you screaming for? I know you're male. You're not even worthy of your own parents, you degenerate. Last time Lord Turtle was around, you were just a tadpole, and I could have crushed you to death in a second. No wait. I could have crushed your dad to death. No wait. Crushed your grandpa." The toad's eyes burned with bright red light as it slammed down onto the ground, causing everything within 3,000 meters of it to collapse. Crevices snaked out like spiderwebs as the toad and launched itself back up into the air, flying madly toward the little turtle. Bazius-Hun's hair whipped around him madly, and he was sent staggering backward, screaming the entire time. "Damn you, you bastard turtle! I hate you!" Bazius-Hun appeared to be on the verge of tears. The toad seemed ferocious and brutal to the extreme. Although it wasn't as terrifying as the golden crocodile, it definitely was the type of creature to avoid provoking. And yet, the little turtle had managed to completely enrage it. Bazius-Hun wanted to kill the little turtle, especially for the fact that he was flying straight toward him. Feeling very much like he was going crazy, he unleashed all the speed he could muster to flee in the opposite direction. He used his heavenly demon body, his wings, and what little of the powers of gravity and repulsion he could control. Then he added the mountain-shaking bash, going all out to become nothing more than a blur of afterimages. Although the speed he was capable of couldn't be described as slow, the little turtle was faster. In the blink of an eye, he was right next to Bazius-Hun. Looking over at him, he stuck his bottom lip out mockingly and said, "What are you scared of? Lord Turtle's here. Years ago, I crushed tons of those tadpoles. Lord Turtle is tired now. I need to rest for a bit. Don't disturb me, or else I'll insult you to death." The little turtle yawned, then became a blur of light that vanished into Bazius-Hun's bag of holding. In the moment before disappearing, he hollered, "Hey little tadpole. If you think you've got what it takes, go ahead and fight with my master. Don't come looking for me until you can beat him." Bazius-Hun howled in rage, and was just going to start cursing the little turtle when an even more intense roar echoed out behind him, and he looked back to see the huge toad glaring at him with utter madness. Looking back down at his bag of holding, tears welled up in his eyes. "I'm sorry," he said. "Lord Turtle, please, let me off the hook. I actually really like turtles." However, the little turtle didn't respond at all. Bazius-Hun was racked with grief. He thought back to the golden crocodile, and realized that if things kept going on like they were, the little turtle might cost him his poor little life. "You'll get what you deserve one of these days," he howled as he sped into motion again. "Senior Heavenhorn, save me." Off in the distance, the Heavenhorn ink dragon was still soaring about in the air. As soon as it heard the cry of the toad, it looked over in surprise, and its eyes widened. Then it heard Bazius-Hun, and saw him fleeing at top speed, and all of the scales on its body stood on end. "Damn it!" it roared. "How did you manage to get the old toad so pissed off?" The Heavenhorn ink dragon was actually trembling inwardly. Although it seemed like a powerful creature, there were some older beasts within this world that even it didn't dare to provoke. As it turned out, this toad was one of them. "Stay away!" the dragon cried. "Don't come over here." Of course, Bazius-Hun wasn't listening, and sped in the direction of the dragon as quickly as he could. Even as the Heavenhorn ink dragon trembled, the toad let out another roar. Then, the terrified dragon's eyes turned bright red, almost as if it were on the verge of unleashing its fury. Bazius-Hun was instantly moved at how well the old dragon was treating him, and pushed forward with greater speed. "Senior Heavenhorn, how kind and virtuous of you. I, Bazius-Hun, will always remember this, and I'll definitely pay you back once I get to the sect." Bazius-Hun's gratitude seemingly knew no ends. From what he could tell, the dragon still must be grateful for how much he'd helped it all those years back. Suddenly, the toad roared again, but this time, it also shot out its tongue, which was indescribably long, and moved with a speed that was difficult to put into words. In the blink of an eye, the Heaven Horn Ink Dragon had become the target. Clearly, the toad wanted to wipe out the dragon first, and then take care of Baziush-hun afterward. The dragon's eyes went wide as an intense sensation of deadly crisis surged through it. Fellow Taoist toad, did this punk provoke you? I'll take care of him for you. Kiddo, how dare you provoke my big bro? Do you have a death wish? Although the Heaven Horn Ink Dragon's words echoed out in dramatic fashion, inwardly, it was trembling. As for the old toad, it seemed taken aback. Its tongue stopped moving, and instead of continuing to attack the Heaven Horn Ink Dragon, it suddenly shot toward Baziush-hun. Before he could react, it wrapped around him and hauled him off of his feet. Baziush-hun screamed. Although he wanted to weep, the tears wouldn't come. Before he could do anything else, the sound of rushing wind blasted past his ears, and everything turned dark. All the Heaven Horn Ink Dragon could see was the huge tongue wrap around Baziush-hun and then, in the blink of an eye, roll back up into the toad's mouth. The Heaven Horn Ink Dragon was trembling, but it put an ingratiating smile on its face as the toad glared at it, then turned and hopped off into the distance. After confirming that the toad was gone, the Heaven Horn Ink Dragon took a deep breath. That's it. Game over. Young Baziush-hun was eaten by the old toad. Although, now that I think about it, the toad takes a long time digesting things. Baziush-hun's fleshly body is pretty tough. He should be safe for a while. The dragon quickly reached out to make contact with the patriarchs in the hopes of rescuing Baziush-hun as quickly as possible. Baziush-hun was now inside the toad. Everything around him was black at first, but slowly his vision adjusted, whereupon his face drained of blood. He was surrounded by mucus and other fluids. Everything was wriggling. It was too terrifying to even describe with words, and furthermore, a horrifically acidic odor filled the air that caused Baziush-hun to nearly throw up. He was currently plastered down against a swath of flesh, and when he tried to lift his arm, numerous strings of mucus spread out and drooped down. Heaven-damned little turtle, I hate you. To his horror, he realized that his clothing was slowly dissolving. Thankfully, his undying live-forever technique and powerful fleshy body ensured that he was not harmed. It took a lot of effort, but he managed to struggle into a sitting position. Then he rose to his feet and looked around, frowning. That toad definitely swallowed me up. I must be inside of it now. Sighing in despair, he was just about to try to walk out, when he realized that the way ahead was completely sealed shut. Anger surging, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and summoned a blood-chi sword. Without any hesitation he slashed it down in front of him. Open up. A sound rang out like metal scraping on metal, and not a single scratch was visible. This won't work. I need to figure out some other way to open the toad's mouth. I guess I should go further in. Maybe. Damn it. Could it be that the world-famous cultivator Baziush-hun will have to use the back door? Scowling on the verge of tears, he kept struggling to make a decision. He tried using the teleportation jade slip, but found that it didn't work in this location. Sighing piteously, he began to make his way further into the depths. His clothing continued to melt. Thankfully, his fleshly body was strong enough that he could hold on for the moment. As he walked along, his feet stuck to the sticky ground, causing him to almost throw up on multiple occasions. I'm gonna kill you, little turtle. Enraged, he rifled through his bag of holding several times, but wasn't able to find even a trace of the little turtle. Chapter 320, Eternal Parasol. Feeling like he had no other choices at hand, Baziush-hun proceeded onward, step by step. Eventually, he lost track of exactly how many steps he'd taken. Thankfully, his cultivation base was in late foundation establishment, and his seventh spiritual sea was on the very cusp of being fully crystallized. Because of that, his spiritual power reserves were deep, allowing him to hold his breath for very long periods of time. Most important of all was his powerful fleshly body. Despite the stinging sensation and the acrid odor, he was able to grit his teeth and proceed onward. Worst case scenario, I just wait to be saved. That old dragon might fear death, but he'll definitely inform the patriarchs of what happened. He couldn't believe he was so unlucky, and at the same time, his hatred for the little turtle grew even stronger. Cursing the entire way, he proceeded deeper. Every once in a while, he saw the corpses of various animals that were apparently difficult for the toad to digest. Some of the bones had been dissolved down until they were pitch black, but still refused to melt completely. Baziush-hun shuddered. I don't want to become a skeleton, he murmured, hurrying forward. He didn't want to stay in this place for even a moment longer than necessary. As he walked along, the little turtle suddenly stuck his head out of his bag of holding. Looking around, he blurted, "Wow, you really ended up inside here." Baziush-hun's eyes bulged with madness, and his hand shot down to grab him. However, The little turtle ducked his head back into the bag of holding, and Bazius-hun grabbed nothing but air. "Get out from inside there!" Bazius-hun roared, shoving his hand into his bag of holding. The turtle chuckled coldly. "You think I'll come out just because you tell me to? What do you take Lord Turtle to be, a complete blockhead? I'm not going anywhere." Why you?" Bazius-hun rifled angrily through his bag of holding, but was unable to find a trace of him. Tears began to well up in his eyes. He truly couldn't handle this situation anymore. The little turtle was just too good at causing disasters. Every time he provoked terrifying entities, Bazius-hun ended up feeling like he was going to get killed. "I'm sorry, Lord Turtle. If things keep going like this, I'm going to end up dead thanks to your games." "Well, considering you're being so well behaved, Lord Turtle will give you some good fortune. You do what I tell you, and you might find something very interesting in this place." The turtle slowly stuck its head out of the bag of holding, but only by a little bit. Bazius-hun almost tried to grab him, but knew that the little turtle was always completely on guard, making it difficult to succeed. Sighing, he decided to follow the little turtle's directions. After going back and forth for a while, they reached a wall of flesh in a very remote location. "This is the place. Alright, come on, hurry up. This is one of the weakest spots here. Use as much strength as you can to break open a hole. This is the place I remember noticing when I was strolling around before. There's a treasure buried here." The little turtle immediately got excited. "Buried treasure?" Bazius-hun said, a look of shock appearing on his face. "You heard me," the turtle said, sighing. "It's a good thing Lord Turtle had nothing better to do than get you swallowed by this big toad. It's just too bad that you didn't get swallowed by that golden crocodile. It had a treasure inside of it too." Bazius-hun looked dejectedly at the wall of flesh in front of him, then gritted his teeth and began to rotate his cultivation base. The power of his spiritual seas surged, and the image of a heavenly demon appeared behind him. When his cultivation base was at its highest level, he howled and then lashed his right hand out with lightning-like speed. At the same time, his thumb and index finger closed in on each other as he used a throat-crushing grasp. A boom rumbled out, and a crack opened up in the spot the little turtle had indicated. The body of the toad trembled, and then twitched, causing a rain of acid to splash about inside of it. The acid was very powerful, and the bits that landed onto Bazius-hun caused white smoke to rise up into the air. It actually hurt quite a bit. The acid started to build up to the point where Bazius-hun wasn't sure how much longer he could hold on. Soon it was up to his ankles, like a rising tide. Screaming, he continued to unleash powerful attacks. "Faster, faster," the turtle urged. "Come on. You're doing great, Bazius-hun. You can do it. I support you." The little turtle continued to shout out encouragement until Bazius-hun couldn't take it anymore and yelled, "Shut up." After unleashing quite a few attacks, the crack opened up wide enough that he was able to grab the sides with his hands and rip it open even further. A crevice was torn open wide enough for Bazius-hun to fit through. There was no time for contemplation. The acid was rising dangerously high, and his entire body hurt. Without any hesitation, he dove into the crack. He was now in a tunnel, and surprisingly, the walls were made, not from flesh, but rather, stone. Even more surprising was that there was no acidic aroma anymore, but instead, a delicate fragrance that felt quite refreshing. Even as he looked around in surprise, the little turtle flew out of his bag of holding, an excited expression on his face. "Ha ha ha. Lord Turtle has finally dusted off the old tools of the trade. This is incredible. Come on, let's see what treasure there is to be had." Eyes shining, the little turtle shot down toward the end of the tunnel, which opened up into a small stone chamber. Bazius-hun hurried along. After entering the stone chamber, he looked around in astonishment. It was roughly 300 meters in diameter, and was surrounded by what appeared to be countless red and green vines that bored into and out of the stone itself. The red and green vines were very thick, and were all wriggling and writhing. Closer examination revealed that they were most likely part of the toad's body. "This place," Bazius-hun murmured. He looked down toward the middle of the stone chamber, and noticed a stone dais, upon which was a jade slip and a black parasol. He quickly realized that the fragrant aroma was coming from the parasol. There really is treasure hidden here. Before he could examine the area any further, the little turtle's eyes began to shine, and he said, "Now this is impressive. Someone used a powerful divine ability to get this giant toad under control right before it reached the level of a beast king. Not only did that person manage to slow its progress toward becoming a beast king, he converged all of the toad's nerves into this location. It's not quite a magical ceiling, but it's almost the same. It brought the toad under control, and basically turned it into a mobile immortal's cave. Unfortunately, that parasol is only half completed. Some accident must have befallen the owner of this immortal's cave before he finished his work. Otherwise the toad would have eventually become a beast king. Methods like these, controlling a beast king, turning it into an immortal's cave, using its life force to extend one's own. Those are all the methods of the ancient cultivators of the Tao of the Devils. As the little turtle flew excitedly around the immortal's cave looking around, Bazius Hun's heart began to pound. Although he didn't quite understand everything the little turtle was talking about, his final words were completely astonishing. A cultivator from ancient times? That could control a beast king. Bazius Hun wasn't completely unfamiliar with beast kings. Bruiser was a battle beast who had the potential to become a beast king in the future. Although he wasn't fully in the beast king level, he could already control countless other battle beasts, enough to shake an entire sect. As Bazius Hun took a breath to calm himself, the little turtle landed in front of the stone dais in the middle of the immortal's cave. As he looked at the jade slip and the black parasol, his eyes shone with an intense glow. Hurry up and see what's written on that jade slip, kid. It's definitely going to explain who did all of this. Maybe there's even a teleportation technique in there to get us out of here. If so, we can't leave right now. Bazius Hun walked nervously over to the jade slip. After a bit of hesitation, he leaned over to look at it more closely, and when he was sure it was safe, he picked it up and poured some spiritual power inside. Instantly, an ancient voice spoke in his mind. The ancestor wisheth to wage war, and assist I shall. I will likely meet my downfall. This parasol doth be named Eternal. Were the parasol to be completed, it would be a heaven-tier spirit weapon. This beast is named Blueland, and it doth be a natural-born traitor. Only if thee possess the power of a deva can thee control it. If thy cultivation base doth not suffice, use my technique to absorb the beast's life force, and raise thine own. The voice faded away, and then the technique for absorbing the beast's life force appeared in Bazius Hun's mind. He put the jade slip down. Feeling a bit dazed, he looked over at the parasol, and then his eyes began to shine brightly. After it's complete, it will be a heaven-tier spirit weapon? A spirit weapon? The treasures which make up the reserve powers of entire sects are called heaven-tier? Panting, he stepped forward and picked up the black parasol. The instant he touched it, the parasol began to glow with flickering light, and a blast of cold air spread out from it. Bazius Hun felt almost like he was being frozen in place, as though his blood were solidifying. A sensation of deadly crisis filled him, and yet, he fought it under control. However, he was unable to open the parasol. Eyes shining, he looked at it and then started laughing. However, picking up the parasol had apparently opened a magical seal. Suddenly, the entire immortal's cave began to tremble, and a muffled roar could be heard outside the immortal's cave. At the same time, intense pressure began to weigh down. Apparently, the huge toad had detected what was going on, and was doing everything it could to crush the immortal's cave into dust. Massive rumbling sounds echoed out, along with cracking sounds. The tunnel outside of the immortal's cave collapsed, and massive amounts of acid flooded in, along with a noxious odor. The immortal's cave couldn't hold on much longer, and began to collapse. Bazius Hun was trembling, and the pressure weighing down on him caused his knees to tremble, and blood to ooze out of the corners of his mouth. Chapter 321, The Might of the Eternal Parasol. Bazius Hun's face fell. Even as he recalled the words spoken to him from within the jade slip, the little turtle shrieked and flew back into his bag of holding. If you die, kid, I'll burn some incense for you. It's too bad that Lord Turtle just escaped the clutches of evil, only to get stuck in this place. Bazius Hun was completely infuriated. Gritting his teeth, he howled, "Shut your mouth." However, now was not the time to worry about the little turtle. Listen up, you big toad. I know you can hear me. Let me go, and I won't hurt you. I agree that the cultivator from ancient times pushed things too far with you. That doesn't have anything to do with me. I'm innocent, alright? Let me go. We don't have any grudges with each other. Let's talk things over. There's no need to hurt each other, okay? When I really attack, I frighten even myself. Even as his words were still echoing about, rumbling sounds filled the inside of the huge toad, and intense pressure exploded out. Bazius Hun trembled, coughing up a mouthful of blood as his bones creaked ominously. Within the intense pressure, he could sense a raging malice, as though the hatred the toad felt for the ancient cultivator was now being transferred to Bazius Hun. Apparently, no matter what Bazius Hun said, it wouldn't listen at all. You! He said, trembling, a sensation of deadly crisis rising up within him. However, before he could say anything else, the pressure mounted, and the immortal's cave began to collapse even more quickly. The little turtle was screaming, and Bazius Hun was on the verge of going mad. You big bully! He cried, wounds opening up all over him, soaking his robes with blood. There was no time for rumination. The toad was clearly attempting to kill him. Gritting his teeth, he followed the instructions within the jade slip, reaching out with his right hand to grab the black parasol. Then, he stabbed it viciously down into the ground. The razor-sharp tip of the parasol slid smoothly into the ground, and then down into the flesh and blood of the toad. As blood spurted out, Baziushun's eyes gleamed, and he tightened his grip on the parasol. With the other hand, he performed an incantation gesture and simultaneously muttered some incomprehensible words of enchantment. Then, just in the moment that the immortal's cave was about to completely fall to pieces, he roared, "Eternal!" In response, black light exploded out from the eternal parasol. In the blink of an eye, it filled the immortal's cave, and then began to spread out to cover other parts of the toad's body. As the black light spread, it stimulated various restrictive spells which had been placed throughout the toad. The spells began to rumble, and yet, apparently because of the vast amount of time which had passed, most of them were weakened and in complete disrepair. In the end, only a few thousand activated fully. However, each one of that small group alone managed to create a massive gravitational force, something like a black hole. The 1,000 or so restrictive spells were like 1,000 black holes inside the huge toad, with the eternal parasol forming the nucleus of them all. As the gravitational force spread out, the toad began to tremble, and emit increasingly intense roars. Baziushun was shaking as, all of a sudden, the black holes began to gobble up the life force of the toad and send it toward the eternal parasol. An indescribably boundless power of chi and blood then began to flow through the parasol into Baziushun's right hand. Rumble. Baziushun's mind was spinning. His gaze was vacant, and his hair whipped around him. It felt like his soul was about to fly out of his body. His mind slowly became a blank as the seemingly endless power of chi and blood flowed into him. Chi and blood could also be considered life force, and as it flowed madly into him, Baziushun's undying live forever technique began to spin of its own accord. It was almost like immortal nectar being poured down onto cracked, parched ground. The technique rapidly advanced until Baziushun was shaking where he stood. His fleshly body began to grow stronger at an incredible, explosive rate. A third heavenly demon appeared. A fourth heavenly demon appeared. Almost immediately, 4 heavenly demons appeared behind him, their heads thrown back as they howled, sending boundless might out in all directions. However, the struggling of the toad only intensified. Unceasing rumbling sounds echoed out as the more than 1,000 restrictive spells began to collapse, causing miserable shrieking sounds to echo out inside of the toad's body. However, the gravitational force persisted. With every breath of time that passed, boundless life force flowed through the restrictive spells and into the eternal parasol, to be absorbed by Baziushun. As it did, more heavenly demons formed. A 5th. A 6th. The little turtle cautiously peeped out of the bag of holding, and then his jaw dropped. He even started to feel a little jealous. Damn it, what kind of luck is this? Finally, he simply rolled his eyes in a rare moment of speechlessness. By this point, he could tell that, in truth, not even 10,000 Baziushuns put together would be a match for the huge toad. However, the toad was filled with countless restrictive spells, all of which were focused onto the parasol. More accurately, Baziushun wasn't the one absorbing the toad's life force, it was the parasol. All Baziushun had to do was recite the correct enchantment. Who exactly put this immortal's cave here? The turtle thought. This kind of thing is really rare. Meanwhile, in the wild mountains outside, the huge toad was roaring so loudly that brightly colored light flashed in heaven and earth. A huge wind screamed in all directions, and mountains in the area were collapsing into pieces as the toad flailed back and forth, withering visibly the entire time. Birds and beasts alike were shaking in fear, and many were killed in the quaking. The entire 5,000-kilometer area was being turned into nothing more than ruins as the toad descended into madness. Beyond that region, the 5 patriarchs of the Spirit Stream sect were closing in at top speed, along with the legacy echelon cultivators. The Heaven-Horn Ink Dragon was with them, leading the way. The founding patriarch's expression was grave. They had been at a critical juncture in extracting the beast skeleton when the news came in from the dragon. Although they couldn't stop the process in the middle, they had been able to speed up their work. After successfully collecting the beast skeleton, they summoned the legacy echelon, and then used the Heaven-Horn Ink Dragon scales they all possessed to head over to rescue Baziushun. That toad probably has battle prowess in the late nascent soul stage, the founding patriarch said through gritted teeth. If it dares to hurt our junior patriarch, I'm going to sever its tendons and skin it alive. Patriarch Ironwood, Lee Zimo, and the other 2 patriarchs were all extremely anxious. If something bad happened to Baziushun, it would be a disaster for the river-defying sect. Although they would still be just as powerful as before, there would surely be schisms and divisions in the near future. Li Qing's eyes were completely bloodshot, and he radiated icy killing intent as he shot through the air. The Heaven-Horn Ink Dragon was feeling very nervous, and didn't dare to say much. All it could do was lead the way as quickly as possible. Soon, they were within the 5,000-kilometer area that was affected by the Toad's rampage. Before the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon could even comment, intense booms could be heard, and mountains could be seen collapsing. The ground was shaking violently, and countless birds and beasts were dying. The patriarchs and legacy echelon cultivators all gasped. What's going on? Shocked, and even more nervous than before, the group headed forward at top speed. It was around that time that Bazius Hun's 7th heavenly demon roared into existence. After that was the 8th, and then the 9th. 9 heavenly demons all appeared behind him, causing his fleshly body to rocket to unprecedented heights. The cultivation of the Undying Live Forever technique required life force. With enough of it, the potential for progress was virtually limitless. Back in the Bloodstream sect, he had been able to use the blood chi of the Blood Ancestor to quicken his progress. Now, he was using the chi and blood from this huge toad to make terrifyingly quick progress toward the 2nd level of the Undying Live Forever technique. The 10th heavenly demon was rapidly forming, and once it was complete, Bazius Hun would reach the Azure body level of the Undying Live Forever technique. After the Azure body was the highest level, the Undying Heavenly King body. When that time came, he would be able to break through the 2nd shackle of life, and potentially form a fleshly body nascent core, which was also more commonly known as an Undying Heavenly King core. Rumble. Bazius Hun was trembling visibly. As the life force poured into him and the 10th heavenly demon took shape, a miraculous transformation was occurring in his spiritual seas. His 7th spiritual sea suddenly crystallized, and then his 8th. In fact, the process was going along so rapidly that his 9th spiritual sea was already about half crystallized, and was continued to grow more solid by the 2nd. He was growing stronger in all aspects. To Bazius Hun, this was an incredible good fortune, and all of it was because of the eternal parasol. The parasol seemed to radiate an evil aura as it rapidly sucked in the life force of the toad through the restrictive spells. By this point, the toad was like a candle flickering on the verge of being extinguished. Chapter 322, Trifling Toad Monster. The toad wanted to fight back, but all it could do was roar in frustration. As the gravitational force continued to suck away at its life force, it let out a miserable shriek and withered down even more. As that happened, Bazius Hun's 9th spiritual sea reached a state of 90% crystallization. With 10% more, he would reach the Great Circle of Foundation Establishment, a level of power vastly greater than before. It was in that moment that his 10th heavenly demon fully formed. In the blink of an eye, the 10 heavenly demons superimposed, instantly becoming a blurry field of mist. The mist seethed and roiled, sending out terrifying fluctuations. Apparently, a completely awe-inspiring Dharma incarnation was forming. Then, a magical halo of fire appeared within the mist, a fire that seemed to contain infinite screaming souls. Beneath the fiery halo, 2 red dots appeared that looked like eyes. Only half a moment later, though, 2 more red eyes appeared next to the first 2. Then a 3rd pair appeared. From the look of it, the figure within the mist had 3 heads. Within the following short few breaths of time, 2 enormous, pitch-black arms stretched out from inside the mist. However, things weren't over yet. A 2nd pair of arms appeared, and then a 3rd. After that was a black suit of armor. The image which was forming was something that seemed powerful enough to prop up heaven and earth, a figure of incomprehensible power. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and radiated terrifying might. This was none other than the manifestation of the Undying Azure body. Bazius Hun shook as his fleshly body power skyrocketed. He was now vastly stronger than he had been before, and when he opened his eyes, they shone so brightly that they could surpass the light of the sun and the moon. It was in the moment that his eyes opened that his soul seemed to return. Pulling the eternal parasol out of the toad's flesh, and thus ending the absorption of life force, he blurred into motion. Howling, he reached out, tore a huge opening in the wall, and shot out into the open. As he flew up into the air, he probed his cultivation base and saw that it was only a hair away from the Great Circle of Foundation Establishment. Then he confirmed that he had upgraded from the heavenly demon body to the Azure body, whereupon elation filled his heart. The huge toad was now completely emaciated and panting for breath. Before, it could have easily defeated Bazius Hun, but now that much of its life force had been sucked away, it could do little more than gasp and look pleadingly at Bazius Hun, as if begging for mercy. Fear had truly gripped its heart. Earlier, it had completely ignored Bazius Hun's suggestion, and had hoped to take him by surprise and kill him, and thus completely change its own fate. But now, the only emotions in its eyes as it looked at Bazius Hun were supplication and terror. That was especially true when it looked at the black parasol he held, the mere sight of which left the toad trembling. Bazius Hun felt a bit bad for the toad. Sighing, he said, "I mentioned in the beginning that we could have worked things out, but you decided to bully me. Like I said, when I attack, I frighten even myself. Still don't believe me?" He shook his head and sighed even more deeply at how much of a straightforward and upright person he was. Whenever he attacked people, he always gave them a warning, but sadly, no one ever believed him. Even as he prepared to sigh some more, several beams of light appeared off in the distance. Heart thumping, and having no time to ponder his next action, he quickly performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and then pointed his finger at the toad. Trying to look as threatening as possible, he stuck his chin up and coolly said, "How dare you, Mr. Invincible, unsurpassable toad monster? You think you can fight with me, Bazish-hun? HMMPHHH. Well, do you surrender or not?" In almost the same moment, the patriarchs and legacy echelon cultivators burst onto the scene, and saw the shocking sight of the withered toad. The toad didn't look huge and impressive like before. It looked almost like a mere pile of skin, lying there gasping for breath, its eyes shining with terror as it looked at the person standing in front of it. That look in its eyes seemed to be one of complete and utter dread. As for the person standing in front of the toad, it was none other than Bazish-hun. When they heard Bazish-hun's words, the newcomers exchanged dismayed, even confused, glances. They had rushed over here from distant locations with the intention of rescuing Bazish-hun. How could they ever have imagined that a scene like this would meet them upon their arrival? Li King was dumbstruck, and the legacy echelon cultivators were left gasping. Even the patriarch's jaws had dropped. A look of incredulous disbelief could be seen on the face of the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon. The sight of the emaciated toad seemed completely unbelievable, to the point where the dragon was starting to question whether it had made a mistake in judgment earlier. After a moment of silence, the founding patriarch looked over at Heavenhorn. "Heavenhorn, are you sure this is the toad you mentioned earlier?" "I," mumbled the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon. After a moment of contemplation, it was sure that this was the same huge toad. However, the scene playing out before them seemed completely unbelievable. The dragon couldn't help but look over at Bazish-hun, reverence rising up in its heart. Pretending that he'd just noticed the new arrivals, Bazish-hun turned his head to look at them. His veins of steel were pulsing, his murderous aura roiling out in all directions. Clasping hands and bowing, he coolly said, "Greetings, patriarchs. I very much appreciate your expression of goodwill. However, I, Bazish-hun, have already vanquished this unbeatable toad monster." Strange looks appeared on everyone's faces. Clearly, they knew he was showing off, and yet there was nothing they could say by way of retort. They began to smile wryly as they realized that, apparently, Bazish-hun was never going to truly grow up. "How did you do this?" the founding patriarch asked. He could see that the toad's cultivation base really was at the late nascent soul stage, perhaps even in the Great Circle. It was actually very close to being in the Deva realm. "I was born with the power of the gods," Bazish-hun replied, clasping his hands behind his back and sticking his chin up. "As someone who has reached Heaven's String Foundation establishment, I can shake the heavens. I called countless bolts of heaven lightning down upon this creature, seriously injuring it. The only reason I showed it mercy in the end was because I pitied it." His casual tone mixed with the words he spoke caused everyone present to wish they could give him a good smack across the face. Even Li King felt the same way. Seeing Bazish-hun show off like this left him chuckling wryly inside. "Patriarchs and other fellow Taoists, thank you for coming to save me. I was injured in the process, and yet single-handedly defeated this unsurpassable monster. Even still, your expression of friendship will forever be inscribed upon my heart. To return the favor, allow me to present this monster as a gift to the sect." With that he flicked his sleeve. After all, with the snap of a finger, I, Bazish-hun, can reduce any kind of beast to ashes. The founding patriarch's cheek twitched. He really couldn't take any more of this. With a final glare at Bazish-hun, he looked over at the toad. Inside, he was delighted. Waving his hand, he collected the toad into his bag of holding. Although the toad's vital energy had been seriously damaged, with time and rest, it would recover, and could prove to be another powerful spirit beast guardian for the Spirit Stream sect. There was even a bit of Beast King aura left on the toad. The patriarchs were delighted. They could sense its life force had recently been drained away, but they didn't say anything. Although they had their suspicions, they kept them to themselves. As for the legacy echelon cultivators, they all approved. When a disciple acquired good fortune, it belonged to that disciple. If others in the sect tried to steal it away, it would lead to discord within the sect. Besides, Bazish-hun was the junior patriarch. Not even nascent soul masters would go overboard in dealing with a person like that. Soon, the group was on their way back, and Bazish-hun was in their midst looking exactly like a lonely hero. Of course, inside, he was bursting with joy. So, he thought, this place really did turn out to have some good fortune. Excellent. Very excellent. I guess I won't get rid of the little turtle after all. Perhaps he will lead to more good fortune in the future. Although he felt completely pleased, he suddenly recalled what the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon had done, and looked over at it with a glare. Heavenhorn's heart trembled. It had been able to tell earlier that 90% of the toad's life force had been drained away, and that fact left the dragon trembling in fear. It wasn't sure what secret method Bazius-hun had used to accomplish such a task. Regardless, it was a terrifying thing. Now, an ingratiating expression could be seen on its face when it looked at Bazius-hun. Actually, its behavior earlier was quite similar to how Bazius-hun himself would have acted. Bazius-hun nodded magnanimously at the dragon. It was in that fashion that the group returned to the entrance, flew through the vortex, and found themselves back in the spirit stream sect. After everyone emerged, the vortex vanished, and the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon sank back down into the chasm to stand guard. Chapter 323, Gathering at the Bloodstream Sect. Now that the Patriarchs and the Legacy Echelon Cultivators were back, the final work on the Heavenspan battleships began. Everyone in the sect helped out as the Deva Beast spine was used to craft the keels of the ships. There were a total of 3, each one a different size. The largest was 300,000 meters long, and completely awe-inspiring in appearance. It hadn't started moving yet, but it looked like a gigantic mountain that caused all of the Spirit Stream sect disciples who saw it to tremble in awe and reverence. And that was just based on its appearance. The largest of the Heavenspan battleships emanated a shocking aura that surpassed that of a nascent soul patriarch. It was at a completely different level altogether, the aura of a Deva. After the nascent soul stage was the Deva realm. This battleship had been made with the spine of a Deva beast, and even though it couldn't necessarily unleash the full might of the Deva realm, it was still incredibly powerful. It would make their trip up the Heavenspan River much safer. That, coupled with the Dharmic decree from the river source Starry Sky Tau Polarity sect, would ensure that they faced almost no hazards along the way. Of course, the largest of the battleships was big enough to contain all of the Spirit Stream sect cultivators who were going to war. The second of the battleships was a bit smaller, being only 210,000 meters in length, and had been prepared specifically for the Profound Stream sect. The last of the battleships was the smallest, being only 90,000 meters long. However, it had been constructed in the same fashion as the largest, and radiated the aura of the Deva realm. Before leaving their temporary headquarters, the patriarchs of the 4 sects had already agreed that the Bloodstream division didn't need a Heavenspan battleship. Apparently, they had their own way of traveling up the Heavenspan River. When the 3rd battleship was completed, all the disciples in the Spirit Stream division felt shaken. Everyone knew that the most critical part of the war was coming. They would soon travel up the river to destroy the Sky River Court and take its place. Bazius-hun had no desire to see anyone die. However, he was no saint either, and didn't allow such feelings to extend to people he didn't even know. What he cared about were his family and friends. Half a month later, the founding patriarch's voice echoed out through the sect, accompanied by the tolling of bells. All disciples of the river-defying sect's Spirit Stream division who have been assigned to fight will now board the battleship. Our next destination is the Bloodstream division, further up the Heavenspan River. The Spirit Stream division instantly stirred into action. There was no chaos. Thanks to the arrangements made by sect leader Zhenyu Ondong, as well as the various peak lords, all disciples and battle beasts boarded the battleship in an orderly fashion. The precious treasures and reserve powers of the sect were also loaded onto the battleship. Bazius-hun even saw a familiar coffin, which was now covered. Under the patriarch's care, it was placed in a secret location on the battleship. Bazius-hun knew at a glance that the coffin contained the true spirit. They're even bringing the true spirit. He murmured to himself. The Spirit Stream division was clearly going all out in this war effort. It took 3 full days to move the Spirit Stream division's 9th mountain peak onto the battleship. By this point, the Spirit Stream sect seemed empty. There were only some outer sect disciples left behind to operate the grand spell formation and protect the headquarters. The 2 unused battleships vanished by means of the teleportation power of the 9th mountain peak. Bazius-hun stood on the battleship looking back at the old headquarters, a profound look in his eyes. Huziomai stood next to him. Looking a bit scared, she edged closer. Heaven shaking, earth-shattering rumbling sounds then echoed out as the Spirit Stream division's Heavenspan battleship vanished. When it reappeared, it was beyond the Luotian Mountains, which was the limit of its teleportation power. As soon as it appeared in Bloodstream division territory, the people who had been sent out to receive the Spirit Stream division bowed respectfully, and at the same time, gasped in shock at the sight of the huge ship. It wasn't just them. Any living beings in the area who could see the Heavenspan battleship with its Deva pressure were shocked. Everything went completely silent. The Bloodstream division disciple led the way. Rumbling sounds echoed out that could break all barriers as the Heavenspan battleship headed in the direction of the Bloodstream division headquarters. As Bazius-hun stood there at the front of the battleship looking out at the lands in front of him, he felt a great sense of familiarity. The battleship was incredibly fast, even faster than nascent soul patriarchs. It only took about 6 hours before the Heavenspan River became visible off in the distance. There, the hand of the Blood Ancestor could be seen stretching out of the river, forming the mountain peaks of the former Bloodstream sect. For most cultivators of the Spirit Stream Division, this was their first time seeing the headquarters of the Bloodstream Division. Although they had heard stories, to see it personally was completely different, and all of them were left astonished. That's a hand. Heavens! I can't believe there's actually a huge hand stretching out of the Heavenspan River. If the 5 fingers of that hand can each make a whole mountain peak, then how big is the rest of the giant? So this is the Bloodstream Division, huh? Even as everyone marveled, the Heavenspan battleship slowly approached the headquarters. The Profound Stream Division and the Pill Stream Division had not been tasked with creating their own Heavenspan battleships, so they had long since come to the Bloodstream Division headquarters and set up camp outside. Earlier, the camps and the sect headquarters had been quite bustling, but the arrival of the Heavenspan battleship changed that. Now everyone was looking over and gasping in shock. Even the cultivators of the Bloodstream Division had that reaction. The Spirit Stream Division was shaken by the sight of the huge hand, and the Bloodstream Division was shaken by the Heavenspan battleship. Even the patriarchs of the other 3 divisions were taken aback, and their eyes began to shine brightly. A Deva beast's spine as the keel, crafted into a Heavenspan battleship. The Spirit Stream Division truly is adept at keeping secrets. Of our 4 divisions, they are the best at concealing their resources. Even as everyone gave voice to their astonishment, the 300,000-meter-long Heavenspan battleship descended into the Heavenspan River itself. Massive golden waves rolled about, leading to quite a bit of nervousness on the part of the onlookers. Eventually, though, the huge battleship came to rest calmly on the surface of the Heavenspan River. The water didn't corrode the ship or hurt it in any way. The Deva realm aura rolled out, and even the vicious spirits which inhabited the waters avoided it. At first, silence reigned, but then, wild cheering broke out. Although most gazes shone brightly, Patriarch Crimson Soul from the Profound Stream Division didn't seem very happy, and gave a cold harumph. Patriarch Frigid Sect, we gave you enough materials to make at least 5 Heavenspan battleships. Don't be so impatient, Crimson Soul. I've already made all the preparations for the Profound Stream Division and the Pill Stream Division. The founding patriarch of the Spirit Stream sect laughed heartily as he waved his hand. Immediately, a second battleship appeared and began to descend toward the Heavenspan River, followed by a third. Finally, a smile broke out on Patriarch Crimson Soul's face, and his eyes burned with anticipation as he looked at the 210,000-meter-long Heavenspan battleship. As for all of the materials he had provided, that didn't matter anymore. A battleship with the might of a Deva realm beast was far more than worth it. As for the patriarchs of the Pill Stream Division, they felt slightly left out. However, their 90,000-meter battleship was still formidable, and they knew they were the weakest of the 4 divisions. As Bazius Hun looked around at everything that was happening, the gathering of the 4 divisions of the sect, and the familiar Bloodstream Division headquarters, he felt more content than ever. With my help, 4 great sects united and became the river-defying sect. Maybe the name isn't that amazing, but it was my idea. As he looked around proudly, he happened to catch sight of Songjun on Middle Peak. She was smiling as she looked over at Bazius Hun, and he was just about to wave to her when he suddenly found that he couldn't move his arm. Looking over, he realized that Hueco was casually holding it in her own arm. First, she glared at Songjun, and then she pointed up into the sky and excitedly said, "Look, Big Bazius Hun, an irispedal ibis." Without even thinking about it, Bazius Hun looked up and saw a bird flying through the air. Suddenly he shivered. Meanwhile, Chen Manyao was standing behind one of the patriarchs in the Pill Stream Division's camp, looking at the battleships. When she saw Bazius Hun, an imperceptible flicker passed through her eyes, but then it vanished. A moment later, her skin began to prickle as she realized that someone was looking at her, someone who was on the Spirit Stream Division's battleship. It wasn't Bazius Hun, but rather, another disciple in the Spirit Stream Division, a graceful, beautiful young woman. She wore a long green garment that did little to conceal her curvaceous form. An unreadable expression could be seen on her face, as well as an enigmatic smile. Chen Manyao suddenly felt icy cold, inside and out. There was an instinctual terror that rose up inside of her. Her heart began to beat, and she quickly averted her gaze. Who is she? How come her gaze is so terrifying? Chapter 324, Merge the Chi, Wake the Ancestor. The young woman who had been looking at Chen Manyao was none other than Gong Sunwaner. Smiling slightly, she looked around, apparently feeling somewhat bored. She didn't seem to be interested either in the previous battles or the fighting to come. Only when she turned to look at Bazius Hun standing somewhat stiffly next to Hueco did her eyes brighten in a way that no observer could notice. "What's your connection to that old bastard?" Huh, big bro? She chuckled, and for a brief moment, her pupils turned white. However, no one noticed, and the effect quickly passed. Under the leadership of the various patriarchs, the cultivators of the Profound Stream Division and the Pill Stream Division flew up toward their respective heavenspan battleships to begin familiarizing themselves with them. Meanwhile, in the Bloodstream Division, Archpatriarch Master Godwind hovered in midair looking at the three battleships. After a moment, he turned to the Spirit Stream Division's Patriarch Frigid Sect. After realizing that Master Godwind was looking at him, Frigid Sect laughed and said, "Master Godwind, river transportation has been arranged for the other three divisions. I'm curious to see how your Bloodstream Division plans to head upriver." From the way he laughed and spoke, he clearly felt very proud of himself. After all, creating 3 heavenspan battleships was definitely a major accomplishment. Archpatriarch Master Godwin snorted and said, "No need to get nervous. You'll see soon enough." In his heart were mixed emotions including jealousy, as well as anticipation. With that, he looked in Bazius Hun's direction. "Night Crypt, my boy, are you ready?" When the cultivators from the other 3 divisions heard his words, they looked in surprise toward Bazius Hun. Bazius Hun was currently feeling a headache coming on as he looked up in the sky in the direction that Huziomai had pointed. Off in the distance, Song Jun was smiling, but there was a coldness in her eyes which made a million Neils look soft. Bazius Hun had no idea how to resolve the situation. Therefore, when he heard the Archpatriarch's words, he was inwardly delighted. Putting on a very somber expression, he said, "Patriarch, disciple is ready." With that, he struggled free from Huziomai's devilish clutches and flew up into the air. Smiling proudly, Huziomai looked away from Bazius Hun towards Song Jun standing there on Middle Peak. Song Jun snorted coldly. After Bazius Hun had escaped from the Luotian Mountains, she and Huziomai had clashed and bickered constantly. Neither of them liked the other very much at all. Looking very excited, the Archpatriarch spoke out in a voice that boomed like thunder, "Very well. Foundation Establishment and Gold Core Cultivators of the Bloodstream Division, present yourselves. The time has come to activate our greatest reserve power." To the shock of the other 3 divisions, numerous beams of light flew out from the Bloodstream Division headquarters. All of the Foundation Establishment Dharma Protectors, Grand Elders, Blood Masters, Prime Elders, and Blood Rippers were there. Not a single one was missing. All 7 patriarchs were present. Even Patriarch Limitless looked very excited. Master Godwin's right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and blood chi erupted from the assembled crowd. Instantly, the sky began to vibrate, and blood clouds began to form. The clouds rapidly began to converge upon themselves, shrinking down into a bolt of blood-colored lightning which shot down toward the enormous hand stretching up out of the river. In response, the magical symbols on the spell formations in that area flickered and shone as they seemingly melted, revealing a large gap. That gap had apparently already existed on the skin of the Blood Ancestor's hand, an ancient wound that had existed for countless years. From a distance, the wound almost looked like a huge canyon. The cultivators from the other 3 divisions were amazed, especially the patriarchs. Their eyes went wide as they realized what the Bloodstream Division intended to do. That's impossible," Frigid Sect said, a look of complete incredulity on his face. Looking extremely proud of himself, Master Godwin said, "Blood Ancestor. Fleshly body, 108 major acupoints." He had been looking forward to this day for a very, very long time, and been making preparations for countless years. This was the culmination of generations of hard work and research on the part of numerous Bloodstream Sect cultivators. As his words echoed out, the Foundation Establishment cultivators of the Bloodstream Division began to fly forth with solemn looks on their faces. Song Jun, Song K, Gli, and Master God Diviner were among them, as were the Blood Masters and Grand Elders. All of them headed directly toward the gap which had been opened up in the hand. After they vanished inside, secret means were employed to teleport them to the various 108 major acupoints located elsewhere in the Blood Ancestor's body. Some were transported to various locations on their own, others went in teams. After taking their places, streams of life force power began to rise up from the Heavenspan River, causing rumbling sounds to echo about in the sky. Looking even more excited, Master Godwin said, "Blood Ancestor. Fleshly body, 72 blood apertures." In response, the Prime Elders' expressions flickered, and they let out excited cries as they shot toward the opening in the arm. The 72 apertures had to be manned by 72 gold core cultivators. In the case of some of the cultivators who were weaker than the others, a team of 2 was necessary. Before Bazius Hun's arrival, they had run various drills to prepare, but this was the moment of truth. As the Prime Elders disappeared into the enormous arm, it was possible to see dots of light shining up from the Blood Ancestor's enormous body beneath the surface of the Heavenspan River. Those glowing dots of lights, some of which were visible on the hand, extended out of the river, numbering exactly 72. The cultivators from the other 3 divisions were all gasping. Even Gong Sunwaner's eyes were glittering with surprise. Voice rising to a roar, the Archpatriarch said, "Blood Ancestor. Fleshly body, 37 meridians." Instantly, the eyes of the blood drippers began to glow, and their blood chi erupted out as they shot toward the opening. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. By this point, every bit of the blood ancestor's body was glowing with blood-colored light. The light was so intense that it was rising up beyond the surface of the golden river water. At the same time, an indescribable pressure was spreading out, causing the vicious spirits within the river to scream and flee. None of them dared to get even close, and they were clearly more terrified than they had been upon sensing the Deva realm aura from earlier. 3 spiritual souls, 7 physical souls. 1 nascent soul Taoist master for each physical soul. If the spiritual souls are lacking, the blood ancestor's body will not move. Night Crypt, my boy, you will fill the position of the 3 spiritual souls. You are well prepared, all of you. Whether or not the blood ancestor's body can move will be up to you. Laughing loudly, the Archpatriarch flew toward the opening, as did the other 6 patriarchs, giving Baziash-hun a glance just before disappearing. Moments later, rumbling like thunder echoed out, and the river water began to churn as the 7 powerful patriarchs took their positions in the head of the blood ancestor, where they became the physical soul. Shockingly, well over 200 Foundation establishment cultivators, over 100 gold core experts, and dozens of blood drippers, plus 7 nascent soul patriarchs, were unleashing shocking power inside the body of the blood ancestor, to give him the strength to rise to his feet once again. Although it was a simplistic movement, it would still be shocking enough to cause the wind to scream and the ground to quake. However, as the Archpatriarch had said, the truly critical factor, Baziash-hun, had not yet gone into action. The Bloodstream Division had actually performed this exercise before, but they had been unable to get the blood ancestor to move even an inch. Baziash-hun took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a moment. Upon opening them, he sent blood chi exploding out of him, becoming a pillar of crimson light that shot up into the sky. At the same time, he blurred into motion, heading directly toward the opening in the blood ancestor's hand. As soon as he entered, it felt as if the blood ancestor's body were calling to him. That call helped him to speed along even faster through the body. He didn't need any special techniques or magics. He proceeded forward without the slightest obstacle. The Foundation establishment cultivators are the acupoints. The gold core experts are the apertures. The blood drippers are the meridians. The patriarchs are the physical soul. And I'm the spiritual soul. Eyes shining with a strange light, he shot toward his destination, which was located in the blood ancestor's chest. He was heading toward the heart. That was also the last place where he had seen Du Lingfei. Nothing blocked his path, and before long he was traveling the same path he had gone along once before. Eventually, he arrived in the heart cavity, the same place he had entered not so long ago in the past. When he saw the withered heart, and the countless blood vessels filling the area, he took a deep breath. Then he shot toward the heart itself. In the blink of an eye, he fused into the heart, completely replacing it. Chapter 325, The Blood Ancestor's Eyes Open. The beating of his heart echoed out into the blood ancestor, becoming the blood ancestor's heart. The blood vessels around him began to tremble as his consciousness spread out through them. He could soon sense the Foundation establishment cultivators in the 108 major acupoints, the Prime Elders in the 72 apertures, the blood drippers in the 36 meridians, and even the 7 patriarchs who had become the physical soul. I am the blood ancestor. Baziash-hun roared. Although his voice couldn't be heard on the outside, all Bloodstream Division cultivators inside could hear it clearly. It was like a signal calling out to them, prompting all of them to roar at the tops of their lungs, and unleash all of the blood chi they possessed. The blood chi began to surge through the blood ancestor, starting from the acupoints, then moving through the blood apertures, then the chi passageways, and into the 7 physical souls. Then it converged upon Baziash-hun's consciousness. No other person could do this but him, the Blood Lord. When he received the legacy of the blood ancestor, he became connected to the Bloodstream sect, and thus, all of the cultivators in it. He was related to the blood ancestor. The only thing they had lacked was the consciousness, something that could link everyone together. The only person who could do that was obviously the Blood Lord. Rumbling sounds echoed out from inside the body of the blood ancestor as his enormous frame twitched, a motion that sent countless waves surging across the Heaven-span River, and caused the headquarters of the Bloodstream Division to quake violently. The countless Bloodstream Division disciples who had long since packed their belongings and evacuated the headquarters now stood on the banks of the river, watching excitedly as the scene played out. Stand up. Stand up. It was hard to say who said it first, but soon, all of the cultivators of the Bloodstream Division were shouting it. The other 3 sects looked on with complete astonishment. However, controlling the blood ancestor was no simple task. Even with all the preparations they had made, for the following 7 days, the only thing that happened was that the blood ancestor continued to twitch here and there. The bloodstream division cultivators' nervousness mounted, and eventually, they stopped shouting. However, in their hearts, they were cheering as loudly as ever. The other 3 divisions stopped paying very close attention, especially the Profound and Pillstream divisions, who were focused on working with their Heavenspan battleships. Suddenly, on noon of the 7th day, the hand which had once been the headquarters of the Bloodstream sect moved, accompanied by muffled rumbling. That simple movement was enough to cause the Bloodstream division cultivators to let out shouts of joy. The cultivators of the other 3 divisions looked over in shock to see Middle Peak slowly bending over. As it did, countless buildings and structures were destroyed and began to fall down. However, no one seemed to care about that. Everyone was paying attention to the blood ancestor's body, submerged beneath the surface of the Heavenspan River, as it slowly twitched again. River water churned, and huge waves rolled out. Slowly but surely, the other fingers on the hand began to move. The cultivators of the Bloodstream division were going mad with excitement, and the other cultivators were gasping constantly. Indescribable rumbling sounds echoed out. Everyone who was witnessing this event felt as if they were watching a myth play out before their own eyes. Despite having prepared mentally, the shock which rose up in the hearts of those present was impossible to avoid. All cultivators, even the patriarchs of the other 3 divisions, looked on with flickering expressions and wide eyes. Founding Patriarch Frigid Sect was sweating as he murmured, "If the blood ancestor of the Bloodstream sect can truly stand up." As it turned out, Baziashun was even more important to the Bloodstream division than he had previously imagined. Patriarch Crimson Soul also gasped when he saw the huge fingers bending. He swallowed hard, and beads of sweat popped out on his forehead. Suddenly, he felt relieved that the Spirit and Bloodstream sects hadn't mobilized the blood ancestor to attack the Profound Stream sect. If that had happened, they would have been lucky to come out of the fight with even half of the people they currently possessed. Things didn't end with the moving of the finger. In the following days, boulders continued to fall down into the waters below. The former Bloodstream sect headquarters didn't just look like mountains anymore, but rather, an actual hand. In fact, some places on its surface truly resembled skin. The Profound and Pillstream divisions had finally completed their work with their Heavenspan battleships, and just like the cultivators from the Spirit Stream division, they were now ready to begin traveling. It was at that point that the blood ancestor's entire hand moved. On that day, under the eyes of countless onlookers, the 5 fingers which had once been the headquarters of the Bloodstream sect slowly clenched together into an enormous fist. Intense rumbling echoed out, and countless boulders were shattered, causing a hail of rubble and rock to rain down. Countless cries of shock rang out as, unexpectedly, the entire arm moved. Although it was only a simple motion, because the arm was actually connected to both the land and the river, everything quaked violently, and huge rifts snaked out in all directions. Massive portions of land surrounding the Heavenspan River simply collapsed. The river itself surged with huge waves so powerful that the Pillstream sect's Heavenspan battleship actually began to rock back and forth. What's happening? The arm just moved. Don't tell me. Don't tell me that hand is going to push down onto the ground and lift up the rest of the body. After the words left Patriarch Crimson Soul's mouth, everything went silent. By now, everyone could see what was about to happen. The patriarchs of the 3 divisions, as well as all of the other disciples, could do nothing but watch in muted silence. As for the Bloodstream division, they yet again began to call out. "Stand up! Stand up! Stand up!" Their voices were louder this time as they gave voice to the emotions which had been building up for the past half-month. Amidst the cheering, the blood ancestor's arm continued to move. Cracking sounds rang out, and more boulders and rubble fell. Inside of the blood ancestor, the Foundation establishment and Gold Core cultivators, along with the patriarchs, were all sending explosive cultivation base power out, which was continuously fusing with the blood ancestor. The most difficult job, though, was up to Baziashun. Not only did he have to merge the consciousnesses of everyone present into one, he had to send that merged consciousness back out into the rest of the blood ancestor's body. He was the crux of it all, and every time he made even the slightest mistake, it led to failure. During the past half-month, he had performed numerous tests, and had failed on countless occasions. However, he never gave up. The cultivators of the Bloodstream division were giving him their support, their strength, and their divine sense. What he had to do was take that and use it to give the blood ancestor the strength to stand up. Currently, he was sitting cross-legged in the heart of the blood ancestor, trembling visibly. His heart was pounding, and boundless blood chi was flowing through the blood vessels out into the blood ancestor. "I am the blood ancestor," he roared. Everything he had experienced in the past half a month had led up to this moment. Not only was he guiding the consciousnesses of everyone present, He was doing so without the slightest misstep, sending power to all corners of the Blood Ancestor's body. His eyes were completely bloodshot as he howled at the top of his lungs. His mind was reeling as he experienced something very similar to when he had received the legacy. He was now the Blood Ancestor. The feeling was even more intense than before. Baziush-hun took a long, deep breath as he seized hold of the feeling, then lifted his right hand and pushed it forward. In that exact same moment, the cultivators of the three divisions were looking on with wide eyes. Suddenly, people began to cry out in shock. It's moving. Everyone watched as the enormous hand which had once housed the headquarters of the Bloodstream sect rose up, angled down, and then planted itself onto the ground. It was almost as if the body attached to the hand were about to use it to push itself into a standing position. Deafening booms filled the area, and countless crevices opened up in the ground. Dust billowed out in all directions, sweeping about like a cyclone as a huge depression opened up in the land. Massive waves rolled out over the surface of the river in completely unheard-of fashion. At the same time, two enormous beams of light suddenly shone up from beneath the surface of the Heavenspan River. They were eyes. The eyes of the Blood Ancestor, and the eyes of Baziush-hun. After countless years of silence, the two eyes on the enormous head down below had opened. Chapter 326, Destination, Middle Reaches. The cultivators of the four divisions of the river-defying sect would never be able to forget the unbelievable event they were witnessing. It was now burned down into their minds, into their very souls, and would be there for all eternity. As the hand settled onto the surface of the ground, the rest of the arm shot out from beneath the surface of the water. The river surged with powerful waves that sent even the Profound Stream Division's 210,000-meter Heavenspan battleship rocking back and forth. As for the Pill Stream Division's battleship, the Patriarchs had to intervene to keep it stable. The minds of all onlookers were left blank as they stared at the enormous arm sticking up out of the Heavenspan River. Amidst the silence which prevailed, the two beams of light continued to shoot up into the sky. Intense rumbling sounds were accompanied by flashes of multicolored light, as well as a powerful wind. Then, everyone could sense an indescribably powerful energy radiating out as the hand shoved down. Something like an island appeared in the middle of the Heavenspan River, which was actually a head that slowly rose up from the surface of the water. By now, even the 300,000-meter-long Heavenspan battleship was affected by the surging waves. All three of the huge battleships were being pushed away down the river, causing gasps to ring out among the onlookers. Even Gong Sunwonner's eyes were wide, and an extremely rare expression of shock could be seen on her face. Slowly, the head rose up, revealing two eyes that would leave anyone who saw them completely shaken to the core. Next, a nose became visible, and then the lips. Finally, a roar shot out from the mouth, a roar which could shake the heavens. The sounds filling heaven and earth exceeded thunder. The Blood Ancestor's hand continued to push down as, next, his neck was revealed. Before anyone could even react, the Heavenspan River virtually exploded, sending 300-meter-tall waves rolling out as another hand stretched out from the water and planted itself onto the opposite bank. The ground quaked as crevices opened up and portions of the land completely collapsed. Beneath the hand of the Blood Ancestor, the seemingly rock-hard earth became as soft as putty. Now that both hands were firmly planted, everything was cast into shadow as an unforgettably enormous figure slowly rose to a standing position above the Heavenspan River. The head, the neck, the shoulders, and the chest rose up to an unimaginable height. 300 meters. 3,000 meters. 30,000 meters. Soon, the portion of the Blood Ancestor which rose up above the river reached a height of tens upon tens of thousands of meters. His broad shoulders were almost as wide as the Heavenspan River itself. Every scrap of muscle on his body radiated terrifying pressure, and his waist was so narrow that it almost formed a triangle with his shoulders. Although everything beneath his waist was below the surface of the river, anyone who possessed the ability to do so would be able to see that the Blood Ancestor's feet were already planted on the river bottom. To cultivators, the Heavenspan River was profoundly deep, but to the Blood Ancestor, that was not the case. Although it was the Blood Ancestor who was standing up, Baziush-hun was now the Blood Ancestor's soul, and its entire body was under his control. As he looked out of the Blood Ancestor's eyes, heaven and earth seemed much smaller. To him, the mountains were nothing more than playthings, and the mighty river below him was like a stream. The mightiest of trees were like grass, and the cultivators were like tiny ants. The feeling was difficult to describe. As he lifted his gaze, he felt as if he could reach up and pluck the heavenly bodies out of the sky. His heart swelled, and after a moment, he couldn't help but throw his head back and let loose a long cry. That cry shook the highest heavens, and filled the entire continent. Birds and beasts trembled in terror, and the waters of the Heavenspan River surged. The huge golden crocodile which lay beneath its surface looked up, and even it appeared to be shaken. There were other enormous beasts who were similarly terrified, and left shaking. Blood Ancestor. murmured founding patriarch Frigid Sect. His scalp was tingling, and he was shaking visibly. Next to him, Lizimo, Patriarch Ironwood, and the other patriarchs were similarly ashen-faced and incredulous. I can't believe it actually moved. Now that is how to make an impression. The Bloodstream Division is going to use the body of the Blood Ancestor to move upriver. Patriarch Crimson Soul was struck speechless, and the other nascent soul Taoist masters from the Profound Stream Division were all completely taken aback. It was even more the case with the Pill Stream Division. All eyes were focused on that towering figures which blotted out even the sun. If even the patriarchs were reacting in such a way, there was little need to mention the Gold Core and Foundation establishment experts. All cultivators from all 4 divisions were shaken and excited. Of course, most excited of all were the cultivators from the Bloodstream Division. All of them dropped to their knees to kowtow to the Blood Ancestor, calling out at the tops of their lungs. "Greetings, Blood Ancestor. Greetings, Blood Ancestor." The words echoed out throughout the lands in shocking fashion. Meanwhile, aboard the Spirit Stream Division's Heavenspan battleship, Gong Sunwaner was looking at the Blood Ancestor with a strange expression on her face. She seemed confused, and was frowning. Apparently, she was trying to recall something, but was having trouble doing so. Then she saw the Blood Ancestor's eyes, and she felt as if she were looking at Bazish Hun's eyes. At that point, a mysterious light rose up in her own gaze. There was another woman who had a very strange expression on her face, an expression of both reverence and fear, as well as a level of incredulity that surpassed virtually everyone else present. That young woman was in the Pill Stream Division. She was so beautiful as to cause almost any male to lose control around her. Chen Man Yao. There was another shadowy figure that no one else detected, not even Bazish Hun. In the moment that he took full control of the Blood Ancestor, that figure appeared high up in the sky. He wore a long black robe, and it was impossible to make out his facial features. However, he was clearly very old, and was permeated with an aura of death. He was looking at the Blood Ancestor with mixed emotions, including reminiscence. If Bazish Hun had been able to see him, he would have recognized him immediately. That old man was the same man he had run into in the Nameless Mountains, the person who had saved his life. The Gravekeeper. After a moment, the Gravekeeper sighed, and then vanished without a trace. As the Blood Ancestor rose to his feet, massive amounts of Heavenspan river water flowed off of him, pouring down like rain toward the surface of the earth. The patriarchs gasped and immediately drove the water away from the cultivators of their various divisions. After all, that water was so powerful it could instantly melt many of the weaker cultivators upon contact. Bazish Hun looked back down at the area around him. He was still not quite used to the new sensations he was feeling. However, after seeing that his disturbance of the Heavenspan river water hadn't hurt anyone, he breathed a sigh of relief. As of this moment, he realized that his own body was actively benefiting from having seized control of the Blood Ancestor, and was slowly growing more powerful. His azure body was improving. It's too bad the Blood Ancestor is dead. I can control his body, but can't unleash the true power he was capable of in life. Even the fleshly body power I can unleash is only a small portion of his true potential. After taking some more time to analyze his connection to the Blood Ancestor, he had a better idea of the situation. Even the small portion of power he controlled was enough that a single fist strike on his part was more than a nascent soul patriarch could withstand. After a bit more contemplation, he sensed the thoughts and fluctuations of the other Bloodstream Division cultivators inside the Blood Ancestor. He could even sense the divine sense of Archpatriarch Master Godwind. With that, he stretched out the hand that had once been the headquarters of the Bloodstream sect, and placed it back down onto the ground. When he spoke, his voice caused all the lands to shake. Bloodstream Division, to me. The excited Bloodstream Division disciples excitedly flew forward toward the opening in the hand. After they were all safely inside of the Blood Ancestor, Bazish Hun lifted the hand back up, and then pointed up the river. Army of the River-defying sect, let us begin our march. As his thunderous voice boomed, Bazish Hun sent one of the Blood Ancestor's legs forward, and he began to walk up the river. Spirit Stream Division founding Patriarch Frigid Sect took a deep breath and then waved his hand, sending the Spirit Stream Division into action. The 300,000-meter Heavenspan battleship erupted with shocking power as it began to slice through the water after the Blood Ancestor. The Profound Stream Division and the Pill Stream Division similarly sent their battleships into motion. Soon, they were all following along, traveling up the Heavenspan River toward the middle reaches. The sun was beginning to set. A huge giant was in the lead, followed by 3 enormous battleships. As they proceeded up the river, the heavens shook and the lands quaked. It was a majestic sight. All beasts who inhabited the Heavenspan River were completely incapable of hindering their path, and did nothing but flee from them. Chapter 327, Cultivation Base Breakthrough. The Heavenspan Sea occupied the very center of the world. It was a vast, boundless body of golden water that not even nascent soul cultivators would dare to enter without some sort of magical device designed for sea travel. Only people in the Deva realm could possibly make an attempt at crossing the sea, and with difficulty at that. In the east, west, south and north regions of the heaven-span sea, there were places where the seawater poured through openings that created 4 enormous rivers. Although those rivers didn't reach the very borders of the world, they did come close. Each of the 4 great rivers had a river source sect at the base of the river, in the location where the sea and the river met. The sect which controlled the eastern river was the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. After the river flowed for a certain distance, it split up into 4 smaller branches of the same river. The locations where those 4 rivers branched off came to be known as the middle reaches of the cultivation world. Those locations were home to the Starry River Court, the Sky River Court, the Dao River Court, and the Polarity River Court. Those 4 sects were deserving of the domineering reputation they maintained in the eastern middle reaches of the cultivation world. Any one of them was powerful enough to completely dominate the other smaller sects in the region, as well as the vast number of cultivator clans. Although each river branch that formed the lower reaches was occupied by 4 powerful sects, even if those sects combined forces, they wouldn't be a match for one of the larger sects that occupied the middle reaches. However, there was only one reason for that. The patriarchs of the lower reaches sects were all nascent soul cultivators, whereas the patriarchs of the middle reaches sects were in the Deva realm. The Deva realm was something completely different from the nascent soul stage. It was an almost unimaginable level of power, and the difference between it and nascent soul was even greater than the difference between nascent soul and gold core. It was almost impossible to even fathom the disparity. Because of the threat of such power, none of the sects in the lower reaches would ever dream of trying to topple a middle reaches sect, not unless some heaven-defying event occurred. Furthermore, the chances of one of the nascent soul cultivators from the lower reaches breaking through to become a Deva were minuscule. Even people who overflowed with latent talent would be hard-pressed to find an opportunity to do so. The reason for that was because in the lower reaches, the spiritual power of the heaven-span river was different, the resources were different, and the techniques were different. An even bigger reason was that Deva tribulation was virtually impossible to transcend without a Dharma protector. However, the biggest reason was that the middle reaches sects would never let one of their subordinates in the lower reaches produce a Deva. That would be a threat to their own positions. However, none of that applied in this situation. An exceedingly rare opportunity had arisen with the Sky River Court. For some unknown reason, the Sky River Court had done something to enrage the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. As a result, 2 Devas had been sent to execute judgment on the Sky River Court's Deva realm patriarch. Supposedly, they had even extracted part of his soul to create something that was rarely ever seen in the world, and very valuable, a Deva soul. In addition to that, more than 70% of the Sky River Court cultivators had been put to death, and that included portions of the reserve powers and precious treasures. If they had wanted to, they could have simply exterminated the entire Sky River Court. Instead, they had issued an important ruling allowing it to stay in place. By allowing the Sky River Court to survive, they had created the spark which led to the war among the 4 subordinate sects in the lower reaches. By leaving the severely weakened Sky River Court in place, they provided an enticing goal for the lower reaches sects. Of course, the Sky River Court wouldn't just sit around waiting to be supplanted. If they could survive the assault of the lower reaches sects, then according to the stipulations of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, they would have a chance to continue to exist. If they managed to raise another of their cultivators to the Deva realm in the future, then they might be able to return to their previous level of glory. It wasn't that they weren't aware that the 4 sects had ended up joining forces. They did know, and yet, didn't dare to interfere. According to the rules set forth by the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, they weren't allowed to meddle with the affairs of the lower reaches sects. They had no choice but to sit still and await the final punishment which had been arranged by the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. That punishment was none other than the invasion of the lower reaches sects. The sect headquarters of the Sky River Court was built atop the heaven-span river itself. It was 10 times larger than any sect in the lower reaches. After all, it was almost impossible to see one side of the river from the other in this area. Much further down the river from that location was where it split into 4 more branches, which was the lower reaches of the cultivation world. On the first of those 4 branches, it was possible to see an enormous giant plodding along, half submerged in the river water. Every step the giant took sent water surging and spraying about, and the countless vicious spirits and other vile creatures nearby fleeing for their lives. Even the most powerful of entities which lived in the river would choose to hide in the face of the power they felt, and would simply allow the giant to pass by. Occasionally, it was possible to see a rabbit flitting about on the shoulders of the giant. Some distance behind the giant was a 300,000-meter-long heaven-span battleship, slicing through the water. Countless cultivators could be seen on the battleship, most of them seated cross-legged in meditation as they attempted to get themselves into peak readiness for the fighting to come. A somber and solemn aura surrounded the entire battleship. Two more battleships could be seen further back in the river, one of them 210,000 meters long, the other 90,000 meters. They seemed just as solemn as the first battleship. Baziashun had converged the consciousnesses of numerous powerful cultivators to take control of the Blood Ancestor. His eyes shone with bright light as he strode through the river water. He could sense the vastness of the world around him, and to him, the water bashing against him felt soft and gentle. He couldn't help but feel a grand sense of wonderment. One day, I won't need to use the body of the Blood Ancestor to get this exact same feeling. With that, he took another step forward, moving thousands of meters in the process. Based on the speed of the Blood Ancestor and the Heavenspan battleships, it only took a few days for them to pass unobstructed through the river until they reached the spot where it connected to the larger river upstream. Stretching out to the horizon was a massive river that only the patriarchs had ever seen during their formal visits to the Sky River Court every 60-year cycle. For the other cultivators, it was their first time ever seeing a river this big. It was 10 times wider than the Heavenspan River they were used to. The middle reaches Heavenspan River. Is this the Heavenspan River? It's so huge. Compared to this river, ours really is nothing more than a stream. The cultivators of the 3 divisions on the Heavenspan battleships could immediately sense that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was 10 times stronger than that which existed in the lower reaches. Many people took in deep breaths, whereupon cracking sounds could be heard coming from inside of them. They had never encountered spiritual energy this strong, and for many, it immediately allowed them to break through cultivation obstacles that had hindered them in the past. This is the middle reaches. My cultivation base. The only way to take over the Sky River Court is to defeat them in battle. If I continue to cultivate here, I'll definitely be able to reach the level of a nascent soul patriarch. Even the patriarchs of the river-defying sect were panting in excitement.